Desperation was written all over the employee's face as he walked into the office. He only needed 2 days off because of a serious emergency, and he promised to work twice as hard when he came back to make up for the gap. But the boss didn't want to hear it. He claimed the short-form content department was already understaffed and that nobody was leaving. While the young man begged, the boss never even looked away from his phone. He was completely hooked on a live stream of a girl dancing. With a quick tap on the screen, the man flexed his money and sent a rocket, the app's most expensive gift. The streamer exploded with excitement, enthusiastically thanking him for the huge donation. Still determined, the employee made one last attempt. He explained that his mother was hospitalized and had nobody to take care of her. The boss remained completely cold. He treated the hospitalization like it was no big deal and asked whether the employee didn't have a father or other relatives to dump the problem on. To him, a family illness wasn't a reason to stop working. Without caring in the slightest, the boss turned his attention back to the stream, enjoying the entertainment he had just paid for. While the employee boiled with anger in silence, the boss launched into an arrogant lecture about the price of success. In his eyes, climbing the career ladder required brutal sacrifices. The man even bragged about going to work on the day of his own father's funeral. His message was clear. The hard work of the entire team would not be affected because of one person's family drama. The young man still tried suggesting remote work as a desperate solution, but the idea was met with laughter. The boss was blunt. If he wanted an easy life, he could quit. The humiliation got even worse when the big boss reminded him that his degree came from some third-rate college and that he only got hired by the city's biggest media company because they desperately needed bodies at the time. After demanding gratitude and telling the young man to rethink his priorities before asking for time off again, the blonde boss finally ended the conversation. Later, while relaxing comfortably in his room, the silence was interrupted by his phone ringing. On the other side of the line was his father, calling directly from the hospital. The old man was following a nurse's instructions and demanded that his son come immediately. It seemed like the tables were about to turn. Hospital bills don't wait, and Shingong's mother was already at her limit. The administration's message was short and harsh. Either the payment came in soon, or she would lose her hospital bed. His father tried stalling with the same promises as before, but the doctors had already run out of patience. On the other end of the call, Shingong listened to every humiliating detail. His father still tried acting tough, saying that health insurance and a few loans from friends would cover everything, but the young man didn't buy it. He cut him off and promised he would handle everything himself, forbidding the family from borrowing money from anyone else. The old man let out a heavy sigh. He knew life in the massive city of San was a meat grinder, especially for a recent graduate with no savings. In the father's mind, there was only one dangerous explanation for his son's confidence. The boy was probably planning to drown himself in risky loans to cover the costs. Xin Wang's daily life had become a survival test. For the past year and a half, he had been scraping by on a tiny paycheck, sleeping in a bunk bed, and eating the cheapest food he could find. Every extra dollar came from sleepless nights editing videos, allowing him to save up 50,000 yuan. To him, that money was his mother's ticket to recovery. Even feeling like he had accomplished nothing in life yet, the young man made a drastic decision that would have made his ancestors lose their minds. He quit his job. With no backup plan and the economy falling apart, he turned his back on corporate security. The decision was completely impulsive, but it changed everything in an instant. Xin Wang's body reacted to a strange presence. A voice inside his head announced the awakening of the absolute freedom system, activated precisely because he had broken his family's traditions of caution and stability. An interface appeared in front of him with a surreal proposal. He had to spend the reward on luxury and pleasure without feeling any guilt. The rule was simple. The more money he spent on himself, the richer he would become in the future. In shock, the young man grabbed his phone to check his balance and figure out whether this was a miracle or pure insanity. His phone vibrated. The message on the screen looked fake. More than 80,000 yuan had been deposited into Xin Wang's bank account. Stunned, he assumed it was a scam, but a second notification confirmed the transfer. That ridiculous amount of money, enough to make his old monthly salary of 5,000 yuan look like pocket change, was real. The theory was confirmed. Quitting his job had truly activated the so-called absolute freedom system. While he processed his new financial reality and how easily the system worked, someone suddenly appeared behind him. A sweet but unexpected female voice asked what he was thinking about. When he turned around, he came face to face with Guyan. She wasn't just some random girl. She was the famous blogger with 8 million followers, known for her singing and dancing live streams. Her beauty hit him like a punch. Xin Wang instantly blushed, completely flustered, and couldn't process a single thing she said about plans for the next live stream. Noticing his reaction, Gon stepped even closer, teasing him over how distracted he obviously was. The livestream star got straight to the point. She needed more investment and better infrastructure. Her biggest donors were disappearing, and the revenue from her streams had started crashing hard. Behind the screens, where she was worshipped as the dance goddess, Guyan was surprisingly humble and not arrogant at all. Shingang didn't waste any time and dropped the bombshell. He had just quit his job. Working with influencers was part of his past now, and the company could figure out how to replace him on its own. The announcement completely shook the girl. She couldn't understand the sudden resignation, especially from him, the only person she fully trusted to manage her career. The young man felt a sense of peace he hadn't experienced in a long time, but Gon wasn't about to let him leave that easily. In a desperate move, she stopped him from walking away, insisting that she only trusted him to stay in charge. Shingang found her behavior bizarre, something he had never seen before, but his mind was made up. He wanted distance from everything and a very long vacation. Before he could leave, the streamer pulled him into a hug, asking where he planned to go. Her fear was real. She didn't want to lose her best talent to a competitor. Gain was clearly nervous. The idea of getting a new manager made her uneasy. She tried turning on the charm to keep Shingang around, but he wasn't falling for it anymore. The young man had already realized the system was his direct ticket to a multi-millionaire lifestyle, and he had no intention of wasting his time being anyone's subordinate again. While the blonde got herself ready, Shingang suddenly threw out a sharp comment. He said her nose looked crooked. The words hit like a truck. Gon froze in embarrassment and rushed to the mirror, desperately trying to spot the flaw before her livestream started. Then came a surprise notification from the system. Because he refused to flatter the girl, he was rewarded with 23,000 yuan. Seeing his balance jump to 162,000, Shingang burst out laughing. He had finally figured out the logic. Absolute freedom came from being authentic and refusing to act like a pushover. Even shaken, the streamer thanked him for being honest and got ready for the show. Since Shingang was already on his way out, the streamer decided not to push any further. She accepted the situation with a calmness that surprised him. He had expected a huge meltdown after the nose comment, but the blonde kept her composure. While watching her live stream, the young man even started wondering if all that kindness was just an act. Guyan strengthened the bond between them, and as a thank you for all the time they had worked together, invited him out for a farewell dinner. She even offered to help if he had trouble finding a new job. Shingang realized she was genuinely worried about his future, probably because she knew his resume wasn't exactly impressive. Feeling a little awkward, he tried offering to pay for dinner, but she quickly brought him back to reality. His salary had always been low and he needed to save money. She insisted on paying for everything as one final thank you, treating him with a level of care he barely recognized. Without dragging things out, the young man said he already had everything packed and ready to go, and that they would talk later. Beaming, he walked through the door, feeling the weight lift off his shoulders. Now, the world was his, and freedom felt absolute. Back in the day, Shingang's life revolved around counting every penny spent on transportation. He either walked or took the bus, and even splitting a taxi fare with someone felt like an outrageous luxury he rarely allowed himself. But those days of barely scraping by were over. Determined to treat himself to something worthy of his new reality, he ignored the prices and booked the most expensive ride on the app. Less than 3 minutes later, an intimidating Porsche Cayenne pulled up in front of him. The sharply dressed driver announced that his luxury ride had arrived and opened the door, treating him like a true VIP. The growl of the engine and the aggressive design of the car were hypnotizing. Shingang remembered all the times he hesitated to call even a regular ride, especially after midnight when there was nobody left to split the fare with. But things were different now. The system picked up on that feeling of extravagance and rewarded him for spending without fear, validating his new identity as someone who no longer checked price tags. Ignoring the ride cost, paid off immediately, the system deposited another 50,000 yuan into Shingang's account. Feeling the raw power of the Porsche engine, he instructed the driver to stop in front of his usual pancake shop. Stepping out of a luxury SUV felt addictive, and the young man savored every second of his new reality. As soon as he walked in, the lady at the counter started preparing his usual order. A basic pancake with no egg and no meat, the cheapest option for someone surviving on 5,000 yuan a month. Back then, spending more than 20 yuan a day on food had been impossible. But today, the rules had changed. With the grin of someone who had just leveled up in life, he placed an order that shocked the customers nearby. 2 servings of pure meat, none of that starch-filled stuff, plus 2 extra eggs. For only 15 yuan, He shattered his old spending limit and instantly became the center of attention. As he ate, Shingang could feel the weight of everyone's envy, savoring not just the meat but the taste of financial victory. Around him, jealous customers tried brushing it off, claiming the starch-filled meat tasted better and that there was no need to show off so much. Ignoring the comments, the young man enjoyed every bite of his upgraded pancake. The system, recognizing the drastic jump in his lifestyle, credited another 20,000 yen to his account. Satisfied, he was already planning the next ridiculous upgrade, ordering 5 eggs at once. As he walked, Shingang reflected on how miserable life as an ordinary worker really was. During his student years, he never had enough money. After getting a job, he never had enough time. It felt impossible for an average person to truly enjoy life. Then, while passing a familiar building, he suddenly stopped. A thought hit him like lightning, reminding him of something crucial he had completely overlooked. Now with money in his pockets, he realized he needed a complete makeover before taking Gain out to dinner. High-end restaurants wouldn't welcome someone dressed as poorly as he looked right now. Looking like a guy with nowhere to live, the young man headed straight to the mall with one mission: rebuild his wardrobe and buy the most expensive clothes he could find. As soon as he entered the mall, the young man felt like he had stepped onto another planet. The place smelled faintly of oranges and was filled with English signs he could barely understand. He even looked around for familiar brands like Adidas, but couldn't find anything. Everything there radiated a level of luxury completely foreign to him. Suddenly, Shingang stopped and burst out laughing after remembering he was no longer some broke guy who needed to feel out of place. Determined, he stood in front of the massive Louis Vuitton store. 2 employees noticed him, but the manager, carrying the look of someone who judged every little detail, had already finished scanning his target from head to toe. In the manager's eyes, the diagnosis was obvious: complete poverty. Messy hair, an old backpack, a cheap 500 yuan phone, bargain store clothes, and shoes practically falling apart. Nobody even bothered approaching him, treating him like he was invisible, or worse, an intruder. Feeling the disrespect in the air, Shingang burned with frustration and decided to confront the employees to see if anyone there had the courage to actually help him. The snobby atmosphere inside the store was impossible to ignore, and the saleswomen didn't even try hiding their disgust toward the young man's appearance. Completely unfazed, Shingang dropped a bombshell. He said he was exhausted and planned to spend around 150,000 yuan on clothes without even bothering to personally pick them out. He added that since he had been ignored there, he might as well take his money to the Hermes store next door. The staff's reaction changed instantly. Shock turned into desperate flattery. They surrounded the young man, offered him tea, and insisted he relax while they personally put together outfits for him. At that moment, it became crystal clear to the protagonist that money controlled the rules of the game. After buying dozens of pieces that completely transformed his appearance, he was treated like royalty. Managers practically begged him to return and carried his shopping bags wherever he wanted them taken. One visibly interested sales associate even invited him to an exclusive jewelry event and awkwardly offered to personally deliver the items to his house. Shingang cut through the saleswoman's flattery and chose to carry his purchases himself. As he walked out, he overheard 2 girls talking about how unreachable the luxury boutiques of Louis Vuitton and Hermes felt. To them, that world only existed through middlemen because the prices were completely unrealistic for ordinary people. The system kicked in after detecting that the young man had burned through the equivalent of 3 years of his old salary in a single afternoon. For boldly embracing luxury with style, he received a massive reward of 600,000 yen, pushing him one step closer to becoming a multimillionaire and making him even more eager to spend. Night eventually fell, and the setting shifted to an incredibly high-end Western restaurant. Shingang, now looking flawless, was welcomed warmly by an employee who escorted him to a private room. Since he had arrived early, he was guided to an exclusive VIP waiting lounge where he could relax in total privacy with premium desserts. Watching the difference in treatment, reality finally hit him. Before, people judged him for his worn-out clothes, but now he was receiving a level of service he never thought possible for someone like him. As he entered the VIP area, Shingang found a table overflowing with desserts and tea, all available with nothing more than the press of a service bell. The manager, acting with exceptional politeness, wished him an enjoyable stay before quietly stepping away so she wouldn't disturb him. From the 40th floor, the view of Sand City looked surreal. He realized money didn't just buy luxury. It placed people on a level most could never even imagine. With his dreams finally starting to become reality, he decided it was time to take care of his family. Not wanting to scare his father, he transferred only 100,000 yuan, already preparing an excuse that the money came from freelance work and that nobody needed to worry about where it came from. While waiting, he opened Gain's livestream. Even though he had already sent her the restaurant's name and address, the streamer hadn't even seen the message. She kept chatting with fans and asking for gifts during the stream, completely ignoring Shingang. As strange as it felt, that kind of behavior was typical of her unpredictability. Eventually, Gon ended the live stream and said goodbye to her followers, exhausted after streaming for hours. When her co-workers invited her out, she declined, explaining that she already had plans. One of the streamers jokingly asked if the date was with some new wealthy sponsor. Clearly annoyed, Gon explained that she was meeting Shingang. The comment instantly sparked gossip. Everyone knew he had quit his job, and her insistence on seeing him suggested there might be something more going on. She shut down the rumors, saying it was only a thank you dinner for all the support he had given her as her manager, adding that he would definitely insist on paying the bill. Interested in a free meal, one of her friends decided to invite herself along, assuming that if he was paying for everyone, the restaurant had to be cheap and casual. They agreed that if the place turned out to be expensive, everyone would cover their own meal to avoid taking advantage. While the group got excited over the idea of treating themselves after work, only one of the co-workers seemed uncomfortable and hesitant about accepting someone else's generosity. The redhead still had the image of a worn-down Shingang stuck in her mind, a guy who couldn't even afford an extra egg with dinner. Completely unaware of those thoughts, Gon mentioned she needed to remove her makeup and told everyone to meet in the parking lot in 10 minutes. When they got there, the girls were stunned by the luxury car parked nearby. They couldn't understand how Gon could afford something like that, especially with the advertising market struggling. The streamer simply shrugged and said the secret was dancing herself to exhaustion during live streams, something her friends thought sounded way too exhausting. While one of them daydreamed about being discovered by a rich, kind-hearted fan, the more realistic friend quickly shut the fantasy down, saying it was incredibly rare to find a sponsor who didn't flirt with every girl around. The mood shifted completely when Gon finally checked the address Shingang had sent. The shock hit instantly. She had never expected an invitation to a place that luxurious. One of the friends, assuming it was some cheap, sketchy place, tried to make fun of it, but instantly went silent the moment she heard the restaurant's name, Lingua, located inside the iconic Chinsan building. Panic spread through the group when they realized the average bill there started at no less than 3,000 yuan per person, and getting a reservation was practically impossible. The group was overwhelmed with disbelief. One friend insisted there was no way Shingang could have gotten rich overnight and argued the whole thing had to be some kind of mistake. Another suggested he might simply be trying to show off, maybe booking a cheaper section inside the luxury restaurant just to impress everyone. Guyan, however, defended him, saying he wasn't the flashy type and that nobody should jump to conclusions before seeing the place for themselves. The group headed out in the streamer's luxury Audi, a car that stood out for both its speed and the absurd comfort inside. The girls admired the vehicle, assuming Guyan's wealthy followers were the reason she could afford that level of luxury. The redhead, consumed by ambition, admitted she would do almost anything to own a car like that and started throwing out extreme ideas for making money fast. Not everyone agreed. One of the girls argued that no amount of money would make her accept certain conditions, saying that when rich men marry streamers, it usually ends with the woman becoming a stay-at-home wife and abandoning her career. As the conversation shifted toward the price of freedom and status, attention turned back to Guyan. Her friends wanted to understand why she stayed so attached to her former manager. Guyan stayed quiet, deep in thought, fully aware that rushing into marriage without financial independence was basically signing up for a life of submission. The redhead disagreed, saying Guyan's mindset felt way too strict for someone whose live streams were so flirtatious and provocative. But for the streamer, independence was everything. She wanted to make as much money as possible while she still could, accepting support from fans without ever fully depending on them. The luxury Audi finally pulled into the courtyard of the upscale restaurant, and the girls stepped out dressed in elegant outfits. The mood instantly shifted when one of the friends planted doubt in everyone's mind, suggesting Shingang might not have actually invited them at all, and that they were about to experience the most embarrassing moment of their lives, trying to enter without a reservation. The fear was real. Getting kicked out of a place that expensive would completely destroy their reputation online. Gon tried calling the young man, but he didn't answer. All they got were endless rings and the growing suspicion of the friend who secretly wanted to see Gon fail. Even sensing the negativity in the air, the streamer decided to walk in and deal with the situation head-on. She knew Lingua was outrageously expensive, but she had enough money to cover herself if Shingang's invitation turned out to be fake. Doubt weighed heavily on Gon's mind as they headed upstairs. She couldn't forget Xingang's tiny paycheck or his reputation for being cheap. A dinner at a place like this sounded either insane or like some terrible prank that would leave her stuck paying for everyone. The tension rose the second they reached the entrance. Gan kept trying to reach him on her phone, nervously watching the doors like she was bracing for disaster. Finally, at the very last second, Xingang returned the call, but before anyone could relax, an employee stopped the group and asked about their reservation. Gan froze, but the backstabbing friend jumped in first, smugly giving Xingang's name. Deep down, she was thrilled, expecting a humiliating disaster. In her mind, one dish there probably cost 3 months of the former manager's salary. She was already preparing sarcastic comments for the moment they got thrown out, but things went completely differently. With exceptional politeness, the employee confirmed that Mr. Han was already waiting for them. Everyone was stunned. Completely confused about how this could even be possible, the trio was escorted toward the VIP section under the restaurant's finest treatment. As they walked through the luxury surroundings, the redhead changed her tune immediately, burning with jealousy and convincing herself that Guyan either had incredible luck or some secret company resources behind this level of treatment. Jealousy filled the air as the group moved forward. One of the friends kept thinking Xingang was just digging himself into a hole, spending money he didn't have, and risking ending up broke and alone. She simply refused to believe Gan could ever be interested in someone she still saw as a guy pretending to be rich. The manager guided the streamers to a private elevator, a detail one of the girls immediately noticed. That elevator was reserved for elite VIP guests who had access to the top floors of the building. Reality slowly started sinking in. Xingang seemed to belong to a very exclusive crowd, although the skeptical friend still clung to the theory that this had to be some other rich guy with the same name. When they finally reached the 40th floor, the reception desk pointed them toward the private room, but Xingang still hadn't arrived. The girls were instantly mesmerized and immediately wanted to document everything for social media engagement. The problem was that the restaurant strictly banned photos in the hallways to protect guest privacy, allowing pictures only inside private rooms. Even so, one of them couldn't resist sneaking a picture, eager to flex the fact that she had entered a place most ordinary people could only dream of. The jealous friend, acting almost like a traitor, encouraged the others to take photos as proof that Xingang had invited them only to stand them up, something she considered the obvious outcome. Meanwhile, the blonde admired the picture she had taken, fully aware this might be her one and only chance to ever step inside a place so luxurious. Growing irritated by the delay and worried about embarrassment, one of the girls questioned Gan about where Xingang was, convinced the whole thing had to be a misunderstanding. Right then, a restaurant employee knocked on the private room door, asking for Mr. Han and informing him that his guests had arrived. Even then, Gan still struggled to believe it, finding it impossible that a regular office worker could afford this level of luxury. The door finally opened, and Xingang stepped inside, explaining that he had accidentally fallen asleep and only woke up after seeing several missed calls. He apologized for keeping them waiting and immediately ordered the banquet to be served. The moment Guyan laid eyes on him, she was completely stunned. The young man was unrecognizable, dressed in luxury clothes she never could have imagined him wearing. The shock was immediate when everyone saw Xingang dressed head to toe in designer clothes, including a blazer that alone cost 40,000 yuan. One of the girls, practically burning with jealousy, recognized that he was wearing Louis Vuitton's latest collection and instantly concluded that the young man had to be some second-generation heir, secretly hiding his fortune. She couldn't wrap her head around how lucky Gan was to have landed such a low-key rich guy. Still a little groggy from sleep, Xingang greeted Zhang Qing and asked for the redhead's name, learning that she was called Sinuo. He apologized for seeming mentally scattered, quietly noticing that without internet filters, her appearance looked pretty different from what he had imagined. Trying to keep her composure, Sinuo awkwardly explained that she was just wearing lighter makeup than usual, though she couldn't hide her nervousness as she bit her lip. Gan stepped in, explaining that her co-workers had invited themselves along after work and asked if he minded them joining dinner. Before he could even answer, an army of waiters arrived carrying an extravagant feast filled with outrageously expensive dishes that left the girls speechless. The display of luxury was so extreme that even Guyan started questioning whether this was the same man who used to split every expense down to the last penny, while the others fully convinced themselves he had finally quit his normal job to claim some massive family inheritance. The situation left the young woman speechless, her face completely red with embarrassment. Staring at an insanely expensive marbled steak and glasses of wine, she struggled to believe such tiny portions of meat could cost so much, no matter how delicious they looked. Lobsters and premium cuts filled the table, turning the meal into something that felt straight out of a fantasy. Taking advantage of the luxurious setting, Sangchin King asked for permission to capture the moment. Shingang didn't mind and gave the green light, letting them take pictures and post everything online to flex the unforgettable dinner. While camera flashes kept going off, Sinuo quietly tried to process reality, feeling like there had to be some huge mystery behind all of this. She reflected on how Gaian and Shingang's relationship had always been strictly professional. Outside of work, they barely spoke, even though he had played a major role in successful marketing campaigns in the past. Meanwhile, Gon sat there in total disbelief, remembering how not long ago Shingang had been so broke that he hunted for discount links just to afford taxi rides or train tickets. The only explanation left in her mind was that her friend had secretly been a billionaire heir all along, living an absurdly simple and practical lifestyle. Gain's theory was that maybe he expected her to pay the bill just to test whether she truly believed he was rich. Completely ignoring formalities, Shingang called over a waitress and asked for something simpler, something that would actually fill him up. His straightforward attitude impressed Sangchin King, especially because she hated leaving expensive dinners still feeling hungry from tiny portions. The employee suggested elegant dishes like ribs and caviar sauce, but the young man thought everything sounded bland and lifeless. He wanted real food, cooked over high heat, and demanded generous portions of crab, beef, and imported lamb, all cut into rough, hearty pieces. The girls had never seen someone place such rough orders at a luxury restaurant, and opinions instantly split. To Sinuo, it was ridiculous. She couldn't understand why anyone would go to a French restaurant only to ask for what sounded like street food, and she started leaning toward the idea that he was more scammer than heir. Completely unfazed, Shingang also ordered grilled kidneys and skewers. Desperate to satisfy such an important guest, the waitress rushed to the kitchen. She later returned looking horrified, apologizing profusely because the chefs had taken offense to the off-menu requests and refused to prepare the dishes that way. Without losing confidence, the young man demanded to speak with the manager and complained about the menu. The atmosphere instantly grew tense as the manager arrived and, with visible discomfort, explained that the restaurant strictly followed French culinary traditions. Internally, Sinuo celebrated, convinced the country bumpkin was finally about to be put in his place for asking for barbecue in such an upscale environment. Then came the twist. The protagonist casually offered an outrageous deal, 300,000 yen for the grilled skewers and kidneys, plus another 50,000 as a tip if the food actually tasted good. The manager and streamers froze in complete disbelief, but the irritation on the manager's face disappeared instantly the moment he heard the amount. His entire tone changed on the spot, and he eagerly began writing down every detail of the order, promising to personally oversee the kitchen. Shingang even teased the manager about his supposed loyalty to restaurant standards, but assured him he'd be rewarded well for moving quickly. Now completely obedient, the man rushed off toward the kitchen to make sure the customers' wishes were fulfilled. The system quickly rewarded Shingang for his relentless attitude, reinforcing his philosophy that food should bring pleasure, no matter the setting. Even Sangchin King bought into the logic, realizing that photos of barbecue skewers inside a luxury restaurant would absolutely blow up online. The bizarre order was eventually fulfilled, and despite obvious confusion, the waitstaff served the table. What appeared on the top floor of Beijing's tallest building, inside a 3-Michelin-star restaurant, felt completely surreal. Street food that looked like something from an ordinary roadside stand. To the girls, it was undeniable proof that money could buy absolutely anything. On the other side of the table, Sanan King could barely believe what she was seeing. Eating street skewers inside the absurd luxury of Sintian Tower sounded like the kind of story nobody would ever believe. Meanwhile, Xingwang completely ignored the extravagant setting and focused entirely on enjoying dinner with the ladies. Within 10 minutes, he had devoured almost everything, wiped his mouth in satisfaction, and headed for the restroom, leaving the two women alone. The mood at the table changed instantly. The topic quickly shifted to Xingwang's clothes, which clearly cost a fortune, at least 150,000 yen. In their eyes, he absolutely came from a wealthy family line. The conversation turned toward Gao Wen. Was she the reason a guy this influential had ever worked at their company? One of the girls, still skeptical, admitted she didn't think her friend was all that extraordinary looking, but theorized that rich people loved unusual experiences and simple lives purely out of boredom. Kusinuo's curiosity shot through the roof. She wanted to know whether Gao Wen was hiding some kind of secret or if she genuinely had no interest in the guy. Meanwhile, the blonde's heart raced at the thought of being pursued by someone capable of blowing tens of thousands of yuan on a single dinner. What felt strange to her was how calm Gao Wen seemed, acting as if this kind of thing happened all the time. When questioned about the kebabs and her friend's sudden fortune, Gao Wen simply shrugged. To her, Xinguang had always been nothing more than the hard-working co-worker, the quiet guy who stayed late, worked overtime, and tried to be the perfect employee. There had never seemed to be a hidden millionaire beneath the surface. A wave of suspicion settled over the group. San Jinqing floated the idea that the whole thing might be fake. After all, the world was full of scammers pretending to be rich to impress women at expensive dinners. Convinced Xinguang was just an incredibly convincing actor, one of the friends decided they needed to test whether his bank account was actually real, even if Gao Wen didn't think it was necessary. In the end, the plan to test their host's finances got shut down. They agreed it would be rude to confront the guy paying for dinner, so Kyusinuo told everyone to drop it and avoid embarrassing themselves, deciding it was better to simply enjoy the memory of such an extravagant night. There was a real fear hanging in the air. Gao Wen was a rising star, and the streamer world could be dangerous. If a man started spending fortunes to win her over, he might eventually try to control her life or reveal a darker side. But Gao Wen quickly reassured her friends, making it clear she had no intention of dating Xinguang. To her, the bond between the three women mattered more than anything. They were like sisters who supported one another above financial interests. The scene shifted to the parking lot. As they got ready to leave, Gao Wen stayed lost in thought. She sincerely hoped Xinguang wasn't drowning himself in debt just to maintain the image of being rich, hoping he was doing well and making honest choices. Halfway through the ride, San King finally asked the question directly. Did he have a girlfriend? Looking slightly awkward, Xinguang admitted he had always been single. The answer caused instant shock. The girls couldn't believe someone who looked and carried himself like that had never been in a relationship. He explained that his life had been a non-stop cycle of work and extreme budgeting, saving every penny of his paycheck with no time to actually live. Just thinking about his old job made Xinguang visibly tense. The trauma was obvious. He genuinely felt like a failure because of everything he had gone through. Trying to lighten the mood, one of the girls pointed out that it was still early, only around 9 at night. The suggestion came immediately. Keep the night going at a nightclub. Even if she didn't have the same money as some people they knew, she insisted she knew the perfect place and offered to pay for the group's drinks. The idea of going somewhere packed with influencers and celebrities immediately caught the protagonist's attention. He saw it as an opportunity to network and learn, so he accepted the invitation without hesitation. The destination, the hottest club in the city. The atmosphere in the car felt weird during the drive. While driving, Xinguang seemed strangely out of place, and Gao Wen sat in heavy silence, clearly bothered by something. Completely unaware of the tension, the young man was busy making ambitious plans in his head. With his current bank balance and all the technical experience he had gained from years of being an overworked employee, he realized he had everything he needed to launch his own media agency and dominate the market. After parking outside the club, Sinuo gave him a warning. This place wasn't for ordinary people. Prices were insane, and she made it clear that her own budget could barely cover a few basic drinks. Luckily for him, the group seemed understanding, and nobody tried to take advantage of his generosity. Inside, the chaos of the party was at full intensity. Xinguang noticed a wealthy guy surrounded by stunning women, feeling both excited and uncomfortable at finally being somewhere he had previously only seen through screens. While the other two girls were completely thrilled, he and Gao Wen looked more like fish out of water. When it came time to order drinks, everyone's preferences came out quickly. A margarita here, a non-alcoholic mojito for Gao Wen, since she had volunteered to drive, and a pink lady for Sang Chin Chin. The final test came when they asked what Xinguang wanted. To the girls, his confused expression exposed the act. He looked like someone who had never stepped foot in a bar and had no clue how to read the menu. Distracted by the flashing lights and loud music, he drifted into his own thoughts and had to ask them to repeat the question before responding with a simple gesture. As far as Xinguang was concerned, the menu didn't matter. He left the choice completely up to them. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Kay ordered a Long Island iced tea, a notoriously strong mix. The intention was obvious. Sang immediately realized the plan was to get the young man tipsy enough to loosen up and reveal who he really was. In the end, nobody seemed too worried about drunkenness anyway, since the whole point of the night was to let loose. Between drinks, the name Dennis came up, a famous bartender known for flawless, outrageously expensive cocktails. The idea of trying one of his elite drinks created tension. Gao Wen tried to stop her friend, thinking the request crossed a line, but she got ignored. In the group's mind, If Xingwang wanted to keep up the image of being some wealthy heir, then he would have to pay the price, literally. Meanwhile, the protagonist's mind was somewhere else entirely. He was scanning the room for famous streamers, mentally calculating how much capital he still needed to secure powerful partnerships. He was so focused that he didn't even notice Kusunuo approaching him at first, which instantly annoyed her. When he finally snapped back to reality, he accepted her suggestion, a dice game to liven up the table. But the challenge came with a bold condition. If Xingwang lost, he would have to hand over part of his designer clothes or immediately pay 10,000 wen. The proposal sounded so ridiculous to him that his only response was an amused laugh. Leaning closer to Kinuo, he calmly reminded her, almost as a warning, not to forget where he came from, and everything he had experienced back at the company. Xingwang played it straight. He knew everyone's history at the company, including all of her tricks. He knew the girl was a monster at dice, and that nobody there stood a chance in a fair game. Her plan was obvious: bleed him dry for easy money. In her mind, he was still the same average employee surviving on a 5,000 yuan salary with absolutely no future ahead of him. To the group, seeing the poor guy suddenly walk out dressed in Louis Vuitton, pay for a luxury dinner, and then bring them to the hottest nightclub in town had to be an act. Xingwang decided to play along and admitted the truth. He really hadn't been born into wealth. Instantly feeling victorious, the girl started bragging to her friends, convinced she had exposed the fraud. But her celebration didn't last long. Xingwang cut her off mid-sentence and calmly told her he wasn't finished talking. He explained that while he wasn't some rich heir, his bank account was doing just fine. Then came the brutal counterattack. He casually offered 300 yuan on the spot, but with one humiliating condition. The shock hit instantly. Red-faced with embarrassment, Kusino began stammering, refusing the challenge and saying it crossed every possible line. Before things could spiral completely out of control, Gao Wen stepped in, trying to calm everyone down and convince her friend that it was just an over-the-top joke and everyone should sit back down and relax. Deep down, though, doubt lingered in the air. Nobody there actually believed this guy had 300,000 yuan to casually throw away on something that insane. Without hesitating, Xingwang delivered the checkmate. He stood up and announced to the entire VIP section that the tab was officially open. He declared that he would spend 300,000 wen on drinks for everyone in the room. Holding his card in the air, he guaranteed the party was on him. Seconds later, a club employee confirmed the impossible. The payment had gone through, and the money was already in the venue's account. The place erupted. An excited crowd surrounded the young man, showering him with gratitude, unable to believe someone so generous had been sitting among them the whole time. For the outrageous spending and fearless flex, the system rewarded him with another 66 million yuan, somehow making the whole moment even more profitable. While the chaos of celebration exploded around him, Kusunuo sat frozen. Xingwang knew she had always looked down on him for being poor, but her respect meant absolutely nothing to him. In his eyes, people who only moved for money were no better than insects. He had proven that those who lived by money could also be crushed by it. Completely speechless and humiliated, the girl shrank into her seat in total silence. The awkwardness spread through the other girls at the table, forcing them to rethink everything they thought they knew about him. Eventually, the pressure became too much. The streamer suddenly stood up, making up some excuse about plans for the rest of the night before practically running away, clearly devastated and barely holding back tears. Watching his rival's desperate escape, the young man simply sat there and observed the aftermath of his financial knockout. As things finally calmed down, San and King suggested the group take advantage of the open bar now that the ridiculous tab had already been covered. But the peace didn't last long. A flashy-looking girl suddenly appeared and, after recognizing Gao Wen, immediately started throwing insults. With a mocking smile, she sarcastically asked if Gao's live stream had been a total disaster and whether she was drowning her sorrows in alcohol. The intruder didn't stop there. Acting completely shamelessly, she claimed Gao Wen's popularity was falling off fast and that it no longer made sense for her to keep acting like some big star. In her eyes, Gao was nothing more than someone obsessed with bragging about her looks, now weakened and on the verge of becoming irrelevant. Gao Wen tried shutting the conversation down quickly, saying it was none of anyone's business, while Xingwang quietly watched, clearly annoyed by the woman's disrespect. Without being invited, the newcomer pulled up a chair, immediately seeing the perfect opportunity for content. She started a live stream on the spot, announcing to her followers that she had just run into the famous Gao Wen. Realizing her rival didn't want any part of the conversation, the streamer turned to her audience and encouraged them to pressure Gao into joining the live stream. The rivalry heated up even more when one of the girl's biggest donors promised to send a storm of expensive virtual gifts, rockets, to push her past Gao Wen in the rankings and claim the #1 spot on the platform. Right in the middle of the tension, Gao Wen's phone rang. It was an urgent call from her manager, forcing her to step away from the table for a moment. The order from management was simple: no breaks. He demanded Gao start streaming immediately to capitalize on the surge of new followers, completely ignoring the fact that she was supposed to be enjoying her night off. Since the company had already paid to feature her channel on the app's front page, she had no choice. Despite being exhausted, Gao turned to face her rival head-on. The cocky streamer tried intimidating her, but the protagonist accepted the challenge without hesitation. The two set up tripods and launched into a dance battle for the viewers. Gao Wen was technically superior and looked absolutely stunning, but something felt off. The game was being manipulated behind the scenes. San Chin Chin noticed the problem almost immediately. A flood of rocket gifts kept pouring in, but every single one was somehow landing in the rival's account. The provocateur laughed smugly, feeling victorious while rumors started spreading in the chat. Viewers began claiming Gao Wen probably relied on filters and editing software at home because, live and in person, she seemed to be losing. Xingwang opened the livestream and watched the rankings shift in real time. They were about to crown a new #1 based on a rigged game. He instantly realized what was happening and decided it was time to step in. The next second, the app practically froze. A legendary gift appeared on screen, the most expensive item on the platform. Gao Wen's eyes widened as the alert flashed across her display. Big Brother had entered the fight. With a grateful smile, she formed a heart with her hands toward the camera. Gao Wen wasted no time thanking the mysterious donor. That single moment of gratitude opened the floodgates. An avalanche of gifts began pouring into her account, turning her exhaustion into pure adrenaline and excitement. On the other side, the pink-haired rival was furious. She had thought victory was guaranteed, but she never expected a hidden whale to be lurking inside Gao Wen's stream. The mood in the comments shifted instantly. Viewers began clowning on the provocateur, saying she was just throwing money away now that Gao Wen's victory seemed inevitable. Completely stunned, the rival watched as Gao celebrated every new missile gift flooding in. Behind the scenes, the system was hard at work. Xingwang was the one responsible for the financial massacre. For spending so aggressively and showing off without hesitation, he earned another 5 million yuan bonus from the system. The whole thing felt so absurd that even Xingwang's friends started theorizing that some rich kid must have gotten a hold of their parents' phone and was randomly pressing buttons. Nobody had the slightest suspicion that the mastermind behind the chaos was sitting at the same table. Gao Wen, despite being blown away by the mountain of donations, was running on fumes and could barely string together complete sentences. The commotion caught the attention of Sui, a diamond-level donor who didn't like seeing the spotlight drift away from his favorite streamer. Trying to take back control, he started pouring serious money into the rival's livestream as well. Seeing the support arrive, the bold streamer even promised private exclusive videos to her sponsor. To her, any sacrifice was worth it if it meant staying on top and rewarding the person funding her success. The desperate attempt to surpass Gao Wen only made Xingwang laugh. For the first time, the game actually felt interesting. Meanwhile, even though she was exhausted, Gao Wen kept dancing. The adrenaline rush of watching her bank account explode during a single live stream mattered more than how tired she felt. What happened next became legendary. Big Brother unleashed an absurd streak of 500 missiles all at once. The system, practically stunned by that level of flexing, officially crowned Xingwang as Gao Wen's biggest donor in history and rewarded him with another 10 million yuan bonus. The victory was absolutely crushing. Beaming with gratitude, the girl kept thanking her #1 supporter over and over, completely unaware that the financial destruction was nowhere near finished. Another 1,000 rockets blasted across the screen moments later. For Xingwang, it was basically an infinite money loop. The more he burned through on the livestream, the more cash the system poured back into his account. He pocketed another 10 million yuan reward, while Gao Wen, genuinely worried about how hard someone would have to work to earn that kind of money, begged him to stop spending on her. After wrapping up the dance battle, viewers in the comments lost their minds, praising the streamer for her humility and genuine character. On the other side, Sui realized he had basically thrown millions into a fire. Gao Wen had walked away with all the glory, breaking viewership and revenue records bigger than even the platform's top creators could dream of. In the middle of millions of viewers losing their minds, the actual person behind everything simply yawned, bored, making no effort to reveal he was the mastermind pulling the strings. Eventually, exhaustion hit. and Xingwang decided it was time to call it a night. Before leaving, he threw the rival an ironic little wave goodbye, telling her not to feel too bad because, in his opinion, she had worked hard and at least managed to get support from a few smaller donors. The girls around him instantly understood the jab. It was a brutal punch straight to Shui's ego, and it landed perfectly. The streamer completely froze, lowering her head in silence while processing the humiliation. Without caring in the slightest about the damage he had caused, the young man walked out of the nightclub wearing a victorious smile. Outside, the atmosphere stayed tense. Suya looked pale with rage, silently cursing the fact that her plan had completely fallen apart. On top of losing, she had just discovered the hard way that Gao Wen now had the biggest sponsor on the entire platform backing her. Gao Wen, on the other hand, looked more overwhelmed than happy. She admitted to her friends that she felt anxious. She had never seen that much money and so many gifts pour into her live stream at once. To her, the whole avalanche felt terrifying, but her friends had no patience for the anxiety. In their eyes, an amazing guy had just appeared to save her, and she needed to figure out who he was immediately. Determined, one of the girls grabbed her phone and sent a direct message to the mysterious Big Brother. Nobody was prepared for what happened next. The loud sound of a new message notification echoed straight from Xingwang's pocket. Silence instantly swallowed the group as everyone slowly turned to stare at him. San Hing finally started putting the pieces together. The streaming app notification exposed everything at the absolute worst possible moment. Sanin King had just messaged the live stream's biggest donor, and seconds later, Xingwang's phone lit up. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy. Gao Wen had already started suspecting the truth, but chose to quietly observe while the visibly nervous young man awkwardly tried claiming it was some bizarre coincidence. Nobody bought it, especially since non-stop work notifications kept popping up on his phone. Gao Wen got straight to the point and asked what exactly his plans were now that he had already burned through millions and still seemed ready to spend even more. Trying to play it cool, Xingwang casually said that while he definitely had money, he wasn't some infinite money machine, and she didn't need to worry so much. But Sanin King delivered the final nail in the coffin, reminding everyone that the mysterious donor's username was literally Wang, officially confirming that Xingwang and the billionaire donor were the same person. Trying to change the subject, one of the girls asked for his address, making it obvious she didn't want him leaving anytime soon. He mentioned that he lived near the Lon Huang district, but suggested she just take a taxi for safety reasons. The conversation was suddenly interrupted by a drunken yell. A completely wasted man stumbled over shouting Gaowen's name, claiming he had been watching her live stream, recognized the nightclub background, and decided to show up in person. Gao paid him absolutely no attention and tried walking away to continue the conversation. What nobody expected, however, was that the drunken man already knew Xingwang from an old job. Seeing Xingwang there completely shattered the guy's worldview. Clearly drunk out of his mind, he couldn't understand how someone he used to see as a total nobody could possibly be there. He immediately started throwing insults, saying a loser like Xingwang was only good for mooching off women and would never amount to anything. Gao Wen wasn't about to let it slide and immediately shut down the prejudice. She firmly stated that she trusted the young man completely, reminding everyone that he had not only invited her to dinner, but had also covered the bill for everyone at the nightclub. The statement completely threw the drunk guy off balance, but he quickly burst into mocking laughter. To him, it sounded like a fairy tale. There was no way some unemployed loser could afford that kind of luxury. The man kept attacking, claiming Xingwang was a professional liar who manipulated girls just to look important. That was when the green-eyed girl jumped into the argument to confirm the truth. Xingwang really had paid for everyone's expenses that night. Furious, the aggressor snapped at Sanin King to shut up, brushing her off by saying her fan base was tiny and packed with fake accounts anyway. The insult hit Sanin's pride hard, leaving her furious at the guy's audacity. But the harsh reality was that this whole circle of opportunists burned through fortunes just to inflate numbers and fake relevance they didn't actually have, spending their days focused on cosmetics, appearances, and empty popularity. The company itself saw Sanin King as dead weight, and the manager didn't bother hiding his frustration. In his eyes, she should follow Gao Wen's example, someone who had pulled in millions in a single performance. The guy even had the nerve to criticize her image, suggesting she change her style and stop acting untouchable if she wanted to succeed as a streamer. Then the creep turned his attention toward Gao Wen, trying to use the night's success as leverage. He proposed that if she followed his instructions and agreed to certain conditions, he could finally secure a promotion with the boss and get her onto television. The harassment became painfully obvious when he reached out his hand and implied that Gao Wen could have everything she ever wanted if she just spent one night with him. Xingguang, who had been silently watching everything unfold, finally had enough. Before the man could even touch her, the protagonist stepped in sharply, shoving the creep's hand away and demanding respect. Furious at being interrupted, the manager snarled insults, calling Xingguang a loser and mocking his pathetic attempt to play hero. In the aggressor's mind, someone dressed in cheap clothes had absolutely nothing to offer a woman like Gao Wen and should simply disappear. The manager's mockery had no limits. He continued humiliating Xingguang, claiming the guy ranked lower than a beggar and was completely unworthy of standing beside someone like Gao Wen, while the protagonist stood his ground. The streamer noticed something strangely confident about him, but kept the thought to herself. Before walking away, she threw out an ultimatum. If the manager ever bothered her again, she would terminate the contract immediately. The man burst into sarcastic laughter, treating the threat like a joke. In his eyes, Gao Wen was trapped. The contract lasted 5 years, and she still had a long stretch of service left. On top of that, the termination fee sat at a brutal 10 million yuan, an amount he was sure she could never afford. Completely calm, the young woman called his bluff. She reminded him that she had made millions in a single night alone and that, combined with her savings, paying the penalty would be easy. Her calm confidence pushed the manager over the edge. Out of financial arguments, he resorted to vicious insults, degrading streamers and comparing influencers to luxury escorts, pretending to be innocent for the right price. Finally, the villain showed his ugliest side. He openly admitted that even if Gao Wen paid the fee, the company still wouldn't let her go. Nobody would willingly give up a golden goose that easily. He even threatened to use the boss's influence to have her blacklisted, making sure no agency would ever hire her again if she tried to leave. Fear immediately washed over Gao Wen. The warning was clear. Leaving the company could mean the end of her career and complete exile from the industry. Seeing his friend visibly shaken, Xingguang stepped in with absolute confidence. He told her that if she wasn't welcome there anymore, then she should just leave, because he already had a plan. The protagonist revealed that he was preparing to buy Meow Media and give her a brand new professional home. Not only would Gao Wen be free to leave, but the manager himself would also be fired the moment the deal went through. The revelation completely froze the villain for a second. The idea that this so-called loser could buy a company that size sounded completely ridiculous. Trying to keep up his superior attitude, the manager even shoved Xingguang mockingly, laughing and saying he couldn't wait to watch the pathetic purchase attempt fail. Before storming off, the guy spat on the ground in frustration, convinced the whole thing was just some cheap bluff to impress women. Meanwhile, reality started crashing down around San and King. She broke down after realizing her so-called successful life had been built on a complete lie. The truth hurt. Almost all of her followers were bought bots, and real audiences barely even knew who she was. As the fake image she had built started collapsing, the streamer burst into tears. She mourned the loss of constant attention and the gifts from fake wealthy admirers, unable to accept that everything she believed in was falling apart. The truth finally came out. The astronomical donations had been staged by the agency itself to inflate numbers and fake popularity. Panic consumed the girl as she realized her fame was nothing more than a house of cards and that her success had never truly been real. Trying to stop her friend from completely spiraling, another girl argued that people still genuinely cared about her makeup content and that the manager's threats were nothing more than psychological manipulation tactics. Xingguang watched everything from the sidelines, choosing not to interfere and instead letting Gao Wen handle things on her own. Grateful for the support, Gao Wen thanked him for stepping in and thanked her friend for opening her eyes to Suya's true nature. Still shaken, Sang Qinqing brushed off the gratitude, saying the only thing she had really done was expose how much Sui looked down on everyone around him. Sang's anger finally boiled over, and she started shouting that the manager was human trash who ruined lives for fun. Once she calmed down, she walked over to the protagonist to thank him personally, but jokingly asked him not to go quite so nuclear next time, considering she and the manager were technically still co-workers. Xingguang laughed, admitting he didn't regret a thing. He genuinely hated the guy and had simply taken the chance to finally say everything he had been holding back. The young man's honesty made Gao Wen laugh, especially since the resentment toward the manager was clearly mutual. Despite all the uncertainty about the future, she sincerely wished for Xingguang's path to be filled with success and glory. As they said goodbye, the young man, slightly awkward about the emotional moment, shook her hand and returned the sentiment, confidently saying that both of their futures would be bright. With the conversation over, the internet star drove away in her luxury car, leaving the night behind. Reality only truly hit Xinguang after the noise from the live streams finally died down. He had been so focused on the endless flood of donations and virtual rockets that he hadn't even processed the final balance. The moment he checked the notifications, the shock nearly stopped him cold. He now owned a fortune big enough to support generations. Millionaire status wasn't just a fantasy anymore. It was real, and pure excitement rushed through him. With his life completely transformed, the young man decided it was finally time to head home. His original plan had been to take the train, but his new lifestyle demanded something faster. Looking up flights, he felt the weight of the prices. Back in the day, even spending 300 yuan on an express train felt extravagant. Still, he didn't hold back and booked a first-class seat for 4,000 yuan. The flex paid off immediately, as the system rewarded him with a 10,000 yuan bonus for choosing luxury. The next morning, however, delivered a brutal reality check at the dorm. Violent pounding on the door shattered his sleep, accompanied by the landlady screaming about unpaid rent. Half awake and irritated, Xinguang covered his ears, unable to understand why she was causing such chaos when the payment wasn't even due for another week. It was barely 6 in the morning when the woman, completely out of patience, demanded that he stop pretending not to be home. Forced to leave the comfort of his bed, the young man dragged himself up. Walking toward the door, he called out to confirm he was there, fully prepared to question why she was demanding rent so early and so loudly. Complaining about being woken up, he cracked the door open, only to be met with a lecture. The landlady started ranting about how today's young people were lazy and needed babysitters just to remember their own bills. In her eyes, paying on time was the absolute bare minimum for any tenant. Tired of the lecture and wanting peace from the woman for the next several months, Xinguang grabbed his phone. In one quick motion, he scanned the QR code and paid an entire year's worth of rent all at once. The landlady completely froze when the Alipay notification popped up. 10,000 yuan had landed in her account instantly. While she stood there trying to process what had just happened, the young man simply yawned, acting like the amount was pocket change. Her shock only deepened when she realized he was usually the kind of tenant who paid at the absolute last minute. And now, on top of paying early, he had added an extra 400 yuan. With total indifference, Xinguang explained that the extra money was a silence fee to make sure she didn't knock on his door again for the next 12 months. Without giving her a chance to respond, he shut the door right in her face. Back in the room, he calculated that he still had 3 hours left to sleep before his 10 a.m. flight. His roommate watched the whole thing in disbelief, asking if he had somehow won the lottery, especially since he had also received 2 months of rent in advance thanks to Xinguang. But the protagonist barely heard him. He was already fast asleep again, now enjoying the peace of mind that came with officially being rich. The system, impressed by the audacity of paying for an entire year of housing and even tipping the landlady, rewarded his absolute calmness with yet another bonus. The news hit like lightning. The system had rewarded him with a cinematic mansion in Swan Bay, right in the heart of Sang City. Xinguang instantly lost all desire to sleep. He could barely process how spending what he considered a relatively small amount had unlocked something so absurd. Overnight, he had gone from living in a cramped dorm room to owning a massive luxury mansion. His roommate nearly entered a trance after hearing about the new property, desperately trying to understand how his friend had suddenly become rich enough to own a mansion. With no time to explain and abandoning any plans to go back to bed, Xinguang jumped up and got dressed with the speed of a ninja. Watching him fly around the room, the roommate asked why he was in such a rush. Already standing at the door, Xinguang shouted that he needed to get to the airport to visit his parents. His friend tried reminding him about luggage, but the protagonist didn't even look back, saying he was traveling with nothing but the clothes on his back. Meanwhile, things felt completely different at the hospital. Xinguang's parents sat in the waiting room, and his mother commented that their son should be arriving soon. His father proudly brought up the 100,000 yuan Xinguang had recently transferred, money they genuinely believed came from exhausting part-time jobs. For an honest man like him, seeing his son help the family through hard-earned money filled him with gratitude. Then, suddenly, the door opened. Xinguang stepped into the room, slightly out of breath and sweaty from rushing there, but smiling the moment he finally saw his mother again. His mother's face lit up the hospital room as soon as she saw him standing there. Already feeling better, she explained that although she had gone through surgery, the procedure had been simple and recovery was going smoothly. His father, however, couldn't hide his concern. He feared the surprise visit meant his son had skipped work or might even lose his job for disappearing without warning. Xinguang immediately reassured both of them, revealing that he had already quit and no longer had to worry about bosses. The news hit like a bomb. Worried, his parents wanted to understand what had driven him to leave his job. Even so, love came first. They reassured him that they fully supported him and believed someone as hardworking as him would quickly find something much better. Feeling that unconditional support lifted a massive weight from his heart. When the topic shifted to medical expenses, his father placed a hand on his shoulder and revealed unexpected news. He explained that he had borrowed money to cover the costs and intended to return the 100,000 yuan Xinguang had sent. In his father's eyes, his son was an adult now and would need that money to build his own future. Xinguang rejected the idea immediately. He insisted that the family keep the money and asked which relatives had loaned them cash because he planned to visit them personally and pay back every last cent. His father hesitated, visibly uncomfortable, admitting that asking family for help hadn't exactly been a pleasant experience. Xinguang understood immediately. The money had come from his uncle and aunt. Not wanting to waste a second, he was already ready to go settle the debt, but his father tried stopping him. The older man insisted his son had worked far too hard for those 100,000 yuan, and that he and his wife would eventually repay everything with their own savings. The moment broke his mother's heart. She burst into tears, overwhelmed by guilt, believing her poor health had become a burden on the family. To her, accepting Xinguang's money felt unfair, especially knowing her son had worked himself to exhaustion just to send every possible cent back home. He reassured her that the priority now was hiring the best doctors so she would never have to worry about hospitals again. But before anything else, he had unfinished business with his uncle. Xinguang hated owing favors, especially to family. Out on the street, he found a makeshift ride, a small motorcycle taxi. His destination was 32 Kutong Street. The trip felt like an endurance challenge. The bike flew over broken roads, and every pothole made his entire body protest the uncomfortable ride. The government's promise to rebuild the roads within 2 years had become a joke. The pavement was nothing but cracks, holes, and neglect. The driver explained the scam. A contractor showed up, tore apart what little road remained, pretended to level the ground, and disappeared with the money. Xinguang burned with anger, realizing that in a forgotten place like this, the law simply didn't exist and nobody bothered holding criminals accountable. Looking down, the young man felt a tightness in his chest, thinking about his parents' sacrifices. Even while living in this neglected place, they had somehow managed to raise him and make sure he got an education. When they finally stopped in front of his relative's house, the contrast hit him like a punch to the gut. His uncle lived in a massive mansion, while Xinguang's family squeezed into a tiny brick house 10 times smaller. His frustration only grew when he remembered that the fortune came from his grandfather's inheritance. Money that should have been divided fairly, but somehow ended up entirely in his uncle's hands. It was humiliating to beg for 50,000 yuan for surgery while they lived surrounded by luxury. Done with formalities, Xinguang marched to the entrance and knocked hard, determined to settle the debt once and for all. A beautiful young woman stepped outside to see who was making all the noise. The two recognized each other immediately, and confused, he asked what she was doing at his uncle's house. Before she could explain, the owner of the mansion appeared at the door. His uncle greeted him with a sharp comment, suggesting that the girl, Xinguang's future fiancée, would be far better off living in the mansion than staying with someone like him. That was when it finally clicked for the protagonist why she was there. Keeping his eyes shut to stay calm, he got straight to the point. He was only there to pay back what his father owed. The girl didn't understand the coldness. Back then, the roles had been reversed. She had always been the one chasing after him. Sensing the tension, the uncle shut down any chance of reconnecting, treating his nephew like a nobody. With a mocking tone, the girl even bragged that country life was better than the city because people there could afford luxury brands like Nike and Adidas, while he looked like he barely had anything. Inside the house, Xinguang met an older man who greeted him with fake politeness, joking that he was now a big city man and must be making serious money since success came so easily in the metropolis. His uncle quickly brought the conversation back to reality, reminding everyone how the young man's father had practically begged for 50,000 yuan to pay for his wife's surgery. The mockery continued with comments about Xinguang's 5,000 yuan salary, saying it would be impossible to save anything earning that little. Tired of the performance, the protagonist cut through the laughter, making it clear he wasn't there to chat. He came to settle the debt. His uncle, wearing a cynical grin, told him to relax, saying poor families didn't need to rush, though he made sure to mention that every extra day meant heavy interest. Xinguang shut down the nonsense, making it clear they didn't need to worry because he had zero intention of borrowing anything else. Trying to keep up appearances, The uncle claimed they could skip formalities since he understood how hard his nephew had worked to save every penny in the big city and help his parents. The sarcasm was obvious, but the protagonist didn't budge and repeated that he was paying everything off right there. Realizing the young man wasn't backing down, the uncle dropped the act and told his son to bring the debt ledger from the office. While waiting, the arrogant man kept up his hypocritical speech about blood ties being more important than money, though he understood why a college graduate with pride wouldn't want to live off others. In his mind, the situation was obvious. Xinguang could probably only pay back a small portion. The shock came fast. Within seconds, the young man transferred 51,000 yuan, the full debt plus every bit of abusive interest. His uncle grabbed the phone with trembling hands, stunned as he stared at the balance. The debt he had planned to use to keep his nephew's family trapped for years had vanished in an instant. When asked how he had managed to get so much money, Xinguang only smirked dismissively while heading for the door, casually remarking that in the big city, that amount barely counted as pocket change. Trying to salvage what was left of his pride, the uncle turned and shouted at his own son to work harder so he wouldn't end up humiliated, while the red-haired girl stood there silently, struggling to process that the poor loser she had looked down on now had the power to flip the entire situation. The girl rushed after him and started rambling about the future, saying they would soon be family and there was no reason to hold grudges or act like strangers. She appealed to their childhood memories, reminding him that they grew up together, but then made sure to throw in a preemptive rejection. She said she knew he liked her, but she only ever saw him as a younger brother. In her mind, any romantic feelings now would be scandalous and completely inappropriate. Xinguang listened with an expression of pure disbelief at the audacity. Turning to her with an ironic smile, he asked if she genuinely thought she was still important enough for him to care. Without mercy, he suggested she take a hard look in the mirror because, as far as he was concerned, her beauty had stayed in the past. Furious, she asked him to repeat himself, certain she had misheard. Laughing at the absurdity, the protagonist finally said what he really thought. He reminded her that when they were kids, she used to play with sticks and cow dung, and now she was trying to act like some elite socialite in short outfits while clinging to a rich guy's arm. He couldn't help but feel disappointed by how much she had changed. Back then, she had been kind to everyone and never cared about money, but now she had turned into someone shallow and materialistic. She, on the other hand, tried to convince herself that he was only saying such harsh things because he was hurt after being rejected. Still refusing to let it go, she asked him to forget the resentment, reminding him that they would soon be family and would have to get along. The statement left the young man stunned by just how delusional she had become. Xinguang could barely believe what he was hearing. To him, the girl had completely lost her mind. Seeing that he wasn't backing down, she doubled down and claimed his uncle was the perfect example of success, while the protagonist, in comparison, was a complete nobody. Speaking with obvious superiority, she mocked all of his hard work, saying it made no sense to struggle so much for pocket change, especially when he wasn't even working in the field he had graduated in. Her arrogance finally crossed the line when she started mocking Xinguang's mother being hospitalized. She scoffed at the cost of the surgery, treating 50,000 yuan like an impossible fortune for someone like him. He cut her off immediately, telling her to stop pretending she was some kind of princess when, in reality, she was nothing more than a frog trying way too hard to stand out. He gave her one final warning: save the pride for someone who actually cared, because he wasn't falling for that act anymore. Furious and suddenly speechless, the redhead stood there in silence while Xinguang remained calm and firm. He admitted that while he didn't flaunt wealth like his uncle, his willingness to work hard was what would take him far in life. In that moment of honesty, the system stepped in and praised the young man's mindset. As a reward for finally breaking free from that toxic childhood love, he received ownership of several houses in the city that were scheduled for demolition. Confused, Xinguang didn't immediately understand how owning a bunch of run-down houses could possibly be useful, but he didn't have much time to think about it. Faced with yet another outburst of shallow behavior from the girl, he simply grabbed her hand to finally put an end to the unnecessary drama happening in the middle of the street. Before leaving, Xinguang didn't hold back. He bluntly told her that people like her and her husband belonged behind bars for the things they did. He continued walking through the streets of his hometown, but the peace didn't last long. A car suddenly sped past him, barely missing him and splashing mud all over his clothes. The vehicle stopped just ahead, and out stepped none other than his uncle's son, wearing that same smug expression. He offered a half-hearted apology, claiming he had been rushing to work and didn't even notice the pedestrian in the way. The man bragged about being the contractor in charge of the city's renovation projects, including the roads, saying he was far too busy with important matters to worry about Xingwang's laundry bill. To make things worse, his cousin even joked that if Xingwang needed some extra cash, he could always show up at the construction site and carry bricks. At that moment, everything clicked in the hero's mind. With talent like that overseeing public works, it was no wonder the roads looked like Swiss cheese. Determined to teach the guy a lesson and do the town a favor in the process, Xingwang immediately began planning his next move. Not long after, the scene shifted to the city renovation department, where the official in charge welcomed the respected contractor with a smile, completely unaware that everything was about to fall apart. The young man walked away from the building with a satisfied smile, happy to have reconnected with some old acquaintances. As he strolled through the streets, the system interface lit up with praise, crediting its master for the visionary decision to invest resources into his own future. The surprise came moments later. 100 books appeared as a reward. The system had acted on its own, basing the prize on the young man's recent behavior. Though confused, he stayed calm and simply blamed the artificial intelligence, figuring that kind of knowledge would never go to waste. Looking toward the horizon, he realized rewards were spreading across the map. It felt as though total control over the world's wealth was suddenly within arm's reach. Days later, the setting shifted to the sterile atmosphere of a hospital room. Xinwang was there, taking care of every detail to keep his mother comfortable. The calm atmosphere shattered when a doctor walked into the room with a blunt announcement. The surgery had been successful, and she needed to be discharged immediately. Xinwang's anger exploded instantly. The surgery had only happened a day ago, rest was mandatory, and every hospital bill had already been paid. The doctor ignored his arguments, standing there in cold silence before mockingly stating that the discharge papers had already been signed. With an authoritative tone, he ordered the nurses to clear out the bed. Everything escalated quickly. Xinwang pulled out a knife, freezing the nurses in place with a deadly stare. The blade gleamed as he demanded a real explanation from the doctor. Lying in bed, his mother watched in horror, trapped between fear of being thrown out and fear of what her son might do next. The doctor refused to back down and responded rudely, insisting that Xinwang's mother was perfectly fine and that the hospital didn't have time to waste. According to him, urgent patients were waiting, and because of delays like this, people could die. The tension in the room thickened, but the young man eventually lowered the knife and stepped back for the moment. The second the weapon disappeared, the doctor switched to threats, promising to call security. Trying to calm things down, the mother stepped in, insisting she felt fine and didn't want to spend any more money on treatment. Seizing the opportunity, the doctor gave a cynical smile and remarked that a good son should listen to his parents, claiming she was already cured. Without a shred of empathy, he ordered the nurses to clean the room immediately. The reason was cruel. He didn't want the next elite patients noticing that poor people had stayed in that wing. After the insult, the man turned around and walked off as if nothing had happened. Xinwang felt his blood boil and clenched his fists. Holding back his anger, he handed the apples to his mother and told her to peel them herself because he needed to take care of an urgent problem. He assured her that his father would come pick her up and, forcing a smile so she wouldn't worry, turned around to deal with the mess. The reckoning was only just beginning. The scene shifted to the doctor's private office, where he was already on the phone freeing up a room for a new patient. The hypocrisy was unbelievable. He was recommending months of rest for a wealthy client with nothing more than a sprained ankle, while kicking out people who actually needed medical care. It quickly became clear that everything had been orchestrated by Xinwang's cousin. Driven by greed, the doctor showered his boss with praise and mocked Xinwang's situation, calling him some pathetic poor guy who only managed to pay the hospital bill thanks to family luck. The room filled with smug laughter as the corrupt doctor celebrated the bribe he had received, feeling untouchable with his pockets full. Outside, the protagonist figured out the scheme almost instantly. He realized the entire performance had been bought with money, but what the doctor didn't know was that money was no longer a problem for Xinwang. He had more than enough resources now, and the board was about to flip. A few hours later, the game started changing levels. The scene now moves to the director's office. Ignoring the bureaucracy, Xinwang knocks directly on the boss's door. Once inside, he introduces himself as a regular patient of the hospital who came for a formal visit. The impatient director cuts him off immediately, saying this isn't a doctor's office and that if he's sick, he should head to the ER. Without wasting time, the young man drops the bombshell. His intention is to donate an entire building to expand the hospital. The director lets out a disbelieving laugh and tells him to stop wasting his time, pointing toward the exit. But the weight of the offer makes the old man hesitate for a second. He looks Xinwang up and down, judging every detail. To the director, this kid looks like some broke nobody wearing clothes that aren't even worth 200 yuan. The idea of someone like him donating a building sounded like a bad joke. Amused by the prejudice, Xin Wang confirms that he knows exactly how much the property is worth. He mentions that renovating a condemned structure cost around 1 million yuan, a number he now treats like pocket change in today's economy. The hero argues that the hospital overcrowding is critical and seriously ill patients are suffering because there aren't enough beds. Even with flawless logic, the director remains stuck on the young man's humble appearance, unable to process how a poor guy could possibly have that kind of financial power. Xin Wang got straight to the point. The lack of beds had created a corruption scheme inside the hospital, where doctors were kicking out patients who needed care just to sell those rooms to people willing to pay more. The director puffed up his chest defensively. He claimed he had been running the hospital for 10 years and that there was no way his staff would ever take bribes, insisting that medicine's mission was to save lives. That was the turning point. The young man revealed that his own mother had undergone a complicated surgery the day before and needed constant monitoring, yet she had been kicked out of her room without explanation. The director tried to brush it off, claiming it was probably just a misunderstanding caused by overcrowding and that no doctor would discharge a patient that early. He refused to accept reality and demanded that the young man stop lying. Expecting denial, Xin Wang stayed calm. He pulled out his phone and hit play on a recording. The audio was crystal clear, exposing every disgusting comment and mocking remark made by the corrupt doctor just moments earlier. Cornered by the evidence, the director listened in silence, but the shock was so overwhelming that his first instinct was still to deny the obvious, even with proof staring him in the face. The director stayed defensive, arguing that the recording could have been edited or faked. Faced with that resistance, Xin Wang realized the cover-up system ran deep. Without losing his cool, he changed strategies. If proof of corruption wasn't enough, he would use the weight of the promised building to force open the doors. He pulled out his phone and called an old ally, Mr. Kang, asking if he was available to handle the district hospital renovation project. After his friend confirmed, the young man smiled at the director and suggested he hear it for himself, asking for just a few minutes to settle the matter once and for all. Still confused, the director accepted the call. The moment the voice on the other end introduced himself, shock hit instantly. He recognized Mr. Kang's authority right away. The businessman got straight to the point. The hospital had struck unbelievable luck because the building would be donated completely free of charge. After hanging up, the old man was practically euphoric and finally understood the truth. It hit him hard. That poor young man had not been bluffing, and every word he said about the hospital's corruption was absolutely true. The debate in the office stayed tense. Even after speaking with Mr. Kang, the director still pushed back, claiming that one recording alone wasn't enough proof. With a mocking tone, Xin Wang suggested that maybe one building wasn't enough, and that he could donate several more to make the decision easier. But moments later, the young man got tired of the act. He prepared to leave, leaving behind only one warning. His only condition was that the corrupt doctors be punished severely. Before he could walk out the door, the director stopped him, curious about who this mysterious young man really was. Without turning around, Xin Wang replied that he was simply the son of an ordinary woman, someone dedicated to protecting the rights of people who had no voice. He added that his name didn't matter, but if the director needed something to call him, he could go with the messenger of justice. The moment the door closed, the director snapped out of it and went on the offensive. He grabbed the phone and demanded an immediate list of every patient who had been discharged too early after surgery. The crackdown began fast. Back in the ward, the corrupt doctor was informed that the director was waiting for him downstairs. The next scene was downright humiliating. The doctor was on his knees, begging not to be fired and using his own family as a shield. But the director didn't budge. Coldly, he fired back, saying the doctor cared about his own family while completely ignoring the families of his patients. In the director's eyes, keeping someone like that on staff was an insult to medicine and a risk he was no longer willing to take. The verdict was final. The scandal exploded the next day, but in a completely different setting. Xin Wang's uncle's luxurious mansion. While the man relaxed during a massage, his son stormed into the room absolutely furious. One of his friends had paid a fortune in bribes to keep his wife in the hospital, but instead of receiving VIP treatment, she had been thrown out onto the street by security. The uncle's heir was stunned. He had been sure the arrangement with the doctor was locked in and couldn't understand how things had spiraled out of control. Desperate for answers, he tried calling the corrupt doctor over and over, but the phone was completely off. Panic hit instantly. His trusted connection had vanished into thin air. While chaos ruled at the relative's house, Life at Wang's home was the complete opposite. Several trucks pulled up, unloading box after box of high-end medical equipment. Shocked by the luxury, his mother watched as her son even hired a private nurse to care for her. With a calm smile, Wang lied and said the hospital had provided everything for free as compensation. Relieved, she believed him, never realizing that her son had quietly become a silent philanthropist, moving millions around to help others without wanting praise. But the peace didn't last long. Angry shouting suddenly echoed from outside. The uncle's son showed up in the neighborhood furious, yelling accusations and demanding answers after the 10,000 yuan scheme he set up for his friend had gone up in smoke because of Wang. Things heated up fast in front of the house. Wang's cousin, Kai, stormed in breathing fire, throwing accusations around and claiming his entire investment had gone down the drain because of the protagonist. Wang's mother, clueless about the shady scheme, could only watch in confusion. But the hero had already figured everything out. Wang's patience finally snapped. He stepped forward, yelling that Kai was nothing but a hypocrite. After all, it was Kai who had arranged for a recently operated woman to be cruelly kicked out of the hospital just to profit from 10,000 yuan bribes. Cornered, the scammer tried changing the subject and mocked the story about the free nurse, claiming the hospital would never do something like that and accusing Wang of lying. Kai puffed himself up, bragging about his status and laughing as he claimed to be an important man, a construction boss with powerful connections that had secured his position. That was when Wang delivered the checkmate. He reminded his cousin that he was making millions every year through shady schemes, and still had the nerve to show up at the door of his poor relatives, demanding money and causing a scene. To expose how ridiculous the situation really was, the young man compared their lifestyles. While his cousin swam in dirty money, an average person struggled on a 5,000 yuan salary, barely covering rent and food. Yet Kai, the so-called businessman, was standing there begging for scraps and trying to intimidate the very people he had already hurt. Tired of the pointless argument, Wang turned his back. He told his mother there was no point wasting breath on someone so bitter. To him, his cousin was the perfect example of someone consumed by greed, forgetting that money can't buy everything and that karma always catches up eventually. Kai stormed off, muttering cheap insults and calling the family worthless, while the hero could only shake his head at his relative's stupidity. Worried by the threats, his mother asked if they should fear revenge. Wang didn't even blink. Honestly, he was curious to see just how far his cousin's audacity would go. As Kai drove away, Wang noticed a luxury SUV coming from the opposite direction. For a second, he wondered if it belonged to the powerful Mr. Kang, but quickly brushed the thought aside. What would someone that important be doing in a rundown neighborhood like this? To everyone's surprise, except Kai, who was already gone, the SUV stopped right in front of Wang's house. Mr. Kang stepped out with a smile, ready to formally thank him for the help with the road project and the free building restoration. Sensing his mother's confusion, Wang instantly switched into improvisation mode. He pretended the visit was just an over-the-top thank you for helping Kang fix a broken car in the past. Catching on immediately, Kang played along. He acted like he was only there to discuss road repairs, noticing that the young man was even hiding his real influence from his own family. With a calm smile, Wang guided his guest away for a private conversation, leaving his mother curious but reassured that her son had everything under control. Away from the house, the young man made one thing clear: he needed total discretion. He didn't want any relatives finding out the true extent of his influence or his real business dealings. Efficient as always, Mr. Kang confirmed that every arrangement requested for that day had already been completed. Meanwhile, Kai's world came crashing down with a single phone call. The news hit like a truck. He had been removed from the road construction project. Since it was his only source of income, panic set in immediately. He slammed on the brakes so hard the tires screeched against the pavement, leaving black marks on the road as he tried to process the blow. Trying to stay composed, the cousin begged for an explanation, arguing that he had already hired workers and invested his own money. The boss was blunt and ruthless. The rules had changed, and the company now demanded standards Kai simply didn't meet. Without giving him any chance to argue, the man hung up, leaving Kai jobless and in complete shock. His phone slipped from his hand as he kept muttering no over and over, completely unaware that the order for his downfall had come directly from Mr. Kang. Days later, the scene shifted to a nightclub. Kai showed up trying one last desperate move, bribing his former boss with an expensive gift. The man was enjoying the night surrounded by women and pretended not to notice his ex-employee at all. Humiliated, Hondakai placed the package on the table and started making his desperate plea. Hondakai played his final card, promising his former boss that profits could increase by up to 40% with the right scheme. The man seemed slightly interested, and Hondakai, convinced he was winning him over, started talking too much. He claimed the new construction regulations were just pointless bureaucracy and said that if one company got shut down, they could simply open another under a different name and keep the operation going. The plan backfired instantly. The boss exploded in anger, shouting that he wouldn't become an accomplice to document fraud for a few extra bucks. Offended, he told Hondakai to find some desperate fool willing to accept that pathetic offer. Panicking after realizing his mistake, Hondakai tried to sweeten the deal, promising to hand over 500% of what he earned, but it only made things worse. Feeling betrayed by someone he considered like a brother, the boss ordered security to throw him out immediately. A group of massive guards dragged him out of the VIP section in total humiliation. While Hondakai was getting tossed out onto the street, the atmosphere in another room of the same club was completely different. The former boss himself entered the room, but this time, his attitude was full of respect and submission. Inside, Shinwang was relaxing alongside Mr. Kang. The man showered Shinwang with praise, sincerely thanking him on behalf of the entire city for investing heavily in the road renovations. But it only took one glance for the hero to see through the act. This guy was nothing more than an opportunistic backstabber trying to secure his place now that he knew who really held the power. Shinwang understood immediately. The man was a cheap opportunist and a hypocrite, not interested in fake politeness. He reminded him that the investment had to remain completely confidential. His parents were elderly, suffered from leg pain, and didn't need the stress of dealing with road construction bureaucracy. Then, with a sharp smile, he asked the question that really mattered. Would the road be full of potholes again in a year, or would the job actually be done right? The boss broke into a cold sweat. Swallowing his pride in front of Shinwang's wealth, he swore he would deliver the best pavement in the region. The pressure worked. The system immediately rewarded the hero, praising how quickly he solved the chaos involving the roads and abandoned buildings in just 2 days. The reward? 9 million yuan deposited straight into his account. While Shinwang's bank account skyrocketed, total chaos erupted at his uncle's house. Hondakai's girlfriend could be heard yelling loud enough for the whole street to hear. She was furious because he wouldn't stop staring at his phone, ignoring the filthy house and piles of laundry. The redhead snapped, saying that if she had known his fancy image and big projects were all fake, she would have chosen Shinwang instead, because even if he lived simply, he had a real job and an actual future in the city. Hondakai boiled with rage, but his girlfriend didn't back down. She called him useless, saying even a rock had more value than he did. Then came the final blow. She said that if she were him, she'd already be on her knees begging Mr. Tao for his job back. Before slamming the door on her way out, she even threatened to go find Shinwang, throwing it in his face that he had always liked her. Hondakai snapped. Hearing that his girlfriend would leave him for his cousin was the last straw. Blinded by rage and humiliation, he lunged at her, grabbing her by the neck and violently throwing her to the ground. As she fell, he screamed that if he had lost everything, then everyone else would pay the price too. Far away from all that, Shinwang's parents were trying to make sense of the fine print in a contract. Unable to understand the paperwork, they asked for a clear explanation. Mr. Kang patiently broke it down. The new road would pass through a small section of their land, and as compensation for using the property, the company would build a brand new house for them. The shock was immediate. The elderly couple could barely believe what they were hearing. Kang reassured them that if they weren't satisfied, they could negotiate a cash payment instead, but the idea of getting a brand new house without spending a single cent felt like a miracle. Shinwang's father, overjoyed, immediately started calling for his son, celebrating the incredible luck that had finally reached their forgotten village. Days later, the mood at the bus station was bittersweet. The hero had to head back to the city and face his next challenges. As always, his parents worried and gave him their final advice, asking him to prioritize his health above everything else in such a difficult environment. Shinwang reassured them with a smile, promising he'd be fine before hurrying off so he wouldn't miss the shuttle to the airport. With waves goodbye and promises to reunite soon, he stepped into the next chapter of his journey. Relaxing in the VIP lounge, the protagonist reflected on how lucky the past few days had been. Reconnecting with his parents had gone perfectly, and his pockets were full. His peace was interrupted when Gowan, a stunningly beautiful woman, approached him to start a conversation. The young man explained that he was returning from visiting his family. Gowan, looking concerned, admitted she felt bad for not asking earlier about his mother's health, assuming he had quit his job to take care of her illness. He quickly reassured her, explaining that the treatment had gone perfectly and his mother had already recovered. The conversation flowed naturally, and Gowan opened up about her new career phase. The company wanted her to change her image to lead an advertising campaign focused on rural communities. The coincidence between her new job and his recent work in the village was impossible to ignore. Curious, she asked about his own career plans now that he was free from his old job, though she made it clear he didn't have to answer if it was confidential. With a confident smile, he revealed that he had no plans to job hunt anytime soon. His focus had shifted. He wanted to start his own business. With a touch of irony, he admitted his dream was to buy the building directly across from his old company, just so his former bosses would have to stare at his success every time they looked out the window. Gowan loved the boldness and offered her influential connections to help him get the new venture off the ground. The conversation was suddenly interrupted by her phone ringing. On the other end, an assistant was rushing her, reminding her that her financial success depended on being punctual and that a massive audience was already waiting for her live stream. She needed to leave immediately. The tone of the call quickly turned tense. Gowan tried to reason with them, reminding the assistant that she had informed the company about her flight in advance and had already received approval. But at the last minute, the manager completely changed his tune. Without an ounce of empathy, he ordered her to cancel the trip and start a live stream right there, ignoring the fact that the next flight wouldn't leave for another 10 hours and that tickets weren't guaranteed. To the manager, her comfort meant absolutely nothing. He even argued that waiting half a day in the airport terminal was a reasonable sacrifice, since losing viewers would cost the company too much money. Gowan finally snapped. She shouted that she had been the company's top earner for 6 straight months and that it was outrageous to treat her like someone wasting company resources. The man on the other end didn't flinch. In a threatening tone, he reminded her that her contract was still active and that if she wanted to avoid serious legal trouble, she had better obey without questioning anything. Xin Wang, listening nearby, recognized the voice instantly. It was Jesui, the same manager from before. The villain realized someone was with her and used it to increase the pressure, implying that Gowan was too distracted to focus on work. Furious, she fired back, explaining that she had already posted photos of her tickets in the company group chat to prove she was committed. But the manager twisted that against her. He suggested she live stream directly from the airport to prove to fans where she was, emotionally manipulating the young woman until she was on the verge of a breakdown. Gowan felt trapped, stuck in a contract that kept her from simply telling the guy to go to hell. Fed up with the abuse, Xin Wang snatched the phone from Gowan's hand to give the manager a reality check. In an icy tone, he warned that if the company was forcing a contract violation, then he would personally pay the termination fee, no matter how expensive it was. Then he played his trump card. He revealed that the entire conversation was being recorded and that he would use the audio to sue the manager for defamation. On the other side of the call, the manager simply burst out laughing. He didn't believe for a second that a broke nobody like Xin Wang had enough money to cover a termination fee that high. Xin Wang didn't bother arguing and ended the call on the spot, cutting the toxic man off completely. Gowan was stunned, convinced her friend had only been bluffing to protect her. She tried to explain that despite all the problems, she still held a high-ranking position, and that it wasn't worth him drowning in debt over a fight that wasn't even his. But the hero was blunt. He wasn't doing her a favor. He was making a business move. The plan was ambitious. Xin Wang was starting his own media agency, and the office would be located directly across the street from his old company, an open challenge to his former bosses. In his eyes, there was no better startup strategy than stealing the competition's biggest star right from under their noses. Gowan was speechless, trying to process who this new Xin Wang really was and how he planned to go head-to-head with industry giants. As his final offer, he proposed a deal. Half of her earnings would go toward paying off the contract termination fee, while the other half would mark the beginning of a brand new era of success, far away from Jesui's control. The offer was impossible to refuse. Until the contract penalty was fully paid off, profits would be split 50-50. After that, Gowan's share would jump to an incredible 70%, leaving only 30% for the agency. Xin Wang's generosity was so overwhelming that the streamer actually blushed, shocked by a contract that valued her talent so highly. She even tried suggesting he take a larger cut, convinced the offer sounded too good to be true, but the young man wouldn't budge. In the traditional market, a star like her would usually receive no more than 20% to 30% of the profits. But Xin Wang had personal reasons for doing this. Back when he was just an ordinary employee, Gowan had been the only person who never treated him with arrogance or disrespect. To him, this was a chance to repay that loyalty and invest in someone he knew would dominate the industry in no time. He reassured her that she would make so much money at the new agency that the termination fee would eventually feel like pocket change. To seal the deal, he even framed the payment as an advance on months of future salary, lifting the burden entirely off her shoulders. Gowan was left speechless, deeply moved by the way he disguised his generosity as if she were the one doing him a favor. Without any more hesitation, she accepted the partnership. The scene then shifted to the heart of the business district, inside the headquarters of the powerful Mao Media Group. Xinhuang and Gowan headed straight to the manager's office, where they were greeted with mockery and shouting. In his eyes, the hero had filled the streamer's head with fake promises back at the airport. The manager even said that if Gowan actually believed Xinhuang had enough money to cover the termination fee, then she was just as brainless as he was. Without losing his cool, Xinhuang cut him off. He ordered the man to shut up and call the legal department immediately, making it crystal clear that he wasn't there to chat. He was there to put an end to that slave-like contract once and for all. The manager stood up laughing, claiming the penalty fee was astronomical and that a poor nobody like him could never afford it. The villain kept mocking him, saying that even if the rumors about Xinhuang suddenly getting rich were true, money never lasted in the hands of poor people. He compared the young man's fortune to a cardboard house that would collapse with the slightest breeze, warning that if he was taking out loans just to show off, he'd end up drowning in debt and misery. Xinhuang felt disgusted sharing the same room with someone like that, but replied coldly, for him, money was practically an unlimited resource. The more he spent, the more he earned. He noticed the nervousness creeping across the manager's face and fired back with the real truth. What the man was actually afraid of was losing the agency's biggest star. Hearing that direct hit, the scammer started trembling, dropping his tough act and trying to dodge responsibility by claiming he wasn't even the company owner and had no real authority over that decision. When the scammer realized he'd been cornered, he started shaking, dropping the tough guy act and trying to dodge responsibility. He claimed he wasn't even the owner of the company and had no real authority over the decision. Xinhuang stayed completely calm. Threats meant nothing to him, and it was obvious the manager had been abusing his position to pressure people into humiliating situations, leaving everyone around him intimidated. Losing his composure, the technician exploded in anger, shouting that no one would ever humiliate him, reminding everyone that the protagonist used to be nothing more than an obedient subordinate. But the hero wasn't about to let it slide. He fired back, pointing out that the employment contract was still legally valid and that any insults or defamation could lead to a lawsuit. He specifically mentioned clauses that prohibited the company from spreading false information about employees even after they had left. Hours later, the tension shifted to the conference room. The paperwork for the streamer's termination sat on the table, needing only one final signature. Despite the fear written all over her face, Gowan stood firm and signed the document. The manager, unable to believe it, mocked her decision, saying it was crazy to throw away a stable career for someone who had simply gotten lucky with money. Standing her ground, the young woman made it clear that her decisions were hers alone now. With the contract officially terminated, the businessman kept up his mocking attitude. He demanded an exact deadline for the massive penalty payment, suggesting that Xinhuang was just fooling the girl and dragging her into impossible debt. The stage was set for the final showdown over the settlement. The contract was finalized, and the hero didn't flinch at the manager's impatience. In a cold tone, he casually revealed that the payment had already gone through. Tens of millions of yuan had hit the company's account in the blink of an eye. Speaking with absolute authority, he told the scammer to check the balance and keep his mouth shut. While the former boss struggled to process the shock, Xinhuang walked toward the window. He admired the panoramic view from the top of the building, complimented the architecture, and then called Mr. Ho to wrap up the final details. His revenge was complete, and the system even rewarded him with a staggering 99 million yuan bonus for the move. As they were leaving, the pair were stopped by someone calling out to them. It was an old acquaintance, surprised by the unexpected encounter. With a hint of bitterness, she mentioned hearing about Gowan's firing and implied they'd probably never cross paths again. Xinhuang didn't let the jab slide. Pointing to the building directly across the street, he announced that his new office would be there and casually invited her to lunch anytime. The revelation hit like a knockout punch. The woman stood speechless, trying to process the young man's meteoric rise. Right in the middle of the awkward moment, Xinhuang's phone rang. It was an urgent call confirming that all the paperwork for his new property was complete. The caller only needed to know when the new owner would stop by to pick up the keys to his empire. Everything was finally in order. Shin Wang had been so focused on his next moves that he had almost forgotten he now owned a home of his own, even laughing at himself for the oversight. With the loose ends tied up, he made sure Gowan could travel and rest without worrying about anything. His new business partner agreed enthusiastically, still amazed at how effortlessly he had paid off her contract penalty. News of Shin Wang's rise started spreading quickly. The red-haired acquaintance could barely hide her disbelief. To her, it seemed impossible that the guy who used to handle the dirty work around the office had suddenly become a billionaire overnight. The saying proved true. Appearances can be deceiving, and he was living proof of it. Meanwhile, at one of the city's luxury real estate agencies, the atmosphere was tense. An ultra-high-profile client was about to arrive, and the manager demanded absolute perfection from the staff to protect the company's reputation. Nobody could afford to mess up in front of someone with that kind of wealth. The supervisor gathered all the employees, ordering them to clean up their uniforms and line up at the main entrance for a flawless welcome. The mysterious Mr. Han had just purchased a mansion straight out of a movie and deserved royal treatment. Nervous about making a mistake, one of the receptionists even asked for a photo of the buyer, worried she might accidentally mistake the major investor for an ordinary visitor. The manager only smirked confidently, saying the buyer was a financial tycoon so powerful that his presence would be impossible to miss. According to him, people at that level practically radiate luxury, so no one would ever confuse him with some random nobody. To make sure everything was perfect, he ordered a full, deep cleaning of the office, making sure not even a speck of dust remained to bother the wealthy client. While the staff prepared to welcome a luxury convoy, an ordinary taxi pulled up outside. Out stepped Shin Wang, ready to finalize yet another investment. Looking at the building, he understood why the company dominated the real estate market, though he found the over-the-top reception at the entrance a little strange. With a touch of sarcasm, he even figured they must be waiting for some overweight big shot. The hero walked into the building and found himself inside a massive but oddly empty showroom. Curious, he started checking out a model of a luxury mansion, admiring the design, which featured sprawling gardens and a designer pool created by a well-known architect. That was when a rookie employee named Irene politely approached him, offering assistance and showing him the available properties. The friendliness didn't last long. The general manager stormed over, furious, interrupting the interaction and scolding Irene right in front of Shin Wang. He made it clear that nobody was supposed to be helping customers that day, especially not ordinary people. In his eyes, serving a regular customer at that moment would be disrespectful to the powerful tycoon who was about to arrive, and he refused to let anything ruin the luxury atmosphere. But Irene didn't back down. She argued that management was to blame for failing to put up any signs, saying the office was closed to the public. Losing his patience, the manager called her incompetent and decided to handle the problem himself. To him, it was outrageous that a guy who looked like he didn't even have a dollar to his name would dare walk into a luxury real estate office. The boss walked over with pure arrogance, snapping that broke people loved wandering in just to stare at model homes and waste everyone's time. He made himself crystal clear. If Shin Wang wasn't there to buy something, he needed to disappear immediately. Stunned by the disrespect, Shin Wang asked if he had heard him right. But the manager ignored him and ordered Irene to throw the problem customer out before the real VIP arrived. The hero was left speechless, getting kicked out before he had even said a word. The villain, completely unfiltered, mocked him by saying properties there cost 300,000 yen per square meter and that Shin Wang didn't even look like someone who could afford the cab ride there. Furious over the terrible service and blatant prejudice, Shin Wang called out the company's disgusting attitude, but the manager didn't care. In his mind, he was simply getting rid of someone who would never be able to afford living in that neighborhood. As the manager continued spewing insults, Shin Wang's phone rang. It was an official call from the real estate company's executive office confirming the details of the transaction. Without hesitation, the hero answered and immediately dropped the bombshell on the director on the other end of the line. He explained that he was being humiliated and that the branch manager had just claimed he wasn't the type of person who belonged there. In an icy tone, Shin Wang announced that he was canceling the deal and taking his millions to a competitor instead. Panic hit instantly. The director practically begged him not to leave, swearing it was all a terrible misunderstanding, and immediately ordered a private driver to rush toward the sales department. Inside the luxury car, the company executives were in full panic mode. The manager had received clear instructions to welcome the most important client of the year, and the idea that the wealthy buyer might hold a grudge against the brand was a financial nightmare. The car tore through traffic at high speed in a desperate attempt to save the contract. Meanwhile, back at the office, The manager kept acting like a complete idiot. Completely unaware that upper management was racing there because of him, he maintained his smug grin and kept insisting that Shin Wang leave immediately, terrified that the poor guy would ruin the atmosphere for the tycoon he still believed was about to arrive. The manager spiraled completely out of control. Assuming the man on the phone was just another unwanted visitor, he took all his frustration out on Irene. Grabbing the employee by the ear, he yelled that beauty meant nothing if she kept bringing in problem customers who offended real millionaires. Fighting back tears, the girl tried to explain that she was only doing her job, but he ignored her completely. Then the villain turned on Shin Wang. Shoving him, he called the hero a loser and threatened to physically throw him out if he didn't disappear immediately. At that exact moment, the company executives stormed into the office. Trying to save himself, the manager forced a smile at the woman who had just arrived, claiming he was simply handling a small misunderstanding involving an intruder. The executive didn't even look at him. She walked right past her subordinate and headed straight toward Shin Wang. The manager almost celebrated, thinking she was about to finish the guy off. But what happened next froze him solid. The woman bowed respectfully and introduced herself as Lee, the company's vice president. With a voice full of regret, Lee formally apologized for the disastrous welcome. She expressed how deeply sorry the company was for failing such an important client and diplomatically suggested that manager Wang probably hadn't recognized him. The aggressor's entire act collapsed on the spot. He stood frozen, unable to process that the man he had just shoved around was actually the billionaire he had spent the whole day waiting for. The shock was paralyzing. Wang looked at Shin Wang's simple clothes and simply couldn't accept that this was the billionaire everyone had been expecting. Meanwhile, Vice President Lee reinforced that company policy was to treat everyone with dignity, whether they were casually browsing or prepared to spend millions. In the background, Irene finally realized that the so-called problem customer was actually the VIP who would save the company's monthly targets. Lee's patience finally ran out. She tore into the manager, reminding him that she had warned him countless times never to judge people based on appearance. Feeling the ground disappear beneath him, Wang realized his luxury career was over. The firing hit him like a truck. The executive announced he was done, calling him nothing more than a mediocre employee who acted superior while selling houses that didn't even belong to him. Desperate and completely stripped of dignity, the man with glasses broke down. He dropped to his knees and started crying, desperately appealing to emotion. He unloaded a long list of problems: a large family, car debt, overdue mortgage payments, and even a sick daughter who relied on expensive medication. But Mrs. Lee wasn't buying the performance. She already knew his history and understood that he constantly used those excuses to cling to his position. As far as she was concerned, the rules were simple. Respect for customers was non-negotiable. Business was business, and Wang's behavior had crossed every acceptable line. Crawling on the floor, Wang directly begged the hero for a second chance, admitting his behavior had been an unforgivable mistake. Watching from the corner, Irene trembled with fear, convinced she'd be fired too for getting caught up in the chaos. But then the tables turned. In a calm and generous tone, Shin Wang praised Irene's professionalism and suggested she be promoted to manager in place of the fraud. Vice President Lee didn't hesitate for a second and approved the recommendation immediately. Irene stood there in complete shock. In just a few minutes, she had gone from a threatened trainee to the manager of one of the biggest real estate agencies in the city. Ignoring Wang's meltdown, the protagonist cut straight to the point and asked to see the mansion already, mentioning that his schedule was packed. Without missing a beat, Lee offered her private car to escort him to the property. Because of his true gentlemanlike attitude in defending the unfairly mistreated employee, Shin Wang's system suddenly chimed, rewarding him with a special heart. This kind of recognition wasn't just praise, it was a rare resource that could one day save his life in a true life-or-death situation. Moments later, they arrived at the gates of the property. The luxury was overwhelming. A full staff was already waiting for him in the courtyard. To guarantee his peace of mind, the mansion came with 24/7 armed security and a team of 5 housekeepers dedicated exclusively to maintaining comfort and order inside the billionaire's new sanctuary. The mansion's entrance featured facial recognition technology that automatically opened the gates, adding even more impact to the property's already jaw-dropping appearance. Even while trying to stay composed, Shin Wang felt slightly overwhelmed by the level of luxury surrounding him. He knew that if he lost control for even a second, he'd end up looking like a starstruck tourist standing inside a 300 million yuan estate. The vice president handed him an executive briefcase containing all the ownership documents. The hero inspected the quality of the materials and, satisfied, casually stored the paperwork away without even checking the fine print, leaving the executive completely stunned. To her, that kind of blind confidence was the clearest sign imaginable that he possessed unimaginable wealth. The architecture resembled a 19th century European castle, surrounded by flawless landscaping designed by a world-famous landscape architect. As they walked, Mrs. Lee carefully observed Xin Wang. He dressed so simply and seemed so detached from money that she began wondering if he belonged to one of those ultra-wealthy families who hated flashy displays of wealth. Despite the perfection of the original design, the hero was already planning practical changes with his parents' comfort in mind. He decided that part of the luxury landscaping would be replaced with a small vegetable garden, growing cabbage, eggplant, and green beans so his family could truly feel at home. Noticing the unusual ideas, his companion immediately assured him that any modifications could be made right away to guarantee his satisfaction. The vice president reassured him that he shouldn't hesitate. If he wanted to redesign everything, the company would gladly bring in its elite designer to redo the landscaping at no extra cost. As Xin Wang daydreamed about turning the luxurious garden into a vegetable patch for his parents, the system suddenly chimed with an unusual notification. He was congratulated for somehow finding flaws in a 300 million yuan property within minutes, unlocking an upgrade to the system interface and marking the beginning of a whole new chapter in his journey. Watching the young man stand there in thoughtful silence, Mrs. Lee concluded that he had extremely demanding standards. Nothing ever seemed good enough for him. She complimented him for acquiring the crown jewel of the region at such a young age, saying his future looked incredibly bright. She also revealed that the moment the real estate company's president heard about the massive investment, direct orders were given to make him the company's top priority. Despite all the flattery, Xin Wang remained practical and brushed off any unnecessary ceremony, wanting nothing more than to enjoy his new space. The executive said goodbye with a mix of respect and curiosity, still fascinated by the fact that someone could spend a fortune and seem so completely indifferent to luxury. Now officially the owner of the castle, the protagonist was satisfied, even if, to him, the price tag barely mattered compared to the bigger plans he had ahead. News of the mansion sale spread quickly and eventually reached a wealthy young woman living in another luxury estate. When she learned that the new neighbor was only 20 years old, she was stunned. The head of the Han family noticed her interest and asked whether she knew the buyer. After a thoughtful pause, she concluded that anyone capable of casually paying 300 million yuan up front was clearly not someone ordinary, and digging too deeply into a person that powerful could easily create unnecessary trouble. To avoid future friction, she ordered a welcome gift to be prepared, planning to pay a formal visit soon. Meanwhile, time flew by. After 3 months of non-stop preparation and sleepless nights, Xin Wang finally celebrated the launch of his new empire, Dujin Media. During the grand opening, he made sure to publicly thank Gaowen, who had been the company's backbone throughout the entire setup process. The atmosphere among the recruits was electric, with new streamers fully motivated to give everything they had to turn the agency into a powerhouse in the market. Xin Wang felt deeply grateful toward his partner, who had stood by him through every decision. Even so, he stuck to the strategy he had planned from the beginning. Over the past few months, he had asked Gaowen to step away from the spotlight. The company's full focus was now on heavily training new talent. Since Dujin Media was still getting started and desperately needed fresh faces, the top priority was transforming beginners into skilled stars under the guidance of experienced mentors. All the donation revenue from the rookie streamers flowed directly into Gao's account, which initially made one of the girls suspicious. But the explanation was simple. Gao wasn't just an instructor, he was one of the agency's founders and the mastermind behind the operation. He knew exactly how to grow accounts, attract audiences, and structure a successful live streaming system. The plan was to train the newcomers until the machine could run on autopilot, allowing the girl to eventually return her focus to her own broadcasts. Once she understood the strategy, she bought into the vision immediately. Across the street, however, the competition had already started paying attention. The protagonist's former boss noticed a flood of new accounts gaining momentum. Even after recognizing the intense dedication coming from the rival streamers, the arrogant executive could only laugh. In his mind, some random startup agency could never challenge the entertainment empire he represented. The mockery session was interrupted by the arrival of a flashy figure, a man sporting a heavy gold chain and a bright grin highlighted by a gold tooth. It was the manager's brother, fresh back from a trip and ready to step onto the battlefield. The reunion brought instant relief to the boss, who admitted he desperately needed backup. Taking over the room and staring at the neighboring building with an intimidating grin, the newcomer made one thing clear. It was time to crush the competition and remind everyone who really ruled the market. The newcomer was no ordinary player. He was the true king of live streaming. Across the street, confidence at the rival agency was through the roof, and their offensive was already taking shape. While the threat kept growing on the other side, the protagonist stayed relaxed in his office, casually reviewing blueprints for his future mansion. After tossing aside 4 amateur-looking drafts, the choice became obvious. For the insane amount of money he planned to invest, the house needed to look grand, unique, and miles above those mediocre designs. The calm didn't last long. Gwen stormed into the room, furious. The competition had started targeting their rookie streamers, tempting them with offers to co-host live streams alongside major influencers who pulled in massive audiences. The second he saw the proposal, the protagonist recognized the trap instantly. It was the oldest and dirtiest trick in the business. Throw a rookie into a live stream battle against a giant creator and crush them publicly during a donation war, destroying the smaller agency's confidence in front of everyone. Without losing his cool, he immediately planned a counterattack. If the war was going to be decided by donations, then he would flood his own recruit streams with absurd amounts of virtual gifts, using his own money to completely crush the egos of those millionaire rivals. Hearing the aggressive strategy, Gwen finally connected the dots. She instantly realized that the insane donations that had launched her own career in the past had also come straight from his pocket. Worried about how much money he was burning through, she still tried to convince him not to throw away such ridiculous amounts of cash, but by then, the plan to humiliate the competition was already in motion. Gwen couldn't believe the waste, especially since the streaming platform kept more than half of every donation in fees. In her eyes, it would make far more sense to hand the money directly to the rookies, but the protagonist didn't even blink. He made it clear that if he could casually pay off multi-million yuan penalties, then blowing money on virtual rockets was nothing. His philosophy was simple. Nobody takes wealth to the grave, so hoarding money was pointless. The goal was aggressive marketing. He explained that the best way to explode in popularity was to ride the hype surrounding the live stream battles. If their rookies followed the training and delivered solid content while massive donations poured in, rival audiences would naturally start migrating over. It would be the perfect knockout punch. Even so, he reassured his friend, promising that he had everything under control and wasn't about to bankrupt anyone. Gwen could only watch, realizing that the mindset of someone with millions in the bank worked on a completely different level. The order was given. Gwen gathered the rookie streamers and explained the plan. The girls were nervous, afraid of accepting challenges from veteran creators, only to get embarrassed for nothing. But sticking to the strategy, Gwen told every single one of them to accept the rival invitations immediately. As the live stream battles were confirmed, the office atmosphere shifted into full war mode, with the protagonist's agency gearing up for the counterattack that would change everything. Even under pressure from their rivals, the protagonist still ruled the live streaming world, maintaining his dominance through overwhelming donations. While chaos unfolded around him, he seemed more focused on decorating his future mansion, debating between rosewood furniture or a more understated French vintage style. The calm shattered when Gwen rushed in with a tense update. One of their agency's streamers had just been completely destroyed during a joint live stream. The loss had been brutal. Behind the scenes, the team monitored every second of the live stream, waiting for the signal to strike back. The strategy was deliberate. The protagonist intentionally held back, waiting for the other side to celebrate victory too early. The plan was to let the rivals relax at the top before crushing them with a tidal wave of donations. Gwen, anxious to act, was stopped by his cold patience. To him, it was also a lesson in resilience for his streamers. They needed to learn how to keep fighting even when things looked hopeless. At the rival company, champagne was already flowing. The manager toasted to the success of their new star streamer, who was making serious money and seemed to have filled the void left by Gwen. But his brother, the flashy guy with the gold tooth, wasn't nearly as impressed. In his eyes, crushing some tiny unknown agency wasn't worth celebrating. Even after pocketing millions from contract penalties, he still felt uneasy, like the victory had come way too easily. The celebration at the rival company quickly turned sour. The flashy brother got a tip from a client revealing that Gwen wasn't unemployed at all. She was actually working for the brand new agency right across the street. Furious, he turned on the manager, demanding an explanation for how they had let talent of her level strengthen the competition. Trying to save himself, the manager came up with a pathetic excuse. claiming Gwen only managed to pay off her massive contract penalty because she found some rich sponsor, a naive kid who thought money alone could buy the top spot in the streaming industry. Their arrogance didn't last much longer. A staff member burst into the room yelling, interrupting their smug conversation about guaranteed victory. The panic was justified. A torrential wave of massive donations had started pouring simultaneously into every rival live stream. The manager instantly felt the pressure, remembering that the same mysterious donor had already caused major problems before. This time, though, the attack was coordinated. It wasn't just one live stream, it was 10 happening at once. And the protagonist's agency was dominating every single one with multi-million yuan leads. Still in denial, the manager tried to argue that the rival company was probably just pumping in their own money to fake numbers. But the panicked employee shut that theory down immediately. This wasn't luck or some random glitch. Another wave of luxury gifts and elite donations flooded the screens, making it painfully obvious that the small agency across the street had come to steamroll their empire without mercy. The villains started losing their composure. That brutal comeback shattered the confidence of both men, and suddenly they weren't so sure they could survive the battle. Trembling with rage, the brother turned to the manager and demanded to know if he still wanted to act like everything was under control. The order was simple now. They had to win this war no matter the cost. Meanwhile, the protagonist never stopped pressing the donation button. He kept throwing around absurd amounts of money, sums an average person would spend an entire lifetime trying to earn. Gwen watched in complete disbelief, unable to understand why he was still spending so much when victory was already guaranteed. Smiling, he completely obliterated the rival's score bar, casually commenting that the rookies needed to experience what the true top of the live streaming world looked like. Gwen was completely stunned. Even during her peak years as a top streamer, she had never seen that much money moving around at once. Realizing his friend was losing focus, the young man told her to calm down. He reminded her that the bigger goal wasn't just winning one battle, it was building an unstoppable empire. Total dominance was the objective, and this was only the beginning. After the humiliating defeat, the rival streamers were forced to honor the bet. They had to remove their former agency's name from their profiles and continue as independent creators. While Gwen went off to congratulate the team on their overwhelming success, the protagonist shifted his attention back to personal matters. Returning to his tablet, he finally locked in the design for his dream bedroom, fully focused on finishing the plans for his luxury mansion. The dream setup was decided, an elegant French-style bedroom centered around an exotic purple tree. With the mansion design finally settled, the hero decided to check his bank account, curious about the endless stream of rewards the system kept triggering every time he spent money. The shock was unavoidable. When he opened the account, he found 1 billion yuan sitting there. The logic was completely insane. The more money he spent, the more the system flooded him with wealth. Meanwhile, Doujin Media's explosive success became the hottest topic across major news outlets. A high-profile reporter mobilized her entire newsroom to uncover exclusive information about the agency that was swallowing up the market. At the headquarters of the streaming platform itself, executives couldn't stop talking about it. The company had shattered historical growth records, gaining 2 million followers in a single night. It was an unprecedented phenomenon. The agency's rising stars, despite being completely exhausted from the brutal workload, were glowing with excitement. They approached the boss and shared what it felt like going up against the giants of the industry. Their initial fear had transformed into the thrill of total domination. Keeping an eye on the massive wave of donations they had received, the girls eagerly waited for their payouts. Without wasting time, the protagonist immediately began transferring each streamer's agreed share, honoring every promise. Right in the middle of it, the system sent him praise for his behavior and rewarded him with 500 yuan. For someone sitting on 1 billion, the tiny bonus felt like a joke, leaving him completely unimpressed. Things had officially become ridiculous, and that laughably small reward from the system felt borderline insulting. Gwen watched the success unfold from the front row, overwhelmed with pride over the partnership they had built. She knew the support she received came from genuine loyalty. Meanwhile, the mood at the rival agency felt like a funeral. The second they opened the news sites, they realized they hadn't just lost, they had been publicly humiliated. Their own strategy had completely backfired. The tactic of forcing streamers to change usernames, something they used to claim territory and mock others, now only served as a public reminder of their crushing defeat across the internet. One employee, realizing management had completely collapsed and nobody was listening to reason anymore, packed up her things and walked out without ever looking back. Inside the office, chaos turned physical. the influential brother completely lost it and lunged at the manager. He screamed that what had been promised as an easy win had turned into a 500 million yuan disaster and a nationwide embarrassment. Their empire had become nothing more than a doormat for the new agency. The manager, completely disconnected from reality, still tried arguing that the live stream volume had generated profit, failing to understand that the company's reputation was in ruins. Out of patience for the stupidity, the brother ordered the manager to shut up and turned his attention to Doujin Media's live streams. The girls dominated the screen, pulling in huge donations through choreographed performances. Regret hit him hard. If Gwen had still been on their team, a huge chunk of those millions would have been pouring into their accounts. The manager still tried to downplay the protagonist, insisting the mysterious donor was probably just some lucky nobody, but the brother had finally had enough of the excuses. Feeling the shame of destroying years of hard work in a single night, he didn't hesitate. He fired the manager on the spot, permanently ending their disastrous partnership. Back at agency headquarters, Gwen decided to clear things up. She had been obsessing over the insane amount of money moving around, and finally did the math. Out of the 500 million that came in, the company would only keep around 180 million after platform fees, not even counting the percentage going directly to the streamers. To her, the spending still seemed insane, but the protagonist dropped a bombshell that left her speechless. He hadn't even spent half that amount. In reality, he had only invested 200 million of his own money. The rest had come from organic viewers who got so caught up in the spectacle that they started throwing donations on their own. In the end, the campaign had been surprisingly cheap considering the amount of attention it generated. Gwen was left speechless when her friend casually referred to 200 million as pocket change. He reminded her that the media was already treating the event as something historic, the kind of momentum that normally took years and billions to achieve. The hero used the moment to praise Gwen's role in the company. He made it clear that she was the backbone of the agency, not just because of her talent, but because of her responsibility in training rookies and inspiring the entire team through her actions. In his eyes, the top was now within reach. And the plans didn't stop at live streaming. The next step was expanding the empire into talk shows and drama productions. Their conversation was interrupted by a phone call. It was the mansion renovation team with updates on the project. Not wanting to leave the details to chance, the protagonist decided to personally oversee the final touches to make sure everything turned out exactly the way he wanted. The call from the construction company shifted his focus completely. He needed to head home and make sure the mansion's finishing details came out perfect. Before leaving, he reminded Gwen that she could keep her agreed share of the profits. After all, the rookies' donations belonged to her as payment for mentoring them. His management philosophy was simple. Well-paid employees are happy and productive employees. Gwen couldn't argue with the logic and accepted the arrangement with a smile. When he arrived at the property, the place looked like a full construction zone. Stacks of cement and bricks covered the entrance, while workers customized one of the mansion's main rooms. The hero supervised everything closely, making it crystal clear that nobody was allowed to touch the structural walls. In the middle of the dust and noise, an unexpected visitor appeared. An elderly man with aristocratic posture and flawless manners, looking like he had stepped straight out of a period drama. The visitor introduced himself as a neighbor and, as high society etiquette demanded, brought a welcome gift, homemade products from his estate. The protagonist was impressed by the man's elegance, who carried the full aura of a high-class butler. At that moment, a quick thought crossed the young man's mind. He definitely needed to hire someone like that for his new luxurious lifestyle. Laughing at his own situation, the young man took off his gloves and apologized for looking dirty from the construction work, explaining that the house was still a complete mess. The butler, with flawless manners, apologized for the unexpected visit and made it clear that he was available for any needs or issues that might arise in the neighborhood. The hero instantly realized the level of the gated community he had moved into. If even the neighbor's staff carried themselves with that much class, he had truly entered the Millionaire's Club. The gift was on another level. An ornate gold and silver box containing wild mountain ginseng. The protagonist thanked him with a handshake, emphasizing that good neighbors should always support one another and promising to return the gesture once the dust from the renovation settled. By noon, exhaustion finally kicked in. After spending the entire morning working side by side with the construction crew, he finally stopped for a much-needed break. His rest was interrupted by a call from an old classmate. The high school reunion was happening the following weekend. The invitation came with a bonus. The girl he used to have a massive crush on would also be there. Back in the day, the hero had been the class punching bag, the guy everyone mocked as a bum, and invited only to humiliate. But the tables had turned. Without hesitation, he confirmed he would attend, leaving the classmate on the other end of the call stunned by his confidence. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion nearby, the butler was sharing his impressions with his employer. He was genuinely impressed by the new neighbor's attitude, emphasizing how polite the young man had been and how he hadn't shown the usual arrogance common among the wealthy. The highlight of the conversation was the detail that he had removed his dirty gloves before touching the gift. To the butler, the young man was someone worth keeping close, especially because of his humility and willingness to get his hands dirty working on his own house. The report, however, was cut short when the neighbor heard footsteps approaching and quickly turned to see who had arrived. The atmosphere at the neighboring mansion soured the moment an unwelcome guest barged in. The man didn't come alone. He brought a woman with him and had the audacity to stroll through the house like he owned the place. Ping Chao, visibly annoyed, confronted the intruder and demanded to know the reason for such an inconvenient visit. With a cynical smile, the man introduced the woman as the family's future daughter-in-law, claiming the two were deeply in love and about to make things official. Silly, the so-called fiancé, tried to put on a performance and burst into tears, appealing to everyone's emotions and asking them to leave. But the drama didn't work. Ping Chao, hardened by both business and life experience, wasn't buying the act. She made it clear that their presence was unwelcome, and that the young man was risking his own family relationships with this kind of audacity. Playing innocent, the man tried to brush the situation off, saying his sister had always had a difficult personality and that it wasn't a big deal. That smug attitude was the final straw for Ping Chao. He even had the nerve to bring up their grandfather's will, reminding everyone that access to the inheritance depended on marriage and implying that his sister was simply jealous because he had made the first move. The response came in the form of a laugh dripping with contempt. The younger sister reminded him that, at 20 years old, marriage was the last thing on her priority list and that, unlike him, she wasn't desperate for money. She made it clear that she wouldn't allow any gold digger to get anywhere near the family fortune and that any decision about her future would ultimately require their grandfather's approval. The scene shifted to the entrance of a luxury restaurant. Gwen had a quick errand to deliver something to a client and would come back afterward to pick up the protagonist. She sped off in an expensive car, leaving the young man with the feeling that the day was about to be profitable. Looking to the side, he noticed he had become the center of attention for a group of young people staring at him curiously. One of the girls quickly recognized him. He was an old classmate. What shocked the group was the car he was driving, a Mercedes S-Class worth around 10 million yuan. His former classmates couldn't process it and immediately started gossiping, assuming he was being financially supported by some rich woman because they refused to believe he could have succeeded on his own. Without losing his composure, the hero decided to play along and asked if they were bitter because none of them had managed to find someone to bankroll a luxury lifestyle. The joke landed like a bomb, especially for one of the women who snapped back furiously while pretending she didn't care about money. But the protagonist knew her past well. He knew she had married a factory director purely for money after scheming to break him up with his ex-wife. As the tension grew, more cars started pulling up, bringing additional guests for the class reunion. The crowd got bigger, and the couple leading the mockery stepped out of their vehicle, ready to continue the drama. The arrival of another couple shifted everyone's attention. It was the same neighbor of the protagonist, now treated like an actual goddess by their former classmates because of her beauty and status. Standing beside her, a young man from the influential Pink family acted arrogantly, shoving the protagonist toward the young woman while mocking him, saying everyone knew he had only shown up to the reunion to see her. The hero greeted the young woman with calculated shyness, while she, visibly uncomfortable and awkward about the situation, politely responded with a brief greeting. Wanting to show dominance, the wealthy companion made a patronizing comment about how understanding she was for allowing the interaction, before leaving with a promise to pick her up later. The young woman's flawless manners only fueled the envy of the others, who had already started fishing for invitations to what they assumed would be a lavish future wedding. The young woman tried to brush off the topic with an awkward smile, but the atmosphere of flattery was quickly interrupted by everyone's eagerness to head inside the restaurant. The group moved into a private room reserved for the party, where drinking and karaoke quickly took over the night. While his former classmates got lost in the loud fun, the protagonist stayed isolated in a corner, quietly watching the scene with obvious boredom, clearly feeling out of place in such a shallow celebration. The atmosphere of showing off soon reached another level. One of the guys casually mentioned that the economy had forced him to buy only an apartment in the most expensive area of the city, right across from City Hall. The revelation left the group speechless, since any property in that neighborhood was worth tens of millions. Meanwhile, the women crowded around Silly, obsessing over her future as a luxury housewife and admiring the massive diamond ring on her finger. In her mind, everyone else's jealousy was simply the price of being born beautiful. While the shallow conversation dragged on, the protagonist received a notification on his phone. The renovation of one of his buildings had been completed. That was when he realized an absurd oversight. With all the chaos of his new business ventures, he had completely forgotten about the full building donation he had promised to a hospital. Noticing that he couldn't stop looking at his phone, his former classmates started mocking him. To them, he was obviously pretending to be busy just to hide how heartbroken he was over seeing his old crush about to marry someone else. Completely unfazed, the hero replied that there was no reason for drama. If she was getting married, he'd be the first one cheering her on, trying to put him down. A red-haired guy sarcastically asked if he even made at least 5,000 yen a month, or if he had to work himself to death with overtime just to hit that number. Slipping his phone into his pocket with an unreadable smile, the young man played along. He admitted he had been working too much lately. After all, his life goal was to help make the world a slightly better place. The protagonist's response instantly became the butt of the joke. To the group, the idea of someone making so little money wanting to change the world sounded like childish nonsense. In a mocking tone, the nastiest one suggested that if he really wanted to improve his life, he should stop dreaming and go carry bricks at a construction site, where hard labor at least paid better. The jab hit a nerve, and the hero's attitude shifted as he prepared to show them reality. Sensing the tension, the former classmates suddenly tried to backpedal with fake excuses, claiming it was just a joke, and that deep down they were only trying to help him find a real job. With an ironic smile, the young man thanked them for their kindness and announced he was leaving. He explained that he couldn't waste any more time since the crew renovating his house needed immediate supervision. The room exploded with laughter. Nobody believed for a second that he owned property. The challenge came immediately. If he really had a house in a wealthy neighborhood, he should invite everyone over for a housewarming party. Still playing along, the hero replied that his humble home was way too small for that many people, and even took a jab at the guy bragging about his apartment, commenting that with the city's insane housing prices and a 5,000 yuan salary, someone would have to starve for days just to afford a single square foot. He tried to say goodbye again, but one of the guests blocked his path. The hostility didn't stop. The guy refused to let him leave, demanding that he not take another step until he paid his share of the restaurant bill. Things got tense when the protagonist, now out of patience, suggested they send the total in the group chat and he would pay his share later. The blonde woman wasn't having it. She started mocking him, saying nobody uncorked expensive wine at a restaurant like that just to let someone sneak out without paying. To end the argument, the young man pulled out his phone and showed proof of a 10,000 yuan transfer he had made on the spot. Instead of backing off, his former classmates doubled down on the ridicule. To them, the gesture only proved he was still the same cheap loser he had always been, claiming he had probably spent forever saving up those 10,000 yuan just for one flashy moment in front of the group. One of the girls added another jab, saying the final bill would cost way more than that, and his little show-off moment meant nothing. That was when Silly stepped in with what looked like a mercy move disguised as kindness. She announced that she would cover his share. The group applauded the generosity of their goddess, but the intention was obvious, to humiliate him publicly by treating him like some pitiful charity case. The hero, who hadn't forgotten that she was the same person who used to call him a beggar and useless behind his back, refused the offer immediately. He got straight to the point, saying 10,000 yuan was pocket change to him and that he didn't need anyone paying his bills. The other women were outraged, acting like it was absurd for him to reject help from someone as superior as Silly, who had clearly started believing her own goddess image after hearing so much praise. The protagonist delivered the moral checkmate, saying that since they were former classmates, there was no need for all the fake smiles and performative nonsense. Even so, the pressure continued, with one of the guys mockingly insisting he should just accept the favor since he, obviously, couldn't afford that kind of luxury on his own. Things got tense when the blonde guy stepped up and insisted on paying for the meal. His sudden attitude left his purple-haired friend sweating bullets. Trying to ease the tension, the guy in the yellow vest pulled out a flashy gold card, assuring him that it would cover the bill and suggesting they call the manager to settle the payment. Intrigued by how confident he was about the piece of plastic, the blonde guy crossed his arms but stood firm on handling everything his own way. The guy in the vest kept forcing awkward little laughs to hide his insecurity. Soon, the door opened, and the manager in a red suit walked walked into the VIP room, he got straight to the point, checking whether the blonde guy really intended to cover the expenses, and received a blunt, immediate confirmation. The employee then explained that the room required a minimum spend and offered him a membership registration. That was all it took for a group in the back to burst out laughing. They mocked him mercilessly, insisting that the blonde guy was just pretending to be rich and didn't even understand how that kind of charge worked. Focused on the procedure, the manager simply handed him a tablet for the registration, explaining how exclusive the membership plan was. The background extras kept up their sarcastic act, laughing that reality was about to crush his little drama protagonist fantasy. Cold and completely unfazed by the idiots around him, the blonde guy took the device and entered the top-up amount into the system, 100 million. The manager nearly fell backward when he saw the numbers on the screen. He stammered in shock at the absurd amount, and silence instantly filled the room. Annoyed by the situation, one of the guys in the group swallowed his anger to avoid embarrassing himself in front of his guest. The blonde guy, on the other hand, simply sat down and started eating peacefully. The manager looked the young man's simple clothes up and down and grew suspicious. Thinking it was some kind of tasteless prank, he warned him that things had gone way too far. Still cold and focused on his meal, the blonde guy simply tossed a gold card onto the table and told him to run it. The red-haired guy immediately burst out laughing. He said that if the scammer wanted to look convincing, he should at least use a black card, doubting there was any money on it at all. The blonde girl joined in, pointing out the scratches on the plastic and insisting that no millionaire would carry around something that beat up. In her mind, the account probably didn't even have 1,000 coins in it. The rest of the group kept throwing insults at him, calling the guy crazy and broke. They all wanted to see the whole thing blow up, betting that the machine would decline the transaction. Their fun ended in an instant. The employee inserted the card and, trembling from head to toe, announced that the payment had been approved. The manager froze in place, swallowing hard, horrified to realize that the young man's fortune was actually real. The shock completely took over the room. The girls kept blinking, convinced they were caught in some kind of collective hallucination. Completely unfazed, Hang Xingwang simply asked if, now that the bill was paid, he could finally have some peace and finish his meal. The manager switched sides in the blink of an eye. Bowing almost all the way to the floor, he began sucking up to the new millionaire and immediately had the young man's old acquaintances kicked out of the room. The expulsion caught everyone off guard. To make matters even crazier, the system rewarded Hang Xingwang with 20 million yuan for treating money like garbage and leveling up. The guy in the yellow vest lost his temper, slammed his fist on the table, and demanded respect because of their school days. One of the girls in the group joined in, threatening him and warning that going up against the city's elite was a fatal mistake. Standing firm and calmly enjoying his meal, Hang Xingwang shot back that he wasn't afraid of anyone. He exposed their dirty little game, throwing it in everyone's faces that the gathering was nothing more than a stage for the group to inflate their own egos at his expense. And to finish it off, he threw down a challenge. If they wanted to prove themselves, they should put 10 million on the table too. The bluff completely fell apart. With no money to match him, the girls backed down, trying to save face by claiming that he'd go broke on his own because of this madness. Just when things seemed to be calming down, heavy footsteps echoed through the place. Young Master Ping suddenly appeared, covering the bet with 10 million yuan and 1 extra yuan just to kick Hang Xingwang out of the venue. The newcomer practically radiated arrogance, pulling his companion onto the couch and taking complete control of the situation. The women in the audience went wild. They recognized the rich heir immediately and already considered Hang Xingwang's fate sealed. As the only grandson and heir to the century-old Ping family empire, going up against his family's fortune was basically asking to be crushed in front of everyone. Hang Xingwang remained completely calm, ignoring the childish provocation of the extra coin. The surname Ping, however, suddenly made everything click. It was the same family as the woman whose butler had recently given him gifts. Convinced he'd completely crushed his rival, Ping laughed loudly. He mocked Hang Xingwang's silence and declared that the 10 million was the limit of his financial power. His girlfriend backed him up, looking down on Hang Xingwang for lacking any real power. With a crooked smile, Hang Xingwang simply thanked him for stepping in. His original fight had been with his old acquaintances, but some rich clown showing off was exactly the push he needed. Excited by the chance to squeeze even more profit out of the system, he raised his card and told the manager to add another 5 million to his account. The employee nearly drooled at the insane commission falling into his lap in the middle of the fight. Furious and feeling challenged, Ping matched the bet with 15 million yuan and 1 extra yuan. Hang Xingwang immediately responded with 20 million. The heir swallowed his pride and threw down 20 million and 1, turning the restaurant into a hostile bidding war. The bidding war dynamic activated the system instantly, pouring an incredible 50 million yuan into Hang Xingwang's account as a bonus and demanding an all-out massacre. Completely oblivious to reality, Ping's girlfriend sighed dreamily, convinced she'd picked the most powerful man in the city. The illusion vanished fast. With an utterly bored look on his face, Hang Xingwang spun the card around and dropped 30 million on the table in one shot, warning them that this cheap little game had already lost its appeal. The crowd started egging Ping on, swearing that the amount was pocket change for someone from his century-old family. But the heir's deadly silence sent his girlfriend into a panic. She started begging him to match the offer and save her from a historic humiliation. Ping was completely falling apart on the inside. Throwing 30 million at a meal was bordering on insanity. The heir's original plan had been to use the capital to negotiate shares in the establishment, not burn money in front of everyone. With no way to back up his bluff, he swallowed his humiliation and froze in place. The contrast was brutal. Hang Xingwang remained completely unfazed, smiling with his arms crossed as he took his card back from the employee, stamping his absolute dominance over the showdown. With the bidding ending at 30 million, Ping was boiling with rage, betting everything on the idea that his rival was using some mysterious sponsor's credit limit. To protect his family's reputation, the playboy simply abandoned Lin Mengxi to her fate, making no effort whatsoever to save the girl's dignity. Hang Xingwang didn't let up, taking another shot at him and mocking the absence of that classic extra coin needed to beat his offer. His phone ringing saved Ping from immediate embarrassment. While the heir stepped away to answer it, the protagonist ignored everyone else's desperation and announced that he was going to dig into the hot dishes. On the call, Ping Zhaozhao went straight for the wound, demanding an explanation for the reckless 20 million and 1 yuan loss. The young man tried to dodge the question and brush her off, but panic hit hard when the girl revealed that the family patriarch himself was tracking the account. The nightmare got even worse. She was already in the elevator at Shenwei Hotel, just moments away, coming to clean up the mess herself. Ping broke into a cold sweat, knowing that any mistake in front of Zhao Chao could cost him his position in the family empire. He hurriedly ended the call, completely terrified. Without giving him a second of peace, Hang Xingwang flashed a cynical smile and pressed him again, asking if his phone call was finally over and whether the next bid was ready to hit the table. With no ammunition left to fund the competition, Ping tried to save face by pretending to be rational. He argued that throwing money away like that was insane, pointing out that the food was practically worthless and that nobody there had the financial power of a true tycoon to justify such madness. His flimsy excuse didn't fly. One of the guests called him out, saying that running away was tarnishing the Ping family's name, which earned an angry shout from the heir in response. The manager officially confirmed his withdrawal and offered to refund the initial amount. Trying to maintain his composure, the rich heir ordered his staff to handle the paperwork. On the other side, Hang Xingwang leaned his head back, completely bored out of his mind. His disappointment was obvious. He thought he'd hooked a real tycoon, but the final payout from the showdown didn't even come close to the virtual donations he was used to making. Panic swept through the group of women. They begged Mengxi to stop the massacre and save everyone from further humiliation, but the girl could only bitterly regret ever showing up to that reunion. Consumed by defeat and desperate for someone to blame, Ping exploded. He unleashed his rage on his fiancée, screaming that their engagement was over and ordering her to get away from him immediately. Devastated, the girl burst into tears, demanding to know what happened to all his promises of eternal love and unable to believe she was being discarded over a mere clash between millionaire egos. The heir showed no mercy. He argued that publicly humiliating his clan was unforgivable and finally revealed the truth. Their romance had always been a facade. He made it clear that he'd only chosen her for her beauty, hoping to secure good genetics for his future children, while always knowing that she was only there for the comfort his bank account provided. In the middle of that pathetic drama, Hang Xingwang's patience finally ran out. Tired of the circus, he pressed the manager to find out if he could finally have some peace and eat his meal. Desperate to please the man who had just injected 30 million into the business, the employee quickly bowed and promised to clear the room and kick everyone out that very second. Trying not to leave completely defeated, Ping made one last desperate threat to inflate his crushed ego, warning Hang Xingwang to pray that he never crossed paths with the Ping family again and sang. But the cheap bluff lasted exactly 1 second. The VIP room door flew open, and Ping Zhaochao stormed inside, cornering her brother and demanding to know what he was talking about. The young man froze in terror the instant he came face to face with his worst nightmare. Without giving him any chance to escape, Zhao Zhao grabbed Ping by the collar and demanded an immediate explanation for the public embarrassment he had caused. Cutting through every excuse, she took control of the situation and dropped a bombshell on everyone in the room. The Ping family was pouring a staggering 2 billion yuan into Shenwei Hotel. The announcement left Hang Xingwang's former classmates completely paralyzed. It finally hit them that Ping was nothing more than a spoiled puppet, and that the person truly calling the shots in the family empire was Zhao Zhao. Ignoring the terrified crowd, the heiress ordered the manager to clear the room immediately, making it clear that she needed to discuss crucial business with Hang Xingwang in private. The order shattered whatever sanity the guests had left. They completely panicked, putting the pieces together, and realizing that the guy they'd spent the entire night trying to humiliate was actually a powerful, untouchable tycoon. Terror and regret swept through everyone who had dared to mock the protagonist. Finding Zhao Zhao's firm and ruthless attitude pretty entertaining, Hang Xingwang simply sat back and enjoyed the show. While the manager hurried to throw the group out, the young woman gave her brother an ultimatum, coldly warning him that the family patriarch was already waiting for him at home. Too scared to say a word, Ping swallowed his humiliation and disappeared from the room. Out in the hallway, his ex-fiancée still tried to salvage the situation, desperately crying and begging for a second chance. Zhao Zhao showed no mercy and cut the matter off at the root, declaring that if the girl wanted to live peacefully in Sang City, she had better disappear from the Ping family's radar once and for all. Threatened, the woman ran away. With the room finally free of intruders, the manager locked the doors and promised that a brand new banquet would be served to perfection. Away from the entire circus, Zhao Zhao completely changed her demeanor. With a gentle expression, she approached Hang Xingwang and got straight to the point, asking if they could finally discuss their business openly. Calmly, Hang Xingwang made room and invited Zhao Zhao to sit at the table. Surrounded by freshly served gourmet dishes, the heiress suggested that he eat his fill after all the stress, acknowledging that the earlier chaos had been no small ordeal. Without any hesitation, the young man accepted her kindness, celebrating the fact that he was filling his stomach with a 30 million yuan banquet completely for free. To go along with the occasion, Zhao Zhao pulled a bottle from her sleeve from her family's private collection and began filling their glasses, taking the opportunity to apologize for her brother's idiotic behavior and clear the family's name. Taking a closer look at the label, Hang Xingwang recognized it immediately, an incredibly rare 1945 Romani Conti, a collector's relic worth millions. Taking an elegant sip, the young woman sealed the truce. The protagonist applauded her attitude, praising the girl's refined way of apologizing. With the atmosphere finally peaceful, Zhao Zhao got straight to business and announced that it was time to talk. Her proposal was simple. If Hang Xingwang agreed to help her and came out on top, the reward would be another 2 billion yuan. Hearing that astronomical figure again, the young man nearly choked, stunned by how effortlessly the heiress could move a fortune of that size. Still eating non-stop without showing the slightest bit of panic, he demanded that she get to the point and explain the mission. With a confident smile, Zhao Zhao revealed the objective. She wanted the young man to be her champion in a paired betting duel scheduled for the following week. Continuing to attack the banquet with enthusiasm, the protagonist asked for details about his opponent so he could judge whether the offer was worth it. The answer came quickly, but the rival's identity immediately changed everything. The moment he heard the name, Hang Xingwang broke into a huge grin, secretly thrilled by the certainty that he'd just found another bottomless money pit ready to be drained. Before they could continue the conversation, the young man's phone started vibrating. He answered excitedly, but the call was abruptly interrupted when the private room door slammed against the wall. Without asking permission, a silver-haired girl burst into the room, calling out the protagonist's name with insane excitement and immediately clinging to him with complete intimacy. The atmosphere completely flipped with the interruption. The newcomer latched onto Hang Xingwang and shot a deadly glare at Zhao Zhao, who returned the hostility with icy coldness. The silence between the two women turned into an invisible battle of egos. Seeing the situation getting tense, Zhao Zhao dropped her flawless composure and left, claiming she had other matters to attend to and clearing the room. Hang Xingwang blinked in confusion at the heiress's strategic retreat, especially since it happened the moment his ally arrived. The silver-haired girl dropped her things on the table and asked whether the head of the Ping clan was just another schoolmate. After hearing the answer, she nearly fell backward when she realized the importance of the name the young man had gotten involved with. A few minutes later, the duo dove headfirst into the million-yuan banquet. The young woman nearly choked when she remembered that the bill had reached 30 million, but the shock didn't last long. Determined not to leave anything behind, she cleaned every plate while Xingwang flashed an extremely confident smile, promising that this was only the warm-up for the extravagance that was still to come. With their stomachs full, she brought up business, and the protagonist confirmed that the million-yuan deal was officially sealed, clearing the way for their livestream earnings to explode. Excited, his partner laid out her expansion plans, revealing that she'd already hired some major screenwriters to secure the team's sales. Impressed by the girl's business ambition, Hang Xingwang made a little joke, teasing that a mind like hers was wasting her time working only as a delivery girl. The jab hit the girl's ego hard. For a second, fury took over. Surrounded by a murderous aura, she boiled with anger at the joke, grumbling that she'd only agreed to carry packages so she could stay close to the blonde guy as his number one. The storm disappeared the very second it broke. The girl's eyes welled up with tears. Her hand went straight to her chest, and her anger transformed into pure devotion. In a gentle voice, she admitted that she never would have made it this far without his push, coyly asking with a playful smile if that was why he cared about her so much. Letting her guard fall completely, the silver-haired girl finally opened her heart. She confessed that Hang Xingwang had been the only light in the middle of her personal hell, explaining with raw sincerity that he had pulled her out of the gutter and turned her into a woman ready to shine and take control of everything. The girl's mind was already buzzing with the certainty that their climb to the top had only just begun, declaring that the two of them were going to take over the world together. Moved by his partner's sincerity, the young man flashed a genuine smile, raised his glass, and sealed their alliance with a firm, straightforward toast. The clink of their glasses echoed through the room as the silver-haired girl celebrated the beginning of their partnership. Raising their glasses again, with a mischievous smile, Hang Xingwang knew exactly how much damage they were going to do in the market. Sharing the leftovers from that lavish feast, the duo laughed from ear to ear, celebrating the gold mine they'd just opened. A little while later, the scene cut to the facade of a colossal skyscraper in the heart of the city. A sleek black sports car parked along the curb stole the spotlight, making pedestrians drool as they tried to guess whether the machine was a Porsche or a Bugatti. Amazed by the luxury of the location, the girl could barely believe that Xingwang had chosen that exact spot as the headquarters for their new company. Outside the building, an arrogant playboy with a thick gold chain around his neck posed beside the flashy car. When he saw the silver-haired girl walking through the revolving doors, he flashed a smug smile and immediately went after her. Brimming with arrogance, he bragged that he'd been waiting there forever just to surprise her, showing off his rental car and fishing for compliments about the whole performance. The response was a monumental rejection, completely ignoring his cheap display. The young woman kept walking with a cold expression. Refusing to give up, the guy matched her pace, mentioning that he'd heard about the new livestream agency she'd opened. When she confirmed it with a curt one-word answer, his mind went into overdrive. Knowing about the girl's humble background, his brain short-circuited. Unable to understand how some nobody could afford rent in such an elite location, he immediately concluded that she'd hooked some billionaire sugar daddy to fund her lavish lifestyle. That conspiracy theory collapsed in the very next second. The scene cut to Hang Xingwang riding a little white electric delivery scooter, waving a yellow helmet, and calling out to his partner with a huge grin. The guy with the gold chain froze in place, stunned to recognize the delivery driver right in the middle of his flirting attempt. Walking straight past the playboy and his flashy car, the silver-haired girl completely ignored him and headed toward Xingwang. The blonde guy asked if she'd been waiting around forever, and she answered with a sweet smile, assuring him that she'd just come out. With her eyes sparkling with excitement, she climbed onto the back of the scooter, wrapped her arms around him, and the two of them took off, leaving the rich kid choking on their dust. Unable to accept the humiliation of being replaced by a delivery scooter after blowing a fortune on renting the flashy car, the guy completely lost it in the middle of the street. He gritted his teeth in rage inside the car, swearing revenge for the brutal rejection. His anger vanished the moment his phone buzzed in his hand. Instantly putting on his most obsequious smile, he answered when he saw it was Brother Zhang. Experienced in sucking up to anyone with power, he immediately offered to treat him to a crayfish feast at the most expensive restaurant in town, rushing over to get there and secure his chance to curry favor. Meanwhile, downtown was a complete nightmare of bumper-to-bumper traffic. But for the duo on the scooter, the traffic jam was nothing more than scenery. Weaving skillfully between the side mirrors, Xingwang bragged that renting the little scooter had been the best investment for beating traffic and laughing at everyone stuck inside their four-wheeled cages. Keeping an eye on the GPS on her phone, the girl announced that their destination was just around the next corner. Xingwang celebrated at the top of his lungs, saying he couldn't take another bite of the fancy food from the day before, and that this time, the plan was to stuff themselves with simple, meaty crayfish dishes. As soon as they parked and entered the restaurant, the young man ordered the whole menu, one serving with garlic, another with 13 spices, and a generous platter of noodles to go with it. With steaming trays covering the table, his partner took off her gloves and showed him the proper way to do it, explaining that the secret was to eat with your hands and suck the juices straight from the crayfish heads. The blonde guy immediately loved the vibe, raising his glass to toast the duo's appetite. The peace lasted until the door opened again. The guy with the gold chain entered the restaurant escorting a flashy redhead, and both of them immediately spotted the couple eating at the nearby table. The moment the playboy laid eyes on Hang Xinguang and the silver-haired girl, his face went pale with embarrassment. Terrified of becoming the butt of another joke, he grabbed his companion by the arm and fled into a VIP room, stammering some lame excuse that the main dining area wasn't good enough for them. From a distance, Zhang Wencheng seethed with resentment when he spotted the silver-haired girl and that so-called loser sharing the same table. Accompanied by a clingy redhead who kept fawning over him, the playboy swallowed his anger and pretended not to care. He swore that he would kick his ex to the curb for good, deciding to burn through his money to back another favorite and destroy the couple's livestream agency. Once they were settled in the private room, he assured the redhead that money would never be an obstacle to launching her career, earning a flattering smile in return and eager hands ready to peel the crustaceans. At the nearby table, his partner showed some concern when she remembered the rival family's financial power, but Hang Xinguang kept attacking the dishes without losing his relaxed smile, insisting that the guy was nothing but a complete nobody. Meanwhile, Zhang opened his mouth to receive a peeled crayfish from the redhead, but the feast went sour instantly. A loud shout rang through the restaurant, calling him by his full name. It was his aunt, a vicious woman with tied-up blue hair and a deadly stare, who had caught her nephew red-handed. Desperate, Zhang tried to escape, but the woman came down on him with full force, twisting his arm and neck as he yelped and begged for mercy. Scanning the room, the veteran spotted Hang Xinguang and his partner, which only made her even angrier at the scene. Furious at her nephew's uselessness and wasteful spending, she lifted him by the collar, unleashed a legendary scolding, and shoved the redhead aside without ceremony. His millionaire act completely evaporated, leaving the playboy and his companion sprawled on the floor, reduced to nothing in the face of his relative's fury. The blue-haired aunt's rage came crashing down on Zhang Wencheng, demanding that he grow up and stop dragging the family name through the mud. Desperate to save his own skin and pretend to submit to the veteran, the playboy took all his frustration out on his red-headed girlfriend. With a violent shove, he slapped the girl across the face, knocking her to the floor without the slightest bit of empathy. The young woman broke down crying, covering her burning face as she became the target of public ridicule in the restaurant. Without a shred of remorse, Zhang kept shouting, ordering the girl to disappear from his sight forever. While the coward was throwing his companion out, Hang Xinguang calmly rose from his table, grabbed a platter overflowing with crayfish, and marched toward the group. Without hesitation, the protagonist shoved the entire platter straight into Zhang Wencheng's face. The extra spicy sauce exploded all over the playboy, drenching him completely as the redhead stared wide-eyed from the floor, stunned by the audacity. With the spicy sauce burning his eyes and his face covered in crustaceans, the rich kid panicked, screaming in pain and thrashing around wildly. His aunt rushed over with a napkin, desperately trying to clean up the mess while staring at the scene in disbelief. Standing firm without backing down, Xinguang fixed the aggressor with a deadly stare and bluntly said that the banquet was on the house, serving as a lesson to the idiot that a cowardly man has no business hitting a woman. Even the blue-haired veteran was left stunned by his audacious move. While Zhang whimpered in pain, trying to wipe the burning sensation from his eyes with a handkerchief and swallowing his humiliation, the protagonist casually stretched his neck, acting as though planting a platter in some spoiled rich kid's face was the most ordinary thing in the world. Ignoring the playboy's whining, Xinguang focused on the redhead, who was still sniffling on the floor. He calmly crouched down to check if she was okay, making it clear that no one deserved to be humiliated like that. When Zhang saw the young man pick up an empty bottle from the table, he completely panicked, trembling from head to toe as he feared he was about to become the target of some serious payback. Blinded by rage and humiliation, the rich kid completely lost what little sense he had left. Grabbing a shard of glass, he charged at Hang Xinguang, screaming that he was going to bury his rival. The desperate attack was nothing more than a joke. With a crooked smile, the protagonist mocked how slow the guy was. In the blink of an eye, Xinguang effortlessly dodged the stab and unleashed a precise counterattack. Zhang crashed onto his back, sprawled across the floor, and screaming in pain after being taken down within seconds. Watching from the sidelines, the blue-haired ant's eyes widened, impressed by the young man's speed and reflexes. It immediately became clear that this opponent was no pushover. While her nephew groaned on the floor, Xinguang maintained the unshakable posture of someone completely in control. Grinding his teeth in rage and writhing in pain, the spoiled rich kid couldn't accept his defeat. Xinguang ignored his tantrum, extended his hand to the redhead, and helped her back to her feet with complete courtesy. With flushed cheeks and sparkling eyes at his protective gesture, the girl quietly thanked him, completely captivated by her savior. Trying to stand his ground, Zhang staggered back to his feet, pointing at Xinguang angrily and promising revenge. Before he could say another word, a deadly glare from his blue-haired aunt froze him on the spot, commanding absolute respect without needing another word. Switching gears completely, the veteran flashed Xinguang a huge smile. Fascinated by the young man's confidence and his ability to put her insolent nephew in his place, she showered him with praise, making her sudden interest in the hero of the night impossible to miss. Still stunned by his chivalry, the redhead thanked him once again with her head lowered, blushing with embarrassment before leaving the restaurant before the situation could get any worse. Xinguang wished her a safe trip, but the scene didn't go unnoticed. From the corner of her eye, his silver-haired partner huffed with her arms crossed, boiling with jealousy and suspicion, while the redhead disappeared down the sidewalk. Still captivated by the hero of the night, Zhang Wencheng's personal hell reached a whole new level inside the restaurant. A suited manager cautiously approached to assess the situation, but the blue-haired veteran shut him down with a cold remark. Seeing her nephew sprawled on the floor and whining for sympathy, the woman's blood finally boiled over. Without hesitation, she planted her high heel directly onto the idiot's face. The brutal stomp sent the playboy reeling backward, ripping the gold chain from his neck as he howled in pain at the absolute bottom of his humiliation. The veteran quickly moved to intercept the redhead before she reached the door, but Zhang, in a pathetic fit of desperation, dragged himself across the floor and wrapped his arms around the girl's leg, begging her not to leave. The response came immediately. With a look of disgust, the young woman drove a kick straight into her ex-boyfriend's face. The impact sent the rich kid crashing onto his back on the pavement for the third time that night. Showing zero sympathy, the redhead ordered the coward to get off her foot and disappeared into the crowd, leaving the spoiled brat ruined and lying in the dust. Night fell, and the scene shifted to the agency's office. Buried in spreadsheets, the silver-haired girl broke into a huge grin and called Hang Xinguang over to show him the numbers. Their livestream stats had completely blown past the charts, breaking every record. The young man checked the reports, approving the astronomical profits their partnership was generating. Beaming with excitement, the girl proudly pointed out how they were crushing the competition. Right in the middle of the celebration, the protagonist's phone started vibrating. He answered immediately, and his relaxed expression turned into one of complete focus as he received an urgent message on the other end. At that very moment, the system's golden interface lit up in front of Hang Xinguang. A reward of 5.55 million yuan had been credited for supporting the company's growth. Breathing a sigh of relief, the young man concluded that his quick action had been perfectly timed, preventing that massive payout from slipping through his fingers. The silver-haired partner's phone buzzed with a notification showing a massive payment landing in her account. She froze, staring at the screen in disbelief at the amount. Xinguang gave her a light pat on the shoulder with a calm smile, told her he was heading home, and reminded his ally to take it easy so she wouldn't wreck her health from working too much. The girl casually agreed, waving as he disappeared from sight. Hours later, beneath the glow of the full moon, Xinguang arrived on his scooter at the entrance of a ridiculously luxurious mansion. Before he could even get through the gate, a hysterical scream echoed from inside the property, with someone angrily throwing a girl out without the slightest bit of decency. Intrigued by the late-night commotion, he parked his scooter to figure out what was going on. Approaching the commotion, Xinguang came across a man in a purple shirt humiliating a blonde woman. The bully shouted that she'd lost her mind and ordered her to leave so she wouldn't sabotage his business or cause him financial losses. The woman tried to grab his arm, begging for another chance, but the playboy snapped. He violently shoved her away and threatened to call security. She crashed hard onto the pavement, letting out a pained groan as the coward turned his back on her. Collapsed on the hard ground and sobbing, the young woman was completely lost. Suddenly, a pair of boots stopped right in front of her. She raised her tear-streaked face and saw Xingwang extending a clean handkerchief toward her. Calm and focused, the protagonist had arrived at exactly the right moment to step in and stop the bullying. Under the yellow glow of the street lamp, Xingwang continued holding the handkerchief out to the blonde woman lying on the ground. Taking the cloth suspiciously, she asked if he'd only shown up to make fun of her. Xingwang calmly replied that he was just passing by and that she was being overly suspicious. Intrigued, the woman asked what a guy like him was doing in a luxury neighborhood like this so late at night. Xingwang pointed toward the luxurious mansion across the street, where workers were carrying out renovations, and casually explained that he'd bought the property just to check on it. The girl froze in shock, unable to process that a property of that caliber actually belonged to him. With a faint smile, he added that the house was for his family and that he'd bought it with his own hard-earned money. Learning that the guy had bought the most expensive mansion in the neighborhood left Lin Mengxi completely stunned. She wiped her face and started thinking, trying to figure out how the young man had become a millionaire in just 2 years since college. She remembered when he used to be broke and constantly followed her around with little gifts, leading her to conclude that he must secretly be a wealthy heir born into money. Changing sides was the girl's specialty. Seeing Xingwang's new financial reality, she immediately changed her attitude, putting on a sweet, clingy tone and asking if he was still upset with her. The protagonist gave her a blunt response, asking why he would even be upset, while remaining wary as he sensed the conversation heading in an uncomfortable direction. Thinking she had the upper hand, Mengxi moved closer and resorted to seduction. She brought up how everyone used to make fun of him, but claimed she was glad he hadn't held a grudge after being rejected so many times. A forced smile appeared on her face as she convinced herself that his money would guarantee she could win him back. But Xingwang wasn't an idiot. Taking a step back and raising his hands to shut the conversation down, he bluntly told her that she'd gotten everything completely wrong, leaving the opportunist standing there dumbfounded. Keeping his polite but unshakable composure, Hang Xingwang pushed Lin Mengxi's advances away and made it clear that pretending they were still close wasn't going to work. His firmness immediately triggered the system. For shutting down her manipulation and standing his ground, he earned a bonus of 10,000 yuan. Secretly thrilled, Xingwang realized that rejecting shameless people actually came with a profit, so he decided to keep shutting the girl down without mercy. Desperate not to lose her chance, Mengxi crossed the line and clung to his arm, begging in a sweet, needy voice to be heard like they used to. Xingwang's patience snapped. He yanked his arm free and told the shameless girl to keep her distance. Without holding back, the protagonist crushed the blonde's illusions, explaining that the handkerchief had only been an act of courtesy toward an old schoolmate, and that the days when he chased after her were long gone. The system immediately responded to his honesty about moving on, depositing another 50,000 yuan into his account for having the courage to leave the past behind. The atmosphere turned completely sour when Xingwang called out the girl's fake behavior. He tore into her for trying to use him as a backup after getting rejected by Ping Tang and failing to marry into his family, asking if she really thought he was some kind of clown. With anger written all over his face, the young man admitted that he'd once been crazy about her, but that phase of his life was dead and buried. He said he'd always known she enjoyed watching him humiliate himself, but he'd swallowed his pride because he had been blinded by his feelings. Putting his anger aside and flashing a cold smile, Xingwang delivered the final blow. He told her that with all his feelings gone, she had become a complete stranger to him, nothing more than a nobody in his life. Shattered on the ground with tears in her eyes and completely stunned, the blonde froze, unable to utter a single word after taking such a brutal reality check. Shrugging his shoulders and ending the scene without looking back, Hang Xingwang left her with one final message. He told Lin Mengxi to get over herself, learn some humility, and stop acting like she was God's gift to the world. His stylish exit triggered the system again, earning him another 10,000 yuan bonus for finally closing that chapter of his life with dignity. Frozen in place and completely lost, the blonde could only stare into nothingness as Xingwang walked toward the mansion. With a faint smile, he passed through the gate and slammed the metal doors shut, locking the girl outside and severing every remaining tie to his past. The scene shifted to the girl's rundown apartment. Exhausted and completely lost, Lin Mengxi opened the door and stepped into a dark, empty little room. With none of the power she'd wanted, and having been thrown away, she dragged her feet across the floor, feeling the weight of everything she'd thrown away. Collapsed onto the couch in the darkness, Mengxi tried to process the miserable day she'd just had. Suddenly, the phone on the table started buzzing non-stop. With absolutely no energy left, she answered a call from her friend Lile, who immediately came in with a flood of gossip, saying she had some huge news. Mengsi told her to cut the nonsense, and her friend revealed that she'd hit the jackpot because her old plan B had turned into a seriously powerful tycoon. Lile brought up the famous brother Wang, the account known for dropping insane amounts of money on outrageous gifts during live streams. With absolutely no patience left, Mengsi says she doesn't follow live streams and asks Lile to get straight to the point. That's when Lile drops the bombshell. Brother Wang is actually Hang Xingwang himself, and the guy is sitting on a mountain of billions. Her friend urges the blonde to kick Ping Tang to the curb and stick with Xingwang for good, reminding her that the young man spent years chasing after her and is now swimming in money, while the other guy could end up losing every penny of his family's inheritance. Completely stunned, Mengsi asks how Lile could possibly be so sure. Lile explains that the app itself figured out the profile based on the contact saved in her phone, concluding that the billionaire came from a wealthy family and had only pretended to be broke as some kind of social experiment. The realization hits her like a runaway truck. The shock is so brutal that the phone slips from her fingers and smashes onto the floor. On the other end, her friend keeps yelling while the blonde freezes, choking on the bitter regret of having rejected a billionaire. The guilt crashes down on Lin Mengsi in the darkness of the apartment. She realizes the colossal mistake she made by dumping the guy who treated her like a queen for 4 years and is now worth billions. In a burst of desperation and rage, she grabs her own hair and muffles a scream of fury as she pictures the luxurious life she threw away through her own stupidity. But her moment of clarity doesn't last long before her usual arrogance takes over again. Wiping the tears from her face, Mengsi stares at herself in the mirror and convinces herself that her pretty face and model-like figure are lethal weapons. She decides that if she makes the first move and plays her cards right, she'll reignite the young man's old feelings in no time. While the girl gets lost in her fantasy, the camera cuts to Hang Xingwang's mansion bathed in moonlight. Completely unconcerned with his ex's plans, the protagonist focuses on his own progress and enjoys the peace of his new home. Standing in front of the mirror in his luxurious bedroom, he lifts his shirt to check his physique, revealing a shredded, defined six-pack. Even with a body most people would envy, he shows that he's not satisfied with himself, convinced that he still has plenty of work to do before reaching his ideal level. Xingwang reflects that having a mountain of money means nothing if his health goes down the drain. Determined to maintain an athlete's energy and stamina, he realizes that he needs to turn exercise into a routine. Lying comfortably on his massive bed, he grabs his phone and makes up his mind. He's going to build a private gym inside his house and hire a top-tier personal trainer. Without wasting any time, he opens a cutting-edge app to browse the rankings of the best trainers in town. He scrolls through the profiles, evaluating each one until he finds a highly rated name that catches his attention. With a slight smirk, he taps the screen to finalize the contract, ready to take his training to the next level. Out of nowhere, a golden system screen bursts into view in front of Xingwang, interrupting the quiet of the night. The young man raises an eyebrow at the glowing notification, which informs him that the training feature has been unlocked because he hired a top-level professional. The system explains that by following the routine and keeping the trainer satisfied, he'll earn points that can massively upgrade his physical abilities. To celebrate the launch, the system gives him 10 free points. Without hesitation, the young man distributes the points across his stats. In the very next second, a violent electric charge races through every fiber of his muscles. Excited, he clenches his fist and feels an incredible surge of strength come out of nowhere, stunned to discover that the system actually works. After the surge of power, he falls backward onto the soft mattress. Relaxed as he stares at the ceiling of his luxurious bedroom, he remembers that the personal trainer is arriving the very next day. Curious to see what they're capable of, Xingwang keeps staring at his phone, waiting to find out what kind of beast sits at the top of the ranking and will be running his workouts. Checking the ranking on the app, Xingwang discovers that the #1 trainer on the list is someone named Chen Ya. The next day, he personally shows up at E-Hour Gym, a luxurious facility packed with state-of-the-art equipment. At the front desk, he calls over the receptionist, tells her he made an appointment online, and bluntly asks about the trainer's availability. The receptionist checks the system and confirms that Hang Xingwang is on the schedule. She explains that the star instructor, the most sought-after trainer at the gym, is finishing a workout with another client, but will be available shortly. Because of the VIP package he purchased, she gives him an eager, accommodating smile and invites the blonde man to wait in the trainer's private office. Without making a fuss, Xingwang agrees and follows her through the gym's hallways. Looking over the booking details, the receptionist freezes and widens her eyes when she sees the client's name on the screen, unable to believe she's standing face to face with Hang Xingwang. Curious about her reaction, the blonde man asks if something went wrong, mentioning that he only booked a regular workout through his phone. Completely stunned, the employee explains that he didn't purchase an ordinary plan at all, but the ultimate package, the most exclusive membership the gym offers. Her attitude changes instantly. She steps out from behind the counter and insists on personally escorting him to the VIP area. While waiting for the trainer, Xingwang is surprised by a system notification glowing in front of him. Before he can process it, a towering brute with an insanely muscular physique and red hair approaches, staring directly at him before greeting him. The blonde man freezes instantly, his mind going into complete meltdown as he realizes the joke is on him. Chen Ya, the legendary #1 trainer on the ranking, isn't a woman at all, but a walking wall of muscle. Seeing the shock on Xingwang's face, the muscular redhead quickly cleared up the confusion. He gave him a friendly greeting and explained that he wasn't Chen Ya, but the manager of the facility. Relieved to learn he wouldn't be tortured by that giant, the blonde man listened as the employee confirmed that the real person in charge of his VIP training was already on her way to meet him. A moment later, the manager flashed a sideways grin and announced that the trainer had arrived. Xingwang turned toward the hallway and nearly stopped breathing. Walking in with an imposing presence was a stunning blonde in a tight pink workout outfit that showed off her flawless physique. The legendary #1 wasn't some muscle-bound guy after all, but a spectacular female trainer, leaving the young man completely stunned by the twist. The moment he laid eyes on her, the system appeared in front of Xingwang. The panel revealed everything. Her name was Gao Yuan, she was 24 years old, and her regret level toward him was currently 0. Realizing that the mission required him to make her regret her past choices in order to earn points, he flashed a knowing smile, already aware of exactly where this was going. The young man traveled back in time, remembering what a fool he'd been back in school. In high school, Gao Yuan had pretended to be protective of him, claiming that the love letter he'd received was nothing more than a cruel bet. Blind with infatuation, the blonde guy swore that she was the only girl he had eyes for. To keep him wrapped around her finger, the girl would hold his hands, praise his kindness, and complain about the pressure of school, only to end up getting his homework answers out of him. Remembering all that deception only fueled Xingwang even more, because he knew he'd been nothing but a puppet in her hands. Xingwang remembered that Gao Yuan had been a master manipulator. She kept a line of admirers, accepting gifts from several guys including Jiagang and Wei Guo, while giving them the same cynical excuse that she was only being polite and that nobody should jump to conclusions. In the end, the girl only cared about taking advantage of them. Assessing the situation, the blonde guy realized that money wouldn't shake a woman who came from one of the wealthiest families in the city. Looking at the muscular red-haired manager, Wang Tairan, Xingwang put the pieces together. The guy was a walking wall of muscle and a former school bully. Rumors back in the day had already claimed that the rich girl was crazy about muscular guys and had only become a personal trainer so she could stay close to him. Understanding the shallow mindset of superficial girls, Xingwang came up with a strategy. If he crushed the musclehead at his own game and embarrassed him right there, the blonde's confidence would crumble. Just then, Gao Yuan approached calmly, asking if he was having some kind of issue with his training. With a laser-focused stare, the young man realized that the time had come to embarrass the manager. Xingwang played along and questioned the extra enrollment fee on top of the 30 sessions he'd already purchased. Trying to act clever in front of the blonde, Wang Tairan mocked him, saying the price was standard and that if the customer thought it was too expensive, he should just work out on his own like any nobody. The redhead even threw in another joke, saying that office workers already got enough exercise from squeezing onto public transportation every day. Without losing his composure, the blonde man flashed a cynical smile and fired back that kind of effort didn't count. He announced that he'd sign up for the annual plan just to support Gao Yuan's career and would renew if he liked the service. Pissed off by the customer's attitude and deliberately pressing himself against the trainer with an arrogant stance, Tairan tried to lecture him. He warned the blonde man not to bite off more than he could chew unless he wanted to go hungry and lose his physique. Deep down, the musclehead puffed out his chest, convinced that Gao Yuan still looked down on his rival, and amused by the fact that he was the one getting close to her. But after recognizing the rival's arrogance, Xingwang played a different card. He pretended to be short on cash, and shamelessly asked for a discount, acting like the broke former classmate he'd once been. The reaction caught the manager completely off guard, leaving the musclehead with no idea how to respond. Xinguang kept emphasizing that he'd gone to school with the blonde, but behind his pathetic facade, he was calculating every move. He remembered that Tyron had been broke and insignificant back in school, leading him to deduce that the rich girl had funded the opening of the gym with her family's inheritance. Although he could buy the entire place with a snap of his fingers, the blonde man preferred to cook the two of them slowly, acting like a predator disguised as prey. Trying to play the role of a generous tycoon in front of the girl, Tyron offered a 40% discount and threw in 10 extra sessions, bringing the total to 30. The manager even warned that the blonde man would have to work hard if he didn't want to become a laughingstock for running out of breath. Calmly, Xinguang accepted and casually remarked that he'd collect on the favor with interest, which the redhead completely ignored, assuming it was nothing more than empty talk from a loser. Tyran handed things over to instructor Zhang Qi and left with his arm around Gao Yuan. As she said goodbye, the blonde looked at Xinguang's face and privately thought that the young man was far too skinny for her taste. When Zhang Qi arrived and immediately started asking about his training history, the blonde man skipped the warm-up on the spot, claiming that he had some urgent business to take care of before he broke a sweat. Zhang Qi agrees without arguing, but secretly mocks the student, judging him as just another arrogant rich kid pretending to be tough while being too cheap to spend any money. As he leaves the gym, Xinguang flashes a sideways grin, amused by everyone's arrogance because he knows the rival's downfall is going to be spectacular. Already riding his scooter, he activates the system panel to check his stats. Seeing that his height has reached 179 centimeters, the young man wonders if he's going to turn into a walking tank from constantly increasing his stamina. The system fires back with a teasing remark, assuring him that his physical gains will also improve his performance in other areas, leaving the blonde man embarrassed by the interface's boldness. Focused on maximizing his stamina, which has stalled at 23 points and is already close to the normal human limit, Xinguang asks to see the status of his targets. The screen shows Chu Zhenuo at 50% regret, while Lin Mengxi leads the list at 80%. Weighing his options for farming more points, he focuses on the X who's closest to reaching the limit. Crunching the numbers, Xinguang realizes that Lin Mengxi is just a short step away from reaching 100% regret. Eager to find out what secret bonus the system will release once someone's regret bar is completely filled, he locks onto the blonde as his choice. But at that exact moment, the system updates and adds Gao Yuan to the list of active missions, opening the door for him to mess with several girls at the same time. Meanwhile, Lin Mengxi refuses to accept her defeat and puts her plan into action. Standing in front of the mirror, she gets herself dolled up, carefully calculating every detail to make herself look effortlessly gorgeous. Completely convinced that Xinguang is still wrapped around her finger after 4 years of worshipping her, the girl thinks he's easy prey. In her shallow mind, all she has to do is pretend to feel a little sorry for him, stroke his ego, and she'll be back in control. Her golden opportunity arrives immediately when her phone starts ringing with a call from Xinguang, but Mengxi's own anxiety and delusions trigger the system at the same time. Before she even answers the call, the blonde's regret meter rises by another point. Out on the street, Xinguang sees the notification glowing on the scooter's display and finds the situation hilarious. He immediately figures out the girl's psychology. Mengxi is addicted to ego games and being showered with attention, which means any soft or romantic approach would be completely useless. He thinks back to the past, admitting that he only pursued her in the beginning because she reminded him of Gao Yuan, a years-long blind obsession, but now he can finally see reality clearly and control the board himself. Xinguang reflects on how stupid he'd been for acting like a devoted fool towards someone who treated his dedication like trash. When Mengxi answers in an arrogant tone and asks what he wants, the blonde immediately starts fantasizing, convinced that he'd finally fallen for her charms and was about to beg her for a date. To her shock, Xinguang pours cold water all over her fantasy. He only wants her to return the handkerchief she borrowed to wipe her tears the other day. Before the girl can even stammer out a response, he taps the hang-up button and ends the call right in her face, leaving the rich girl red with fury. His complete lack of romance impresses even the system interface, which sends a payment of 666 yuan to the blonde man's account as a sign of respect. Back in her room, Mengxi freezes, trying to understand who in their right mind would bother asking for a disposable piece of paper back, but unable to accept that she was rejected. Her mind twists everything around to protect her ego. She convinces herself that the request was just an excuse, because the young man was too embarrassed to openly ask her out. Thinking she'd figured it out, she remembers that Xingwang had always been kind of clueless back in school, and convinces herself that his ridiculous excuse must be hiding some ulterior motive. Moments later, she blushes at an even more absurd theory. What if the guy has some strange fetish and wants to keep something that had been touched by her? Things get even worse when she remembers that she'd already thrown the original handkerchief in the trash. Determined not to lose her opportunity, Mengxi comes up with a solution. She grabs a clean piece of paper and rubs it against her leg to make it look like the same one. Her embarrassment and bizarre spiral of thoughts caused the regret meter to rise another 1% instantly. Watching the screen flash on his scooter, Xingwang has no idea what caused the sudden spike in her status. He compares the girl's paranoia to desperate guys who read way too much into the slightest hint of interest, except completely in reverse. Focused on his own business, he speeds through the streets, knowing that the delusions of an obsessed person never end well, until he parks the scooter outside a cafe. Relaxing in a corner of the cafe, Xingwang analyzes the system's logic. He realizes that the easy money coming from interactions with women is starting to dry up, and that the real gold mine lies in leveraging major investments and serious business ventures. While browsing his phone, he comes across an article about an international auction in country Y, highlighting a historical bronze relic from the Western Zhou dynasty that is about to go under the hammer. Determined to give his fortune a greater purpose, the young man makes up his mind. Just then, Lin Mengxi walks into the cafe dressed to impress. Seeing Xingwang absorbed in pages about high-end auctions, she puffs out her chest with even more confidence. More convinced than ever that he's a born rich heir, she sits down at the table with an air of superiority and slides a delicate pink box across to him, containing the fake handkerchief. Her confidence collapses instantly. Carefully analyzing the blonde's meticulously calculated appearance, Xingwang flashes a cynical smile and asks if she really thinks he still falls for her tricks, mocking her natural makeup and the lip gloss she clearly put on just for the date. Not hiding his contempt, the blonde man mocks the over-the-top gift box just to return a piece of toilet paper. Boiling with anger and embarrassment, Mengxi loses her temper and snaps that he's gone too far, stammering that her makeup was just the basics. Deep down, however, the system gives her away. The girl's regret meter rises another 1%. Seeing that he's found an opening, Xingwang steps on the gas. With an ironic smile, he points out that back when he was poor, he was nothing but a nobody she constantly walked all over, but the second his bank account started filling up, she came running after him like a desperate woman. He bluntly tells her that he'll never be anyone's backup plan just because they're feeling picky. Almost in tears and stunned by his harsh response, Mengxi tries to argue that she never even got a chance to explain herself, but her regret bar jumps another point at the exact same moment. Realizing that the harder he pushes, the more points he earns, Xingwang smiles triumphantly, realizing that his psychological torture strategy is working perfectly. Deeply offended by his mockery, Lin Mengxi shoots to her feet, furious, trying to salvage whatever dignity she has left. She snaps that this is what she normally looks like and demands to know why he agreed to meet her if he didn't want anything to do with her, accusing him of being wrong for not rejecting her outright from the beginning. Without hesitation, Xingwang gives her a cold, satisfied stare. He openly admits that he only agreed to the meeting so he could watch the desperation spread across her face as every one of her plans fell apart, exactly the kind of treatment she'd given him in the past. Pouring even more fuel on the fire, he mocks her by asking how it feels to finally taste her own medicine and warns her that the humiliation has only just begun. Unable to swallow the rejection, Mengxi screams that he's gone way too far and storms out. As the girl runs away, the system display goes into overdrive with a series of alerts, pushing her regret meter higher and higher, point by point. Watching the whole spectacle, Xingwang reflects on how the attitude of these so-called queens crumbles the moment their throne starts cracking. He vividly remembers his college days, when he caught Mengxi laughing about him with her friends, calling him a gullible pushover who was only good for doing her assignments and carrying her shopping bags. Watching the girl's arrogance turn to dust, He smiles to himself, knowing her regret is nothing compared to everything he endured. The regret meter reaches 99%, sending 5 bonus points straight into the blonde man's account. Without wasting any time, he decides to dump everything into stamina. In the very next second, a surge of pure energy floods his body, leaving him so full of energy that he could run 10 kilometers just to burn off the excess. Fired up, he asks for the check at the cafe, focused on going all out at the gym the next day to test his new limits before settling the score with Lu Shangyu. The next day, already at the training facility, Jing Wang gets on the bench press. Seeing that the effort barely makes him break a sweat, he tells the trainer to load up more plates. Alarmed, the personal trainer tries to stop the madness, reminding him that it's his first day and that putting on too much weight is just asking for an injury. With an ironic smile, Xing Wang fires back, asking if the trainer isn't there specifically to keep him safe, then demands to jump straight to 150 kilograms. Stunned, the employee warns that kind of weight is meant for elite athletes, but the blonde man goes even further and asks if they should just load 200 kilograms to save time. Xing Wang insists that he simply wants to play around with the weight, figuring that with the system's upgrades, heavy iron has basically become a toy. Fed up with what he sees as a rookie's pointless stunt, the trainer accuses him of messing with him by asking for that much weight for no reason. Calm and sarcastic, Xing Wang fires back, asking if the master trainer is afraid of being outperformed if his student manages to lift it easily. With the argument heating up, the trainer lays down a firm condition. Xing Wang has to sign a liability waiver to protect the gym in case he ends up breaking a bone. Laughing at the concern, the young man finds the whole thing hilarious, while the employee grumbles that he's only following the rules and trying to teach a practical lesson to this cocky rookie, who suddenly decided he could bench 200 kilograms. Inside, the personal trainer fumes, cursing spoiled beginners and secretly hoping Xing Wang won't even be able to get the bar off the rack. As the heavy plates are loaded onto the equipment, the commotion attracts the attention of the other muscleheads at the gym, who stop what they're doing to watch the embarrassment they expect to unfold. The trainer tries to explain himself to a female coworker, saying the original plan was to start with around 60 kilograms as a warm-up and test the students' limits, but Xing Wang was the one who insisted on going straight for the maximum weight. Seeing the professional's hesitation, the blonde man throws more fuel on the fire and makes a bet. If he pushes the bar all the way up, the trainer pays all his training fees and membership dues. If he fails, Xing Wang himself will sign up for a package of 100 private sessions. The personal trainer tries to back out, pretending he's just concerned about the client's safety, but deep down, he doubts that a guy who haggled for a discount on his membership could ever afford that much training. Seeing right through the prejudice, Xing Wang pulls his card from his pocket and drops 100,000 yuan on the table up front, demanding only that the difference be refunded if he wins. Stunned by the audacity of a skinny guy challenging a hardcore trainer, the female instructor tries to calm things down by suggesting they start with 100 kilograms. Ignoring her advice, Xing Wang locks eyes with his rival and challenges him to see if he has the guts to accept the deal. With everyone watching, the trainer has no way out and accepts the bet, but insists the challenge is over if the blonde man fails on his first attempt. Smiling with complete confidence, the young man lies back on the bench, ready to put on a show. Lying on the equipment, the trainer wears a sarcastic smile to himself, certain that a rookie has no idea what 200 kilograms of pure iron really means. When the bar doesn't move an inch during the first split second, the trainer opens his mouth to deliver his victory speech and tell the student to quit before he wrecks his spine. But the personal trainer's arrogance turns to dust in a nanosecond. With an almost terrifying level of ease, Xing Wang tightens his grip and lifts the colossal weight off the rack, launching into a series of clean reps without the slightest tremble. 1, 2, 3, 5. With every powerful rep, the trainer's jaw drops lower and lower as cold sweat runs down his forehead, horrified to realize he's looking at some kind of mutant. Nearby, the female instructor watches the scene in a trance, stunned to see someone casually handling a weight that even the gym's professional athletes struggle with and, on top of that, finding the young man's performance incredibly attractive. After completing 12 reps with absolute ease, Xing Wang places the bar back on the rack without showing the slightest sign of fatigue. Sitting on the bench, he stares at the stunned trainer and demands his winnings on the spot, an 85,000 yuan refund straight to his account. To completely bury his rival, he throws in one last jab, saying he'll take a break from the gym until they hire some real professionals, because making such a huge fuss over 200 kilograms is nothing short of a bad joke. While the trainer swallows his humiliation without being able to utter a single word, Xing Wang's phone starts vibrating in his hand, showing a call from Chu Xingshu on the screen. Setting the phone aside, the young man says goodbye to the gym with a mischievous smile, casually mentioning that he has a date with a beautiful girl and can't keep her waiting. Glancing at the photo on the screen, the female instructor is left speechless, stunned to see that the guy is clearly keeping good company. A few minutes later, at a luxury restaurant, Xingwang has dinner with Chu Xingshu. The girl is overflowing with excitement, showering him with praise for his performance in the competition and openly admitting how fascinated she was watching him in action. As they pick at their dishes, the blonde man judges the food with mild disdain, giving the flavor an 8 out of 10. Meanwhile, Xingshu turns bright red and beams with happiness that he actually agreed to go out with her, daydreaming about the possibility of earning a place in his heart. She brings up the fact that the regional prize money will be released the next day and reveals the real reason for the dinner. She genuinely wants to thank him and celebrate ahead of time. Xingshu explains that the company wants to establish a new operation to take her career to the provincial level, opening up about how difficult it is for a woman to handle everything on her own. Resting her chin in her hands with a seductive pose, she asks for the young man's support and warns that she'll be making a request soon, begging him not to turn her down. Watching her make her move, Xingwang carefully maps out his strategy. In his mind, the plan is simple: encourage her just enough to inflate her hopes, make her anxious enough to beg, and then give the opportunity to someone else instead of her. The goal is to make her regret it deeply when she realizes that her arrogance in the past cost her the winning ticket of her life. With a relaxed expression, he replies that he's willing to hear her out as long as the request is reasonable. Thrilled by the opening, Xingshu reveals her plan to build an army of streamers and admits that she needs a seasoned manager to lead the operation. Just as she's about to officially offer him the job, Xingwang's phone rings again. Politely excusing himself, he suddenly leaves under the excuse of an urgent emergency, leaving the blonde frozen and frustrated right at the crucial moment. Walking toward the elevator hallway, Xingwang checks his phone screen. Exactly as planned, a system window lights up, confirming that Chu Xinshu's affection score has risen another 1%. Watching the girl fall perfectly into his psychological trap, he smiles to himself, knowing that he's the one controlling the board. Meanwhile, back at her headquarters, Chu Xingshu rearranges her strategy. Xingwang's performance on the livestream had exploded the numbers, bringing in more than 1 million followers and major donors, proving that having him on her side was worth a fortune. Determined to close the deal with him one way or another, she decides that if charm doesn't work, she'll overwhelm him with money, preparing an irresistible offer worth half of all the commission. The next morning, Xingshu walks into the agency and is met with an atmosphere that feels like a funeral mixed with gossip. Before she can even understand how serious things are, the director drags her into his office, screaming in her face and firing her on the spot, blaming her for the main investor pulling his funding after the whole mess with manager Wang. Ignoring her tears and her attempts to explain that she was the real victim of the Dong Nian scandal, the boss slams his fist on the desk and coldly tells her that financial statements don't have feelings. To drive the final nail into the coffin, he demands a 700,000 yuan penalty for breaking her VIP contract, threatening to have her thrown in jail if the money isn't paid. With no other choice, she stuffs her belongings into a box and leaves the building to the laughter and mockery of her former co-workers who celebrate her downfall. Carrying the weight of her failure and the massive debt hanging over her head, Xingshu realizes she's hit rock bottom. That's when Hang Xingwang's name shines in her mind as her only lifeline, convinced that the young man's explosive success is the ticket she needs to escape bankruptcy. A week later, at a private cafe, she tries to build a connection with a market representative, betting everything on Xingwang's help. The plan falls apart immediately when the woman bluntly tells her that the man has moved on, and that relying on him as a backup plan was nothing but wishful thinking. Reality hits the blonde like a freight train, suffocating her with the panic of total ruin. Far away, in an atmosphere of pure luxury, Xingwang enjoys the peace and quiet while checking his phone. The system beeps, announcing that Chu Xinshu's regret level has jumped another 20%, bringing a cynical smile to the young man's face as he watches his ex's downfall with a sense of victory. Locked inside her tiny apartment, Xingshu floods Xingwang's phone with desperate messages that go completely unanswered. With no money, no status, and haunted by memories of her former boss cornering her and demanding payment while threatening to destroy her life, she watches her future fall apart. With nowhere else to turn, the girl swallows her pride and heads to her former classmate's new company. At Xingwang's penthouse, his silver-haired partner informs him that the blonde is waiting at the reception, desperately begging for a meeting. With complete control of the situation, the blonde-haired red-haired man allows her in. Sitting across from him at a refined cafe table, Xingqiu is almost unrecognizable from how broken she looks. While he calmly sips his coffee, she confesses her past mistakes, admits how arrogant she was, and cries over the desperation of losing her job and financial stability. With tears in her eyes, she humiliates herself by begging for a chance to be rescued, swearing she'd make any sacrifice to escape the mess she's in. Xingwang listens to her plea with a cold, piercing stare. Without a shred of sympathy, he lays out the truth. Even if he wanted to pay her massive fine, she has already lost her streaming channel and become irrelevant in the market, asking with open disdain how someone who's broke and has no audience plans to pay off that debt. Cornered, Xingqiu makes one final move through her tears. She begs for a position at his new agency, agrees to sign an exclusive contract, and puts her entire career in his hands in exchange for having the debt paid off. Xingwang deliberately lets the tension build, rests his arms on the table, and gives her a friendly smile, suggesting that he might actually accept the deal. A spark of hope lights up the girl's face as she clasps her hands together, convinced that her miracle has finally arrived. The moment they step outside, Xingwang shatters the entire illusion with pure coldness. Mocking her, he admits that he would never invest a single cent in someone from his past who tried to belittle him and now has a ruined reputation, reminding her that he could buy several rising content creators for that amount of money. Leaving his former rival frozen on the sidewalk, directionless and financially ruined, the young man walks away without looking back. Under the blazing sun, the system interface announces that Xu Jingxiu's regret level has jumped another 15%, reaching 95% and unlocking 35 bonus points. Pleased with how the move turned out, Xingwang feels like he accomplished his goal with surgical precision. With the money in his account, Xingwang boosts his intelligence and stamina attributes. To test the improvement, he takes off down the streets at full speed. New notifications confirm that his physical stamina has reached the human limit, giving him an overwhelming feeling of strength. Still full of energy, he heads straight for a popular gym. Inside, Instructor Gao, a muscular red-haired man, stacks heavy plates without showing the slightest sign of fatigue, while a girl in a pink sports top watches his performance with stars in her eyes. Xingwang makes his way toward the weights. The redhead immediately stops his workout, scowls, and snaps at him, demanding to know why he's butting in. The blonde stays calm and composed, staring the man down without backing away. Gao tries to intimidate him, rudely asking if the kid is looking for a fight. Xingwang fires back with an ironic smile, implying that the muscle-bound guy scares easily. The taunt pushes the redhead over the edge, making him grit his teeth in anger. Trying to save face, the trainer turns his attention back to his student, using the workout as an excuse to show off and mark his territory. The display doesn't last long. Xingwang steps onto the treadmill, cranks it up to maximum speed, and takes off at an insane pace. His explosive speed steals the spotlight immediately, leaving the girls stunned, and Instructor Gao green with envy as the show is snatched away from him in seconds. Xingwang's absurd treadmill performance brings the entire gym to a standstill. He runs at full speed for an entire hour without even breathing heavily, drawing the attention of every girl in the gym. The group gathers around the machine, showering him with compliments about his muscular definition and handsome looks. The pink-haired girl becomes completely mesmerized, getting so excited that she loses all focus and completely ignores Gao's attempts to win back her attention. Seeing that he's won, Xingwang slows down. As he wipes his face and reveals his abs, the system announces a 10% increase in Gao's regret. The blonde smiles, satisfied with the impact of his superhuman endurance, leaving his rival swallowing hard. Gao stands frozen when he realizes the blonde isn't showing the slightest sign of exhaustion. Xingwang mocks him, treating the treadmill marathon like a simple warm-up, and asks if the instructor needs any more proof. The girl beside him can't take her eyes off him, completely captivated by his charm and physique. Desperate to save face, Gao tries to downplay the feat and challenges the young man to a weightlifting contest. Xingwang, however, coldly turns him down, questioning the redhead's professional ability for insisting on pointless tests. The sharp response leaves Gao boiling with rage, unable to come up with a comeback. The moment brings the trainer's dirty past back to light. Gao had once hired thugs to attack Xingwang and then pretended to be his savior, but now his ego is being crushed as he watches the very target he tried to destroy rise far beyond him. Without giving him an opening, Xingwang ends the conversation by telling him not to bother him anymore. With an ironic smile, he leaves his rival humiliated in front of the girl who had once been at the center of that entire scheme. Gao makes one last attempt to save his authority and suggests a personalized workout. Under a fake display of friendliness, he leads the blonde to the weight training area for an intense leg session. Behind the mask, the redhead is planning a brutal overload, hoping to humiliate Xingwang through sheer pain and prove in front of the girl that his endurance is nothing but an act. Xingwang accepts the invitation without hesitation, completely ignoring the trainer's hidden traps. His dominant attitude is so overwhelming that the system itself grants him a surprise bonus of 10,000 points. Gao's strategy ends up backfiring spectacularly. Xingwang positions himself on the leg press, loaded to its absolute limit, and performs 100 reps as if there were barely any weight on it. When he finishes, he looks at the redhead with a sarcastic smile and asks if the gym's equipment is just made of toys. The humiliation is complete, causing Gao's regret meter to shoot up another 30%. Satisfied with his rival's dramatic downfall, the blonde simply fixes his hair and heads for the exit. Yuan doesn't hesitate for a second. She leaves the trainer standing there and runs after Xingwang. Gao calls out to her in disbelief, unable to process being discarded without a second thought. With a shy smile, the young woman catches up to him and asks if he'll be coming back the next day. The shock of the scene completely destroys Gao's composure as he watches the girl ignore him. The final blow comes when she pulls out her phone and insists that they exchange contact information. Seeing the girl he's obsessed with fawning over his rival sends Gao's sanity crashing down. As the two scan each other's QR codes, Wang Tairan's patience finally snaps. Overcome with jealousy, the redhead rushes over and grabs the girl's arm, aggressively demanding an explanation. She tries to explain that it's simply part of her job, but Tairan loses control and accuses her of cheating on him. Fed up with his childish possessiveness, she finally lets him have it. She tells the trainer to get a grip and stop acting like an idiot, then turns her back on him and walks away, leaving him talking to himself. As the chaos escalates, Xingwang steps into the elevator and calmly adjusts his clothes. The system announces that his rival's regret has increased another 5%. Watching Tairan's meltdown through the elevator doors, the blonde realizes he doesn't even need to lift a finger. The trainer's own stupidity is the perfect fuel to push his suffering meter all the way to the limit. Leaving the gym with the certainty that doing nothing is his best weapon, Xingwang feels his phone vibrating in his pocket. It's Lin Mengxi calling, which immediately triggers a surprise mission from the system. On the other side of town, straight from a fancy salon where she's getting her looks done, the spoiled heiress asks in a snobby tone if he's free tonight. Without beating around the bush, the blonde cuts her off, saying he's busy. Stunned by his coldness, she tries to regain control by revealing that she's inviting him to dinner, only to get a brutal response. Xingwang bluntly tells her that eating with her would be a complete waste of time. Choking on rage after the rejection, the girl can barely react before hearing the call end right in her face. As he casually walks down the street, the young man focuses on stretching her patience to the breaking point to increase her regret meter, even though he finds the whole process a little tedious. Back at the salon, Mengxi stares at her phone in a daze. Being brushed off so directly makes her lose her composure in front of everyone, boiling with rage and swearing she'll make Xingwang pay for his attitude. Back at her mansion, her fury finally explodes. The young woman throws herself onto her bedroom mattress, seething as she punches the pillows and screams about how badly she wants to see Xingwang pay for his audacity. Meanwhile, at the Lixin Group headquarters, the blonde sneezes in his office. His secretary immediately asks if he caught a cold, but Xingwang simply smiles, fully aware that someone out there is grinding their teeth because of him. Changing the subject, the employee hands him the paperwork containing the research on the charity auction he had requested. Flipping through the catalog, the young man's eyes stop on the ancient treasures from the Xia and Shang dynasties, and he makes up his mind to attend the event. His assistant points out that the place will be packed with wealthy tycoons and powerful foreigners, but the warning only gets her boss even more excited. To him, it is the perfect opportunity to spend a fortune taking priceless national relics out of foreign hands. Decision made, he orders his secretary to prepare everything. However, as soon as the office falls silent again, his phone vibrates. On the screen, persistent Lin Mengxi is trying to call him once more, refusing to accept defeat. Without mercy, Xingwang swipes his finger and rejects the call before the phone can ring twice. On the other end, the spoiled heiress completely loses it. Staring at the black screen, she spirals into paranoia, wondering if she said something wrong or somehow lost her charm. The fear of being ignored forever sends her pacing back and forth, consumed by anxiety. Pulling at her own hair in frustration, Mengxi collapses onto the edge of her bed, terrified that she has ruined everything. Meanwhile, far away, the blonde walks around with complete indifference, amused by his own psychological warfare. The tactic works. Locked inside her bedroom, the young woman breaks down in tears of frustration, screaming because she can't understand why she was treated with such complete disregard. Back at Jiangxing Gym, Xingwang is intercepted by a girl in pink who demands to know why he took so long. Maintaining his composure, he claims he had a last-minute meeting, carefully choosing his words so he doesn't come across as either too interested or too cold. To break the ice, she offers him a bottle of water. Watching how detached he is, the girl realizes that Tyron completely overreacted since the blonde treats her like nothing more than an acquaintance. The thought brings an unexpected sting of disappointment. She struggles to accept that the guy who used to be obsessed with her back in high school has moved on so coldly. When Xingwang insists on paying for the drink to keep their finances separate, she tries to reject the formality, but he stands his ground. His goal is clear: build an invisible wall, knowing that indifference hurts far more when someone has always gotten everything they wanted. While she broods over her bruised ego, trying to convince herself that she doesn't care, Wang Tyron boils with anger on the other side of the gym. With his fists trembling, the redhead interprets his rival's distance as an act and starts plotting a way to use her to test the blonde's patience to the limit. With a malicious look, Wang Tyron sets the stage to throw Xingwang off balance in front of Yuan, waiting for even the slightest slip so he can watch his rival lose control. Ignoring the redhead's presence, the blonde focuses entirely on his heavy dumbbell sets. His flawless physique steals the spotlight, making everyone in the gym whisper compliments about the definition in his muscles and legs. Curious, Yuan herself approaches to strike up a conversation, wanting to know what he's focusing on in his workout. Xingwang answers coldly, saying he focuses on his lower body because it's useful. The girl immediately blushes, letting her imagination run wild with the double meaning. But the cold shower comes right after. Without giving her any opening to flirt, the young man kills the mood and explains in a purely practical, technical tone. His focus is entirely vascular, aimed at preventing varicose veins from spending too much time sitting at a desk in the office. As he wipes his face with his shirt, he adds bluntly, asking if she shouldn't be helping her other clients. Dismissed without mercy, Yuan swallows hard, embarrassed by her own distraction and bothered by the young man's lack of interest. Little does she know that his attitude is part of a calculated strategy to shatter her vanity. However, the silence doesn't last long when Wang Tyron decides to step into the scene. Wanting to mark his territory, the redhead walks over and throws his arm around Gao Yuan's shoulders, showing off their intimacy right in front of his rival. But the move backfires spectacularly. Annoyed by the stunt during work hours, the girl pushes her boyfriend away without the slightest hesitation and tears into him in public, demanding that he act professionally and warning him that his lack of common sense is driving business away from the gym. It couldn't have gone better for the blonde. The system immediately announces that Gao Yuan's regret has increased by another 5%. Watching the humiliation while drinking water, Xingwang calmly says he'll train by himself and tells the instructor not to waste time picking a fight. On the inside, he's enjoying every second, fully aware that his rival's insecurity is the perfect fuel to destroy their relationship. Trying to fix the damage, Tyron only makes things worse. He grabs the girl's wrist and loudly asks if she's on her period. The girl explodes with rage at his complete lack of tact, violently yanks her arm free, and orders him never to come near her or speak to her again, leaving the entire gym stunned. Left standing there with his dignity in pieces, Tyron eats away at his own humiliation. Blind with incompetence, he convinces himself that Xingwang manipulated his girlfriend and clenches his fists, swearing to crush the newcomer. Consumed by rage, he pulls out his phone to call some thugs, determined to take out his anger and teach his rival a lesson. Later, after showering and changing into casual clothes, the blonde is approached by Gao Yuan again. Wanting to get him to dinner with some old classmates, she plays the nostalgia card, convinced the guy is only pretending to be difficult because he's still crazy about her. Asking him to wait a moment while she takes a quick shower, she heads into the locker room, certain that her charm is irresistible. Waiting at the reception desk, Xingwang figures that increasing her regret is going to take a lot more work than it did with Mengxi. Meanwhile, from a distance, Tyron sets up the ambush, ready to humiliate his rival and make him crawl in front of the girl. As soon as Gao Yuan comes out ready to leave, the two head for the exit. Seeing them leave the building together, the redhead calls his thug and tells him the target is on the move, ordering him to make his move. Outside, Xingwang gets behind the wheel and opens the door for the girl. Before they can get inside, a loud bang rattles the window. A thug in a yellow jacket appears, glaring at the blonde with an attitude and demanding to know who dared to park in his spot, while two other thugs surround the vehicle. Cool as ice, Xingwang asks who supposedly owns the spot. Annoyed, the girl steps forward and confronts the group, asking what their problem is. The leader flashes a cynical smile and asks if the car belongs to her, getting a firm and immediate answer. The guy comes up with the ridiculous excuse that he'd been watching the spot for hours. Gao Yuan fires back, reminding him that the street is public and nobody owns it. Watching the whole act from the sidelines, Xingwang immediately realizes the confrontation is nothing but a cheap setup. Fed up with the nonsense, the thug in the yellow jacket steps forward and grabs the girl's arm roughly, demanding compensation for losing the parking spot. Uncomfortable and furious, she orders him to let her go. That's when Xingwang steps in with a firm voice, demanding that they release her. The thug mocks him, asking if the blonde wants to play the hero, and the young man confidently smiles and says yes. Surrounded by the trio threatening to break his bones, Xingwang remains completely unfazed. Pale with fear, Gao Yuan pulls out her phone to call Tyron, but the blonde calmly tells her that it's already too late. The girl doesn't understand what he means, while the leader laughs and orders the newcomer to kneel and beg for forgiveness if he wants to save his own skin. With a cold smile, Xingwang explains his warning. It's already too late for the thugs to escape. Before the leader can even catch his breath, the blonde throws a precise punch straight into the aggressor's face, spraying blood and wiping the arrogance off him instantly. In the blink of an eye, a powerful kick sends the second thug flying, knocking both men out with terrifying ease. Gao Yuan watches in disbelief, her cheeks flushing from the shock. With only one trembling thug left, Xingwang calmly approaches him and asks if he knows why he's still standing. The man shakes his head, and the blonde explains that he needs him to drive them to the hospital. The thug immediately agrees, completely terrified. Still in shock, the girl asks if he took martial arts classes. Xingwang brushes it off, simply reminding her that they still have a dinner to get to. She looks away, completely captivated by his effortless confidence. Inside the car, Gao Yuan can't hide her fascination, replaying in her mind just how dominant he was. The sudden turn of events triggers the system's alert. Her regret increases by 20%. From the corner of his eye, Xingwang smiles in satisfaction, finding it hilarious that Tyron's thugs ended up doing the dirty work for him. The express elevator takes the two of them straight to a luxury restaurant on the top floor of a skyscraper. Beneath crystal chandeliers and overlooking the skyline, a sommelier uncorks a vintage 1982 Patris and fills their glasses to begin the dinner. Gao Yuan raises her glass in a shaky toast, thanking him for saving her in the parking lot and admitting that she would have been in serious trouble without him. Between bites, the conversation drifts back to their school days, and she mentions the rumors that he had settled down in the city. Without seeking her approval, Xingwang tells her the truth. He quit his job and has been unemployed for months. The revelation catches her off guard, but she tries to explain his carefree attitude by assuming he must have received a hefty severance package. With the regret meter locked at 70%, the blonde eats without a care and explains that he quit because he was being exploited. His disarming honesty earns praise from the girl, who points out how little vanity he has about hiding his situation. Sensing the opening, Xingwang turns on the charm. He says the secret to good luck is taking care of yourself, and that running into her was the stroke of luck of the night. Blushing and visibly affected, Gao Yuan finds the courage to bring up the past, asking if he still holds a grudge over how cold she used to be during their teenage years, which adds another 5% to the system's regret meter. Putting on a melancholy expression, the young man lies flawlessly, saying that secretly loving her for 4 years was the treasure of his youth. Inside, he's laughing at his own tragic romantic performance. Intrigued by where the conversation is going, she tries to dig for more details, but the blonde changes the subject, refills their glasses, and ends the conversation by wishing her and brother Tyron a happy life together on their way to the altar. The girl nearly chokes on her wine, immediately correcting him that they're only dating and that nobody has mentioned marriage. Xingwang apologizes for the misunderstanding, pretending to be innocent, and takes the opportunity to get up from the table under the excuse of going to the bathroom. Alone at the elegant table, she sees her phone light up with an insistent call from Wang Tyran. She answers defensively, demanding to know why he's bothering her and reminding him that she had already told him about the thank you dinner, asking if he's become a prisoner of jealousy. On the other end of the line, isolated inside the empty gym, the redhead is boiling with rage, unable to contain his outburst as none of his thugs answer his calls. Suspicious that she's completely unharmed, the redhead hesitantly asks if she's really okay. The question immediately sets off an alarm in Gao Yuan's head. She catches the suspicious tone and demands to know what he's implying, questioning whether he's actually worried about her or simply keeping tabs on her. Tyron tries to smooth things over, begging her not to take it the wrong way, but the young woman doesn't let up. She coldly cuts him off, tells him the dinner is still going on, and hangs up on him. At that exact moment, instead of going to the restroom, Xingwang swipes his card and pays the restaurant's astronomical bill. The system immediately chimes in. Gao Yuan's regret shoots up another 10%. The blonde flashes a sly smile, savoring the fact that the harder his rival tries to interfere, the more help he ends up giving him. Back at the table, the girl starts putting the pieces together. Tyron's bizarre behavior, combined with that suspicious question, gives rise to a terrifying thought. Could her boyfriend have set up the parking lot ambush? Before she can reach a conclusion, Xingwang returns with a radiant smile, noticing that her phone has been turned face down. The blonde immediately realizes Tyron called and dug his own grave. Inside, he laughs at his luck at being the perfect man while his rival destroys himself. In a sweet tone, he calls her Yuan, then quickly pretends to correct himself, blaming it on old habits. The old nickname hits the girl hard. She blushes, visibly shaken, while the system marks another 2% of regret. Realizing the fish is hooked, Xingwang plays his final move, backing off with elegance. He suggests driving her home and taking a cab back himself so she can get some rest. Charmed by his thoughtfulness, she immediately agrees, while the blonde wonders whether her regret meter will hit 100% before the moon sets. Minutes later, the car stops in front of her house beneath the moonlight. Xingwang gets out like a true gentleman and opens the door for her. Caught up in the atmosphere of the night, Gao Yuan hesitates to say goodbye and shyly invites him inside for some water and to continue their conversation. Controlling every move with surgical precision, the blonde politely turns her down. He says it would be disrespectful to Tyron and that a late-night visit could damage her reputation. To seal the deal, he gives her a warm smile and tells her they'll see each other again at the gym soon. Xingwang waves and tells her to go inside, pretending he's in a hurry to leave. The girl freezes, stunned by his classy yet ruthless rejection. Inside, the young man celebrates his Oscar-worthy performance, but before he can take his first step, Gao Yuan urgently calls him back. Desperate to keep the conversation going, she brings up their earlier discussion about streaming and admits that the gym wants to enter the industry, asking for advice with her eyes shining with anticipation. Xingwang puts on a thoughtful expression, leaving the girl tense and on the verge of begging. With class, he refuses to personally advise her and instead directs her to Gao Wen, the manager of his company, promising to arrange a meeting later. To wrap things up, he points out how late it is and waves down a taxi that happens to be coming down the street. Getting into the back seat, the blonde sends her off with a quick wave. On the sidewalk, Gao Yuan is left standing there, absolutely crushed after being dismissed so effortlessly. The rejection pushes the system over the edge. Her regret hits 99%. In the rearview mirror, the system practically explodes with excitement over the young man's audacity, dropping a 5-point bonus into his account. Checking the girl's updated stats, the blonde fixes his bangs with a victorious smile, completely in control of the game. As the car cuts through traffic, Xingwang reminisces about his school days. While the other boys treated spoiled rich girls like goddesses, he had already figured out that beauty was nothing more than an evolved primate, back in prehistoric times, just a furry creature. With that cold, pragmatic philosophy, he changes the destination and tells the driver to speed toward Ping'an Residential Community. Arriving at the imposing entrance of Ping'an Residential Community, the blonde adjusts his pace, fully aware that payday has arrived. After leaving Lin Mengxi on red for days, he pulls out his phone, snaps a picture of the entrance, and lets her know he's arrived. At that exact moment, the system beeps. His charisma attribute has broken through the human limit, giving him an irresistible, magnetic aura even while wearing a basic athletic outfit. A short while later, the spoiled heiress comes rushing through the gate, dressed in an immaculate white dress. The moment she hears the young man's voice, she freezes, her face burning with embarrassment. The transformation in his appearance leaves her completely stunned, unable to understand how a simple tracksuit suddenly looks so striking on him. With her heart pounding and her hands pressed against her body to hide her nervousness, she finds herself annoyed at how completely captivated she is. Xingwang walks up to her with ice-cold composure, gently asking if she called him over because something urgent happened. That intense gaze, filled with carefully manufactured affection, instantly melts Lin Mengxi's defenses, making her wonder if she's imagining things. Keeping up the act, the young man explains that he felt bad for ignoring her messages a few days ago and wanted to apologize in person. The words light up the girl's heart, filling her with blind excitement at the thought that he actually notices every little thing she does. With her fingers intertwined in a display of pure shyness, she blurts out her invitation. She quickly prepared some homemade sweet fermented rice wine and asks him to come upstairs for a private conversation. Xingwang responds with a sly smile, pretending to question the quality of the drink. Blushing, she challenges him to find out for himself, playing the situation with surgical precision without revealing his true intentions. He agrees to go upstairs, but sets a tactical boundary to control the pace. He warns that he can only stay for a little while because his schedule is packed tonight. Instead of complaining, Lin Mengxi breaks into a huge smile, thrilled that she finally has him under her roof. While preparing the delicacy, Lin Mengxi can't concentrate on the recipe, stealing furtive glances at the young man sitting at the table. His magnetic appearance leaves her dizzy, making her pulse race and her cheeks burn with embarrassment as she struggles to understand the sudden transformation of her former classmate. Approaching with a steaming bowl of homemade fermented rice wine, she invites him to try it. Xingwang takes a sip and approves without hesitation, praising the balance of sweetness and refreshing taste. Delighted by the compliment, the young woman proudly says she followed her grandmother's recipe exactly. However, as she watches him eat, she gets lost in a maze of paranoid thoughts, obsessing over the real reason she brought him there. Catching her staring, the blonde casually asks if there's something on his face. Caught red-handed, she stammers and tries to hide her embarrassment before pulling a chair right beside him. Almost whispering, Lin Mengxi admits that she simply wanted him close to her. Xingwang takes in the confession and mocks her internally, fully aware that the bait has been swallowed. With a roguish smile, he tells her that from now on, all she has to do is ask if she wants him around. The bold remark makes the girl's face turn bright red, but just as the romantic atmosphere reaches its peak, the blonde finishes his last spoonful, kills the mood by setting down the bowl, and announces that it's getting late. Lin Mengxi reacts as if she's been shot, pale and stunned. She can't understand why someone who just heard a confession would suddenly be in such a hurry to leave. Ignoring her pout, he emphasizes that she needs to get some rest and reaches for the door. Before he can cross the threshold, the spoiled heiress's pride completely collapses. She lunges forward, grabs the young man's arm tightly, and tearfully begs him to stay. Morning sunlight slips through the bedroom window. Xingwang wakes up with Lin Mengxi asleep against his chest, breathing softly and deeply, looking like a completely different person compared to the hysterical woman from the night before. Slowly waking up and rubbing her eyes, Lin Mengxi opens her eyes and finds the young man already awake. In a sweet, love-struck voice, she wishes him a warm good morning and asks if he slept comfortably. At that exact moment, the system interface bursts open in front of the blonde with a definitive alert. The 24-year-old girl's regret level has reached 100%, awarding a massive 100-point bonus and confirming her complete surrender. Putting the mechanics together, the young man realizes that breaking down a woman's emotional resistance all the way to the limit can yield absurd rewards. Returning her greeting with equal courtesy, he responds with a charming conqueror's smile. The panel then reveals a hidden bonus: 2 new contract slots and additional time added to the recruitment deadline. Checking his balance of 105 points in the virtual store, he mentally maps out his next moves. Gently running his fingers through Lin Mengxi's hair, he calmly tells her to get some more sleep since he has work waiting for him. Wrapped up in the sheets and blushing from head to toe, she obeys without a word. Already dressed and ready to go, the blonde leaves with the certainty that he's won completely. With the heiress wrapped around his finger, taking control of the Lin family will be a piece of cake, while the extended deadline gives him enough time to recruit the best talent in the industry for his agency. 2 hours later, Xingwang walks through the doors of Tianyu Entertainment. As he makes his way through the halls, reviewing Gao Wen's scouting results, he's intercepted by a group of streamers who greet him enthusiastically. The pink-haired girl with twin pigtails and her dark-haired colleague celebrate their boss's arrival, joined by the silver-haired streamer, who admits that the whole group has been eagerly waiting for him. The redhead reveals the reason for all the excitement. Gao Wen had let it slip that the big boss would personally choose 2 of them for exclusive contracts that very day. With a calculating smile, the blonde sees the perfect opportunity. Thanks to the system's freshly earned reward, his 2 new contract slots fit the situation perfectly. Approaching them with confidence, he shakes hands with the silver-haired girl, and looking at her and the redhead, makes the final move. He officially offers exclusive contracts to both of them, filling the 2 slots on the spot. The news hits the girls like a bolt of lightning. The redhead's eyes widen in disbelief, and she excitedly asks if he's serious. Xingwang confirms it with a firm smile, assuring her that the offer is real. Faced with such confidence and generosity, the silver-haired streamer breaks into a huge smile and accepts the offer immediately. A short while later, the sound of stilettos echoes through the executive floor. The office door swings open, revealing the pink-haired girl holding a cup and excitedly announcing that everything is ready for the next steps. Inside, she walks forward with a coy demeanor, calling out for Director Sun. The man turns around in his chair with a smile and motions for her to come closer. Without hesitation, the streamer slips behind him, wraps her arms around his shoulders, and complains sweetly about how he's been ignoring her these past few days. Clearly looking for a favor, she winks and says she brought her boss's favorite tea, promising to take good care of him that afternoon. Her boldness makes the executive blush. Realizing she's looking for special treatment regarding her new contract, he decides to play along, firmly grabs her wrist, and pulls her onto his lap. She puts on a coy act at how quickly he responded, teasing that he's being impatient. Director Sun keeps her close and lays down the rules. If she knows how to obey and please him properly, the exclusive contract will become a reality. He leans closer, reinforcing that good behavior will come with plenty of perks. But just as the situation reaches its limit, the door suddenly bursts open without warning. Xingwang storms into the room and catches them in the act. At that exact moment, the system's panel appears in his vision, revealing that the man is Sun Wei, the director of Tianyu Entertainment, and displaying his full profile. With a sly smile, the blonde realizes he walked in at exactly the right time. Catching the executive abusing his position gives him the perfect leverage to take control of the agency. While chaos erupts in the executive office, sitting in the chairman's office, the blonde savors the executive chair for the first time. The excitement, however, doesn't last long. A red system warning suddenly flashes across his screen, informing him that despite the heiress's regret reaching 100%, the reward is still locked. The panel reveals that her hunger for status and money is enormous, requiring him to either satisfy that desire or shatter her expectations before he can claim the rewards. As he considers how to break through the restriction, the red-headed woman appears at the doorway and politely asks if she's interrupting. Xingwang immediately invites her inside. Sitting across from his desk, she listens as the boss asks whether it's true that they've managed to recruit the biggest stars from rival agencies. Gao Wen confidently confirms the victory, explaining that the generous pay packages convinced them to jump ship immediately, securing a monopoly over the live streaming market. Satisfied with her efficiency, the blonde flashes a victorious smile, fully confident in his manager's ability to crush the competition, praising the tremendous effort that saved the company. Xingwang decides that the manager deserves the ultimate reward. Thinking about the system's financial restrictions, he takes action. He stands up, walks around the desk, extends his hand firmly, and makes the ultimate move, offering Gao Wen half of the shares in Tianyu Entertainment. The offer hits Gao Wen like a punch to the gut. Pale and completely stunned, she stammers, asking if her boss has lost his mind to make an offer like that. Xingwang steps closer, maintaining his imposing stance as he asks whether she has the guts to go through with the decision. With her heart pounding and greed flashing in her eyes, the young woman clenches her fists, swearing she would never let an opportunity like this pass her by. Sizing up her hunger for power, the blonde lays it out plainly. If she accepts the deal, she stops being an employee and becomes an owner of Tianyu by his side. Holding her breath, she demands to know the price of such a massive stake. Xingwang gives her a calculated smile and states the price. To become his partner and co-owner of half the empire, she has to give herself to him. Far away, in an executive office at a rival company, the big boss answers his phone. Lin Mengxi's profile appears on the screen alongside a daily system mission, demanding that he secure an exclusive contract with the blonde in exchange for a massive 500,000 yuan payout and charm points. Certain that money can buy any woman's loyalty, he orders his subordinate to make the move immediately. But the subordinate destroys his confidence moments later. Lin Mengxi and the top streamers from the major agencies have already signed with Tianyu Entertainment, wiping out the rival's access to the industry's biggest talent. Red with rage and unable to understand how he got blindsided, the executive screams into the phone, demanding to know who sabotaged his operation. Across town, lounging in his chair, Xingwang sneezes and lets out an amused laugh, savoring the chaos spreading through his rival's ranks. Rubbing his nose, he wonders if one of his competitors is suffering because of him. The system immediately lights up, confirming a 100 yuan deposit for his maneuver with Gao Wen and unlocking a hefty bonus for becoming the agency's controlling shareholder. His phone vibrates moments later. It's Lin Mengxi, her sweet voice checking if she's interrupting. On the line, she reports that the rival's management just tried to poach her, but she told them to get lost, swearing her eternal loyalty to Tianyu. Xingwang lets out a pleased laugh, showering the girl with praise as she melts with happiness on the other end. Far away, the rival executive stares at the screen in complete disbelief. His own system panel flashes the critical failure of his daily mission, punishing him with a massive deduction of points. The truth finally sinks in. Xingwang has swallowed him whole in the game. Neon lights wash over the city as night falls. At the top of a rooftop restaurant, the blonde raises a glass with Lin Mengxi to celebrate the agency's victory, savoring a glass of fine red wine. Between sips, he thanks her for signing with Tianyu Entertainment, declaring that her star power is the engine driving the company. With a modest smile, she raises her glass and promises to work hard to bring in profits. Seizing the moment, the girl praises the man's resilience, amazed by how quickly he rebuilt himself after the collapse of his previous agency. Cutting into a slice of steak without a care, Xingwang embraces his confidence, explaining that the talent had always been there, but his past naivety had surrounded him with leeches. Mengxi nods in agreement, noticing the thick skin he has developed. Fascinated by his aura of power, she takes another sip of wine and asks what targets are next on the business board. Keeping the conversation moving, she asks whether he plans to stay focused on live streaming or expand into other markets. At that exact moment, a system window opens in front of Xingwang, offering an optional mission to deepen his relationship with the target. Resting his arms on the linen tablecloth, the blonde gives her a calculated, mischievous look, wanting to gauge her ambition before making his move. Instead of answering, he throws the question back at her, asking where she would place her bets. Cleverly, Mengxi smiles and says that with the money and cunning he has, real estate or the stock market would be the perfect playground. With that, she gets up from her chair and excuses herself to touch up her makeup. Alone in the private dining area, Xingwang clicks accept on the mission panel, securing the reward as long as he keeps the girl under control. Raising his crystal glass toward the lights of the metropolis, he gives a sly smile. The agency's monopoly is only the beginning. Meanwhile, in the hallway outside the restroom, Mengxi walks distractedly and crashes straight into the solid frame of a sharply dressed man. The impact throws her off balance, and she lets out a muffled gasp as she falls backward. The stranger reacts on instinct, shooting out an arm to catch her around the waist before she hits the floor. Startled, the young woman blinks away the shock and realizes she was saved from an ugly fall by a slick-looking man trying to play the hero, asking if she's hurt. Straightening herself and quickly stepping away from his touch, Lin Mengxi immediately recognizes the bastard, Sun Wei, the head of the rival agency. Trying to take advantage of the forced encounter, the executive flashes a smug smile and makes a direct offer, acting like he's doing her a favor as he claims she's wasting her time at Tianyu and demands that she switch sides in exchange for money and benefits. With a look of disgust and icy eyes, the girl clicks her tongue in contempt and delivers a brutal rejection, telling the creep to get lost. Without wasting another word on him, she turns her back with her head held high, leaving the executive standing there on the carpet, seething with rage after the humiliating rejection. What looked like a random accident, however, reeks of a carefully staged setup. A series of flashbacks reveals the scheme orchestrated by Sun Wei and his lackey. Step 1 was to create a false sense of urgency, with the subordinate deliberately bumping into the woman to throw her off balance in the hallway. Following the dirty script, Sun Wei moves in to corner her. The situation gets completely out of hand when he loses control, gripping the girl's arm hard and ignoring her screams as she demands to be released. Trembling with anger and trapped, She calls him a piece of trash, refusing to bow to the abuser's threats. But the tyrant's little show comes to an abrupt end. Out of nowhere, Xingwang strides down the hallway and steps in, stopping the violence with sheer confidence. With one sharp, authoritative shove, the blonde pulls his rival away from the girl, making it clear that this punk is going to pay dearly for his arrogance. Thrown off by the sudden intervention, Sun Wei swallows his anger and tries to turn the tables with a cynical question, asking whether the blonde plans to take her to the police station to file a report. With an ironic smile, the executive tries to brush the incident aside, telling everyone to calm down and suggesting they exchange phone numbers, claiming it was all just a misunderstanding. Glaring at the bastard, Lin Mengxi makes it clear that there is nothing funny about what happened, dripping with icy contempt. Seeing his house of cards collapse, the man in the white suit loses his composure and drops the polished act, pointing a finger straight at Xingwang and shouting death threats for ruining the ambush. As the shouting echoes through the hallway, the young woman turns her head and lets out a relieved sigh when she sees her boyfriend closing in. With the confidence of someone who owns the board, the blonde mocks how long she took in the restroom, proving he isn't the least bit afraid of these suited thugs. Stepping beside the young woman, the blonde takes control of the situation, leaving the rival duo feeling a chill run down their spines. When Sun Wei recognizes the CEO of Tianyu Entertainment standing between him and the girl like a human shield, cold sweat runs down his back as he realizes the entire ambush has been completely neutralized. Taking advantage of the protection, Lin Mengxi snuggles against Xingwang's arm and exposes the executive's attempt to assault her. The blonde takes her in with a firm gaze, then sends his rival a sharp, threatening smile that makes it clear there will be a price for messing with someone under his protection. With the tension thickening in the hallway, the aggressor decides to leave before things get worse. Twisting his face into an awkward smile, he tries to disguise his defeat with a cynical wink, claiming that since the girl is in good hands, they'll be leaving. As they retreat in hurried steps, the lackey vents his rage, cursing the failure of their stupid ambush. Xingwang watches them flee with nothing but contempt, while Lin Mengxi, her cheeks burning and her heart racing from his protective attitude, turns her face away, caught between shyness and admiration. Looking back with murderous hatred, Sun Wei seethes as he realizes just how stunning the girl is, yet jealousy tears him apart as he watches his rival steal the entire spotlight. Stopping halfway down the hallway, the executive decides he isn't going to swallow this humiliation. Turning around with swagger, he challenges the blonde to a bet, stepping up to him head-on. Crossing his arms with a mocking smile, Xingwang accepts the challenge immediately, demanding to know the rules of the game. The scene cuts to the darkness of the underground parking garage. Sitting behind the wheel of his imported car, Sun Wei rants to himself, blaming the incompetent detectives he hired for failing to uncover anything useful about Xingwang's past, doing nothing more than painting him as a nobody, a mistake that had cost him dearly. Meanwhile, isolated inside his own vehicle underground, the rival executive watches his phone screen flash with a red warning. Only 4 hours remain before the mission deadline expires. Driven mad by the pressure, he punches the dashboard, pulls at his hair in desperation, and screams as he realizes that his own stupidity destroyed his chance with Lin Mengxi. His dirty move has become a guillotine hanging over his own neck. While the rival tears himself apart underground, the scene shifts to Lin Mengxi's penthouse. The door closes behind them, and the atmosphere changes completely. Overcome by a sudden wave of gratitude and desire after being rescued, the girl wraps her arms around Xingwang's neck and pulls his face toward hers with both hands. A deep kiss seals their arrival, her cheeks flushed and her surrender unmistakable, crowning the night with a decisive victory. The darkness of the early morning brings a quiet, intimate calm to the apartment. Already dressed in light pajamas, the young woman looks at him tenderly. They exchange a good night filled with unspoken promises, and the blonde leaves. Sunrise brings a rush of activity to the Tianyu Entertainment headquarters. At the live streaming command center, the creators race between screens. The silver-haired streamer, wearing a fitted crop top and dark shorts, chats with her red-headed colleague, celebrating the huge surge in viewership over the past 2 days and swearing to protect the empire from anyone trying to undermine it. Leaving the room, the silver-haired girl heads straight for the president's office. Pushing the door open, she finds the blonde leaning back in his chair, his chin resting on one hand as he watches her approach. Raising a tablet displaying the updated schedule, she proposes moving the commercial launch of Star Hotel up by 48 hours. Xingwang approves with a gesture and gives her a brief compliment, acknowledging the team's competence. Leaning against the edge of the desk, She points toward the monitor and lays out a ruthless plan to suffocate the competition and monopolize the industry. The blonde flashes a cynical smile, savoring the idea of such a merciless move, while the employee looks at him with a mix of fascination and mutual understanding. The trigger is pulled. Inside the secured studio, the red-headed streamer adjusts her phone on the tripod and takes a breath before hitting play. With a tap on the screen, the broadcast goes live. She flashes a magnetic smile, greets everyone with a cheerful good evening, and announces the hottest event of the night. The live stream explodes in views. Between calculated winks and provocative poses, she rides the wave of virtual hearts flooding the screen, setting the chat on fire with pure charm and charisma. The peaceful live stream goes up in smoke when Sun Wei storms into the studio in his perfectly tailored suit, jumping into the stream to try and ride someone else's audience. Hidden behind his phone screen, Xing Wang watches the circus with a sour smile, remembering their conversation about who really runs the streets. The blonde decides to answer in the only language that matters, raw wealth. With a furious barrage of taps on his smartphone, he unleashes a storm of ridiculously expensive rockets and astronomical donations, taking over the chat, crushing his rival's morale, and proving that he plays in a completely different league. The screen turns into a festival of explosive animations and digital missiles shooting upward without end. Savoring the destruction through his phone, Xing Wang enjoys the other side's panic with the confidence of someone who makes the rules. Across the studio, the redhead freezes in front of the camera, eyes wide as she stammers, trying to figure out whether this intergalactic downpour of rare gifts is really coming from the boss. The scene reaches its peak with the energy through the roof. The streamer repeatedly thanks him for the avalanche of donations, while the audience goes wild in the chat over the anonymous benefactor's bottomless wallet. The livestream gets another boost as the pink-haired girl takes center stage, making heart signs with her fingers while new rockets explode across the interface amid the audience's growing hysteria. A little later, the attention shifts back to the redhead, now wearing an elegant turtleneck and a dark skirt with a generous slit, who gets another shock when a fleet of cruise ships and red rockets floods the chat. Radiant with excitement, she sways in front of the camera and starts blowing kisses to her sponsor. Meanwhile, Xing Wang watches the financial massacre with a victorious smile, while the system records the outrageous spending spree he is using to crush the competition and secure his monopoly. Seeing the mission timer running out, the blonde goes full berserker mode. Surrounded by a wall of smartphones mounted on tripods, he turns into a blur, swinging his arms at incredible speed and tapping every screen simultaneously, roaring with everything he has as he tries to burn through his resources before the timer hits 0. He unleashes an absurd sequence of furious taps. On the final move, with the job done, he relaxes his posture and blows on his index finger, acting as if the fingertip were smoking from all the touchscreen abuse. Wrapping up her performance with magnetic charm, the red-haired creator asks the audience what they thought of her dance. Before she can get an answer, a digital catastrophe crashes onto the screen. A gigantic, seemingly endless mountain of rockets buries the chat, stacking into a colossal tower that leaves every viewer frozen in absolute shock. Exhausted and breathing heavily, Xing Wang appears slumped over, twisting his fingers and grumbling that the extreme effort of swiping and tapping so many screens nearly pulled his joints out of place. Even the system panel cracks a joke about the boy's superhuman effort to dump that fortune into gifts. While the redhead tries to process the tsunami of sponsorship, the pink-haired streamer checks her screen and discovers a deleted message from the user Crazy Poor. Thinking the mysterious donor is adorable, she gives a sweet smile, briefly says goodbye to the live stream, and bolts out of there. In the blink of an eye, the door to one of the rival offices is violently thrown open. The pink-haired girl storms into the room, cornering the executive who had been watching the defeat on his phone and leaving him stunned by the sudden intrusion. The confrontation comes fast. She unleashes her anger on the man, laying out the facts while he tries to dodge the accusations, suffocating under the psychological pressure of the collapse closing in around him. With no patience left for excuses, she turns her back and walks out of the room, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. The rival lets out a hysterical, nervous laugh, but the facade finally cracks when he realizes the financial downfall is irreversible, sending him into a panic as he watches the stream collapse. At the edge of despair, the opponent refuses to go down without a fight. Furious, he grabs his phone and shouts that he will get his revenge, unleashing a frantic barrage of taps on the screen in an attempt to close the gap. On the other end, Xing Wang catches the move and flashes a cynical smile, mocking the pathetic attempt to turn the tables. Without hesitation, the blonde surrounds himself with the tripods once again and unleashes another waterfall of resources, steamrolling past the top of the rankings and leaving his opponent in complete shock. The mental pressure reaches its breaking point. The rival loses control of his grip, lets the smartphone slip from his hand with a muffled cry, and collapses to his knees, clutching his head in despair as he faces absolute failure. From a distance, witnesses watch the scene in stunned silence, whispering about the man's pathetic state after being completely crushed in the competition. Ignoring the man's pleas and desperate screams, the pink-haired streamer ends the argument with a cold dismissal, turns her back, and walks toward the exit, leaving the rival at rock bottom. The building's exterior appears under the daylight before the scene cuts to a corporate office, where Xingwang watches the downfall of his competitors from the best seat in the house, wearing a calm, satisfied smile. The silver-haired girl crosses paths with him, a blue clipboard in her hands, looking surprised to find him there. The blonde greets her with a friendly smile, asking if everything is okay and explaining that he came because of the great view and the room's spacious layout. Looking him straight in the eye, she accuses him of having the nerve to show up like he owns the place. With his hands in his pockets, Xingwang teases her, saying that if she had chosen his side from the beginning, she'd be swimming in money and victories by now. Suspicious, she looks away, convinced he only showed up to cause trouble. Without losing his composure, the blonde pulls out his phone, announces that he's already collected his reward in cash and system points, and says goodbye with an ironic, "See you around." Meanwhile, inside an elevator, the pink-haired girl presses the button to go down, grumbling that she isn't going to let this slide. The metallic chime announces the door's opening, and she freezes in front of her smartphone screen, staring at a transfer notification worth 687,000. The sender's name destroys the last shred of sanity left in her mind. The tycoon behind the entire fortune and financial empire is none other than Hang Tianhao himself, the supreme leader of the Gaoen group. Paralyzed, eyes wide open, she feels the ground disappear beneath her feet. To fully reveal this insane twist, the story moves forward to the following night, revealing the imposing and luxurious silhouette of the Dome restaurant cutting across the moonlit sky. Walking cautiously through the elegant halls of the Dome restaurant, she catches a familiar silhouette through a crack in the door. Seeing him in an immaculate suit, the girl freezes when he greets her with a polite yet cutting smile. "Miss Lu, long time no see." The realization hits her like a meteor. Staring at the executive in front of her, she desperately connects the dots, realizing in horror that this untouchable big shot is the exact same man who had casually sat with Gao Wen at the bar a few days earlier, finally revealing himself as the true tycoon behind it all. Seated at the table with CEO Hang in the luxurious restaurant, she watches as a waiter pours wine into her glass. The blonde takes control of the conversation, joking that even if he were reincarnated 10 times, he still wouldn't be able to beat Gao Wen, considering the colossal financial backing she has behind her. Maintaining his calculating demeanor, Hang admits that he would love to have her on his side. On the defensive, she sarcastically points out that she could get stoned for playing both sides, since she and Gao Wen are sworn enemies. Ignoring the warning, the CEO plays his trump card. He points out that she has already broken ties with her former firm and makes her a blank check offer to snatch her up before the competition can, emphasizing that money is no obstacle and that she can name her own price. Putting on a confident front, Lu Shui crosses her arms and challenges him, warning that making fun of her will come at a steep price. To her complete horror, Hang fires back without hesitation. 100 million? Deal. Inside, the girl's brain short-circuits. Her secret target had been a modest 10 million, but she just heard an offer 10 times higher. Even though she knows the amount is outrageous, her vanity weighs more heavily, and her ego whispers that she really is worth every penny. Her instant surrender triggers the system. Lu Shui's regret meter jumps by 20%. Since her actual expectation was only 10 million, the panel calculates the CEO's excess spending and rewards him with 90 million in regret funds. Closing the deal, Hang delivers a cold maxim about the corporate chessboard. As far as he's concerned, eternal bonds don't exist, only interests, and when those interests are massive enough, they can bring two people closer than passion ever could. With a surgical smile, he asks whether she's willing to become his permanent ally. Cornered and blushing all the way to the roots of her hair, Shui takes the final blow when the tycoon leans in, declaring that he has more money than he could ever burn through and that he wants to spend a fortune on her. With her heart racing beyond its limits and completely spellbound, the girl realizes she has been totally swept up by the CEO's dangerous charm. With her nerves stretched to the breaking point and her defenses completely shattered, the system announces that Lu Shui's regret meter jumps another 40%. Trying to put the brakes on things, Shui grumbles that she's willing to accept the partnership, but warns that she could walk away at any moment if things go south. Picking Picking up on her concerns, Hang makes his final move. He guarantees her complete freedom and zero contractual strings, allowing her to walk away whenever she wants. To embody the spirit of a true tycoon, he philosophizes that a fortune can only keep growing when you know how to make massive investments, because being stingy with your allies is just digging your own financial grave. Deal sealed, the two stand up and shake hands to finalize the pact. Taking in the success of his masterstroke, the CEO flashes a huge grin, satisfied with the overwhelming balance sheet he's built that day. Meanwhile, at the rival headquarters, the competitor goes into a tailspin after realizing that Lin Mengxi still hasn't added him and that Lu Shui's favorability meter has sunk underground. The system issues a brutal ultimatum. If he doesn't get close to Mengxi immediately, he will be forcibly disconnected from the target. Furious that he has already given everything he has, he discovers the true cost of the penalty. Losing the connection will result in a 20% deduction from his dog money, with the difference being charged directly to his real-life bank account. Terrified by the prospect of bankruptcy and financial ruin, the unlucky man completely loses it, decides to bet everything on one desperate attack, and bolts out of the office. The scene cuts to a brightly lit photo studio, where Lin Mengxi walks around holding a balloon as camera flashes go off, continuously fattening the system's coffers with 300 yuan rewards for every click. While the money-making machine keeps running, Hang monitors the model's performance. Reviewing the numbers, he concludes that the current pace is profitable, but that the efficiency margin could still go through the roof, planning to promote her to an executive-level position with an executive salary as soon as she returns from her trip. Recognizing the genius of turning the system's mechanics into pure profit, the interface rewards the protagonist with a surprise bonus of 66,666 yuan. Walking beside him, Lin Mengxi notices the boy's distant gaze and asks what's on his mind. Internally, Hang celebrates pocketing another fortune for practically doing nothing, reinforcing his belief that spending like a king is the only way to multiply wealth. Cutting back to the studio, the session is interrupted when an assistant appears carrying a massive bouquet of yellow roses, sent by a persistent admirer waiting in the lobby. As soon as the model receives the arrangement and catches sight of the petals, her expression changes, instantly figuring out the mystery. Clutching the stems of the yellow roses, Lin Mengxi remembers that the same flowers decorate every corner of her home, realizing that the guy must have picked up on that tiny detail during the night they spent together. Finding him incredibly persistent for tracking her down at work, she decides to confront the admirer face to face, asking the assistant to pack up her belongings as she prepares to deal with him. Stepping through the studio door to confront the supposed admirer, Lin Mengxi narrows her eyes, immediately finding his silhouette strange. His build looks much broader and stockier than she remembers. As she gets closer, the shock hits her full force. The face staring back at her does not belong to Jingwang. Faced with a wide, creepy smile, she takes a step back on alert, wondering if she's dealing with some kind of maniac. The guy, however, spreads his arms and greets her with fake familiarity, leaving her completely stunned. Putting on an arrogant pose, the man puffs out his chest and asks if she liked the yellow roses. But the move backfires. The model suddenly remembers that she had been posting pictures of those exact flowers on her social media. Realizing the guy stalked her profile just to fake having something in common with her, she stares at him with pure disgust. Her disgust triggers the interface. The panel immediately deducts 20 favorability points. The admirer starts freaking out, breaking into a cold sweat as he desperately tries to figure out what caused the instant penalty. Cutting through the charade with icy politeness, Lin Mengxi shoves the bouquet back into his chest, returning the gift with class while telling him she doesn't accept emotional handouts and ordering him to stop deluding himself. The blunt rejection costs the unfortunate man another 20 points on the system's meter, leaving him completely dizzy. Trying to end the torture as quickly as possible, she confronts him about the real reason for his visit, asking whether he came to discuss contracts or professional matters. Red as a tomato and stumbling over his own apologies, Mr. Liang finally admits that his real intention was to try and pursue her romantically. Believing that a shy approach would be the key, he waits for a green light that never comes. The system, merciless as ever, delivers another 30 negative points, turning his move into a complete nuclear disaster. Shocked by the collapse in his metrics, Mr. Liang panics, mentally breaking down as he watches his score evaporate no matter what words he chooses. On the other side, Lin Mengxi remains unmoved, shutting down any chance of flirting, cutting the conversation short, and stating that she has absolutely no interest in collecting male friends, explaining that she needs to avoid any friction with her boyfriend. With another 5 points stolen by the system, she turns her back without looking back, announcing that she's going back to work. The man breaks into a cold sweat, frozen in place, and wondering whether his mistake was being too cheap with the flowers instead of putting more money on the table. To cap off the tragedy, the interface delivers the final blow. A red warning flashes across the screen, stating that the connection will be severed if the score falls somewhere between 75 and 90% negative. Collapsing to his knees in a brightly lit corner, the man grabs his head in despair. Completely crushed and with nowhere left to turn, he drops the bouquet of roses onto the floor while cursing his fate, furious that he ended up with a system focused on wealth and somehow still managed to collect this much bad luck. The scene cuts to the sunlit runway of an airport where a passenger plane takes off into the sky. Moments later, the blonde protagonist and the silver-haired girl appear in the terminal, maintaining their calm demeanor as they survey the surroundings. A driver in an immaculate suit opens the door of a luxury vehicle and approaches them, informing them that the auction dinner is scheduled for 7 sharp and that they'll first stop at the Bulgari suite to change outfits. The blonde thanks him with a polite smile. The sequence ends with the protagonist radiating confidence beside the young woman, ready to dominate the next stage of the night. The imported car pulls up in front of an imposing, ultra-modern facade. As they step out, the driver tells them he'll give them a call half an hour before the event. With little patience for excessive formalities, the protagonist grumbles about the tedious bureaucracy, but continues forward alongside the platinum-haired girl, crossing the luxurious lobby, bathed in the glow of massive chandeliers and lavish finishes. An employee informs them that their luggage is already being taken up to the room. The blonde dismisses the matter with a wave and steps into the elevator with the girl. Sharing the elevator with 2 more men in suits, the atmosphere quickly turns tense. In a serious tone, one of them mentions that Zhang Li, a well-known figure from the Wenchuan Pavilion, is staying there too. Hearing the name, the red-haired man traveling with them grows furious, remembering that the guy is branded a traitor to his country for smuggling cultural artifacts overseas. The blonde silently takes in the warning as the stories continue. The redhead vents that the old man is a living legend at auctions. He wins absolutely everything he wants, boasting a perfect 100% success rate even against billionaires. To make matters worse, rumors say he is ruthless, ordering the bones of anyone who dares interfere with his business to be broken. Breaking into a cold sweat at the rival's violent reputation, the man advises them to be extremely careful if they cross paths with the criminal. The elevator finally stops at the correct floor, and the blonde steps out beside the platinum-haired girl, ready to face whatever danger is lurking behind the scenes of the auction. In the hallway, the blonde remarks that the men from the elevator are definitely competitors, and that Zhang Li is a thorn in the side of plenty of people. With a cynical laugh, he admits that traitors are the scum of humanity, and that he has zero patience for that kind of person. Without hesitation, the protagonist lays out his strategy. Anything the old smuggler tries to bid on, he'll outbid him and take it home. The platinum-haired girl asks, worried, whether he isn't afraid of violent retaliation. The blonde, however, flashes a predatory smile and says his biggest fear is that the guy will be too cowardly to try anything. With his strength attributes maxed out, he's eager for an opportunity to fight without holding back, especially since he knows the system will compensate every penny he spends with a massive reimbursement. Little do they know, they're already being watched. In a dark surveillance room, Zhang Li watches the couple on a giant screen. Taking a puff from his cigar, he lets out a contemptuous laugh at the audacity of that nobody. With a snap of his fingers, a subordinate in a red dress and with a deadly presence emerges from the shadows, ready to act. Zhang Li asks if she understood the assignment. The woman assures him that she'll break the young man and make him obey her every command throughout the event. Satisfied, the villain decides they'll deal with the matter at the auction and sends the assassin off to prepare. Meanwhile, the platinum-haired girl says she's going back to her room to change and get some rest, asking him to keep her informed of any changes to their plans. The blonde says goodbye casually and enters his room. What he doesn't know is that Zhang Li's henchwoman is lurking behind the plants in the hallway. Seeing the pair split up, she decides the girl is irrelevant and that the leader is the priority target. Without hesitation, she launches her attack. With superhuman precision, she races toward the staircase and leaps toward the ventilation duct, scaling the wall with impressive speed. Her plan is surgical: crawl through the ducts and infiltrate the suite's bathroom, taking out the target with maximum efficiency before he can even open his mouth. Crawling through the dark, cramped metal duct, the woman moves with surgical precision, muffling her own breathing so she won't give away her position. When she reaches the ventilation grate, she peers into the room, expecting to find a deadly opponent, but instead comes face to face with something bizarre. The blonde is completely focused on the eccentric features of a state-of-the-art toilet. Completely unaware of the danger lurking above him, the protagonist examines the panel covered in electronic buttons on the side of the high-tech throne. Curious and with absolutely no idea how the thing works, he decides to press a random button just to see what happens. The mistake costs him dearly. In a split second, a powerful jet of pressurized water blasts out of the toilet and hits the guy square in the face. Desperate to stop the uncontrollable fountain, the blonde starts smacking every button on the panel in a frenzy, turning the bathroom into an aquatic war zone under the assassin's utterly stunned gaze. Staggering backward from the impact, he crashes to the floor, cursing as he tries to wipe the burning water from his eyes. Sitting on the tiles and hurriedly drying himself off, the young man has the most absurd thought imaginable. He concludes that the high-tech toilet nearly committed negligent homicide and that he was incredibly lucky the water hit his face, because if the jet had been aimed a little lower, he would have lost his virginity right there to a toilet. Hidden inside the duct, the henchwoman freezes. A massive bead of cold sweat rolls down her forehead as she stares at the idiot on the floor, seriously wondering whether her target suffers from some severe mental impairment. The deadly aura and tension of the mission instantly evaporate in the face of such staggering stupidity. As the blonde recovers from the shock, a golden system window appears, floating in midair. The notification announces that Manhwa has just been registered on the Regret Meter's development platform. Curious, he reads the woman's holographic profile as she appears on the screen. 26 years old, 5'7", 58 kilograms, an 8.5 beauty rating, with her regret meter stuck at 0. Completely unaware that Manhwa is watching him from the ceiling, the young man scratches his head at the screen and blurts out, "Who the hell is this woman?" Staring at the floating interface, the young man frowns, wondering where the hell that profile came from. A wave of embarrassment hits him as he remembers the humiliating incident with the toilet, making him shake his head to force the memory away. Up above, peeking through the opening, the assassin looks utterly disgusted. To her, the target is nothing more than a horny idiot, making her seriously question whether this clumsy clown actually has what it takes to stand up to her master. The tables turn in an instant. Calculating as ever, the blonde connects the dots with the system. If the woman has been added to the regret tab, it means she must be nearby, silently seething and judging his every move. A predatory glint flashes in his eyes, accompanied by a crooked smile. Dropping his clueless act, he decides to play dumb, staying on guard while hunting for clues to locate the intruder. Up on the ceiling, the spy watches him leave the bathroom and head toward the bedroom. Adjusting a pair of high-tech tactical glasses over her face, Murong activates the digital display. The bluish lens floods her vision with cascading codes and tactical data. Through the scan, she locks onto the boy to track his movements. What happens next, however, defies all military logic. Instead of searching the room or checking the dark corners, the blonde simply walks to the edge of the bed and starts undressing. Pulling his black shirt up, he reveals a ripped, muscular torso directly in the spy's line of sight. In complete shock behind her lenses, the assassin freezes. She wonders if the kid is seriously about to lie down and pass out, because any real mercenary would have already sensed the pressure in the air. The boy's absurd nonchalance pushes her to the brink of paranoia, leaving her unsure whether he's just a lucky idiot or setting a deadly trap. Now shirtless, the guy is left wearing nothing but his shorts. From the ceiling, the spy monitors every movement through her display, unable to believe how bizarre her target is and desperately trying to figure out what he plans to do. Adjusting the digital focus, Manhwa nearly drops her jaw. Watching a grown man crawl around on the floor just to look underneath the furniture is so pathetic that she starts questioning the boy's sanity. The protagonist's mind, however, is buzzing with deductions. Intrigued by the system interface, he wonders why this woman hasn't shown herself like the others, concluding that she must be hiding somewhere in a blind spot. As he searches beneath the cabinets, the assassin struggles to process the humiliation. To her, this behavior rules out any possibility of him being a genius or prodigious heir, leaving only two options. Either the guy is a Shakespeare-level master of acting stupid, or he's simply the clueless heir of some eccentric billionaire. Completely relaxed, the boy grabs a can of soda and wanders around the room wearing nothing but his shorts. Watching the ridiculous spectacle from above, Manhwa starts questioning her entire career, wondering how she ever accepted a professional-level mission to spy on a clown like this. As if spying on a clueless grown man weren't humiliating enough, the universe decides to make things even worse. Cramped inside the claustrophobic ventilation duct, the woman tries to maintain her composure and professional focus while waiting for the right moment to strike. But fate has no mercy. When she glances into the darkness of the duct, she comes face to face with an unwelcome visitor, a tough-looking rat sitting just inches from her nose. Far from being intimidated by the deadly assassin, the rodent stares at her with a mocking expression, letting out squeaks that sound suspiciously like it's laughing at her. Seeing a filthy rat mocking her misery in the middle of a covert operation is the final straw. A vein bulges on the assassin's forehead, and her eyes take on a murderous gleam. Nearly having a nervous breakdown inside the duct, Manhwa has to swallow a scream and summon every ounce of self-control she has to avoid smashing the creature and blowing the mission. Before the assassin can snap and destroy the ventilation system, the rodent lets out a shrill squeak and darts into the shadows of the duct, disappearing before it can become the target of the woman's murderous glare. Swallowing her anger and forcing her sanity back into place, Manhwa shakes her head and pushes the rage aside. The mission comes first. Crawling through the metal duct, a downright torturous experience for someone wearing a tight little dress and high heels. Outside, the sun bathes the top of the skyscraper. Determined to skip straight to the execution phase, the spy slips out of the ventilation shaft, adjusts her dress, fixes her posture, and presses the doorbell. From the other side, a "coming" echoes before the door swings open without ceremony. Finding a breathtaking beauty standing on his doorstep, the protagonist raises an eyebrow and bluntly asks, "Who are you?" Flashing a magnetic smile and radiating confidence, Murong switches into actress mode. She introduces herself as a VIP instructor sent by the event organizers to guide newcomers through the auction rules. Certain that her beauty and subtle poison will disarm the boy within seconds, the assassin feels like she has the entire game under control. What she completely fails to realize is that the exact millisecond her eyes meet the targets, a golden screen explodes across the young man's vision. The system announces that the key target has finally entered his range. Staring at the supposed instructor, the boy reads between the lines and knows exactly how many insults she's hurling at him in her head. Far from being intimidated, he finds the whole situation hilarious. The more the woman hates him on the inside, the more profitable the game becomes, turning the deadly spy into his very own personal ATM. Keeping up the act, he points toward the hallway and suggests going downstairs to talk in the lobby. But Manhwa needs to get him alone so she can make her move, so she puts on a coy expression and insists in a sweet voice that they talk inside the room. Pretending to fall for her charms, the young man swings the door wide open and invites her in with a huge smile. The moment she steps inside, the system announces that the woman's favorability has dropped by 10%. He laughs internally, knowing that his shameless behavior has made the assassin see him as a complete idiot for letting a stranger into his own room. Strutting elegantly through the room, the spy surveys the surroundings with a victorious smile, convinced the young man is nothing more than an easy puppet to control. Little does she know she has fallen straight into her own trap. Taking a closer look at the boy, with his shirt shamelessly hanging open, Manhwa admits to herself that he has a charm that's hard to ignore. Trying to play the perfect host, he invites her to sit down and offers her soda, wine, or juice. But he changes his mind in an instant. Stepping forward without hesitation, he grabs the woman's hands and suggests playing a little game in a casual tone. Behind his brazen facade, a calculating gaze reveals that he is controlling every step of the situation. Pretending to suffer a sudden spell, he acts dizzy and collapses against her shoulders, closing the distance completely. Supporting the boy's weight, the spy lets out a disdainful scoff. Although she finds him attractive, she considers his cheap attempt at seduction pathetic, convinced he's nothing more than a spoiled rich kid. Faking another loss of balance, he crashes heavily onto the carpet right in front of her. Seeing him helpless on the floor, the woman celebrates internally. What she doesn't know is that his physical constitution is far above average. The powerful sedative would have knocked out any ordinary person instantly, though he still feels his head spinning slightly. Planting her high heel firmly on the floor, she starts planning how to break the boy and turn him into a doormat for that so-called Mr. Jong. Catching the mention of the name, Hang connects the dots and tries to figure out when he managed to piss off this Jong guy badly enough to become a walking target. Before he can react, the spy pulls out a leather strap, snaps it against her palm, and announces with a wicked smile that the punishment is about to begin. From the floor, the young man simply furrows his brow, sizing up just how insane his opponent really is. The scene shifts to a luxurious setting bathed in afternoon sunlight. with curtains swaying in the breeze. Tightly bound with thick ropes around his chest, arms, and legs, Hang is tied to a chair while the hem of Murong Fangwa's dress dominates the frame. Still somewhat dazed, the blonde lifts his head with a confused expression, trying to figure out how things got to this point. As his golden eyes slowly open, the shock hits him full force. Maintaining his composure, he stares at the woman and demands an explanation for the absurdity of this so-called game. Holding the leather strap, Murong Fangwa drops the act, calls him by name, and demands his immediate cooperation. Surprised by her bluntness, the blonde mocks her approach internally, having no idea what this is even about. Ignoring his inner joke, the assassin lays it all out. At the upcoming auction, he is required to help her master. Making a bored face, Hang questions the point of all this, since an auction simply comes down to whoever has the most money on the table. Leaning dangerously close to him, Murong Fangwa lays down the rules. First, he is forbidden from outbidding her master. Second, if her boss decides to stay quiet, the blonde must step in and secure the item at any cost. Hang lets out a cynical laugh at her audacity. He asks whether she mistakes him for some kind of walking ATM, while the system screen records another 10% drop in the spy's favorability. Murong Fangwa, overflowing with smug confidence, raises a tablet displaying compromising photos. With her nose held high, she assures him that he has no room to negotiate. Cornered, the blonde swallows hard but doesn't lose his composure. Far from panicking, he studies the images on the tablet with a critical, mocking look, complimenting the artistic angle of the photo. Without the slightest concern, he suggests that she post the material on Weibo, Little Red Book, or any short video platform. The furious spy screams, asking whether he isn't afraid of watching his reputation go down the drain. Maintaining his icy calm, the young man fires back that he's the victim here, so there's no reason for him to be afraid. Trying to regain control, the woman flashes a malicious smile and says that all it takes is a well-crafted caption to fool the internet. Ignoring the attack, the boy asks if she has any other tricks, because his time is limited. His coldness throws Murong Fangwa off for a moment. Unwilling to accept it, she leans closer, insisting that men like him are obsessed with their public image, and that this whole thing is nothing but an act. The blonde cuts her off immediately, denying that he has some astronomical fortune and inviting her to check his financial records herself if she has the guts. With a provocative smile, he delivers the checkmate. She can post whatever she wants. If things blow up, he'll simply take a vacation from the internet and, when he comes back, ride the wave of attention to make money through livestream sales. The villain completely breaks down. She remembers other wealthy targets begging for mercy when faced with similar threats. Realizing the plan has failed, Hang understands that this was the only ace she had up her sleeve. Tensing his muscles, he tears through the thick restraints as if they were threads of silk, freeing himself with such brutal ease that the assassin is left frozen in shock. Before she can even process what happened, the young man corners her in the blink of an eye, snatches the tablet from her hands, and tosses it aside. With his face just inches from hers, the blonde calmly lays down the rules with an intimidating composure, making it clear that whether the photos get released is entirely up to him, and he calls her by her real name. Murong Fangwa stammers, blushing and stunned, unable to understand how her identity was exposed. As she struggles to ignore the young man's magnetic presence and master-level martial arts speed, she hears the protagonist recite her entire profile. Her name, 26 years old, 5'7", and 58 kilograms. The spy panics, convinced that he anticipated every move and investigated every participant in the auction before they even met. The truth is that the young man didn't do any work at all. He simply read the profile projected by the system interface. Amused by the panic on the villain's face, he notices another notification. Murong Fangwa's regret level has increased by 5%. Keeping the spy pinned against the wall, the young man taunts her with a sarcastic smile, asking why she's suddenly frozen and unable to make a move. Settling onto the bed with complete serenity, he reminds her that, as an elite mercenary, she knows how to assess an opponent. He says that a direct confrontation wouldn't lead anywhere, likely ending in a stalemate. However, he follows it with a chilling warning. If she insists on fighting, he'll memorize every detail about her and spread her identity to everyone in the industry, permanently destroying the spy's career. Faced with checkmate, Murong Fangwa falls silent, completely knocked out by the loss of control. Without mercy, the young man picks up the tablet, examines the photo with disdain, and mocks her lack of planning, suggesting that if he were in her position, he would have set up an automatic upload so he couldn't be caught off guard. Clearly trembling and with her face flushed, the woman swallows hard and asks what happens next. Reclining on the bed with a provocative look and a cynical smile, the protagonist gives her his answer. Since she had the nerve to take pictures of him, the fairest thing would be to return the favor and take a few pictures of her to even the score. Rage consumed Manhwa. Desperate to create an opening, she hurled a heavy book at Hang Xingwang and charged right behind it, drawing a dagger for a killing blow. The surprise attack was useless. Hang Xingwang blocked the blade without breaking a sweat and quickly countered with a leg sweep. Manhwa hit the floor, had both wrists pinned down, and was disarmed within seconds. Completely overpowered, she lost control and demanded that he just kill her already. The young man simply mocked her. He pointed out that murder was a crime, highlighting the irony of the situation since Manhwa made a living blackmailing her targets with photographs. With no way out and nothing left to say, she simply turned her face away in silence. Even cornered and visibly shaken, Manhwa still tried to put on a hostile, defiant front. Hang Xingwang found her stubbornness bizarre, but decided to end the little game right there. He pressured her firmly, making it clear that any attempt to resist would result in severe and merciless punishment. The intimidation shattered her act instantly. At that moment, the virtual system panel beeped, registering a 15% increase in Manhwa's regret bar. He had complete control of the situation. A moment later, curled up on the couch, she swallowed her pride and gave in to his demands, although she continued cursing and wishing Hang Xingwang a tragic end. The young man remained standing, spinning a metal rod in his hands, and ended the matter with a cynical smile. He assured her that if anything happened to him, he would make sure to drag her down with him. The tension grew even heavier when Hang Xingwang grabbed his phone and started typing rapidly, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. Terrified by the suspense, Manhwa tried to figure out what he was planning. The young man simply told her to wait and see, while the system continued recording the rising levels of her nervousness and regret. Sometime later, a delivery arrived at the apartment. Hang Xingwang, now wearing a bathrobe, took a black bag from the delivery driver and tossed it straight at Manhwa. Without wasting any words, he ordered her to put on everything inside the package. Shocked, she hesitated and tried to argue. Hang Xingwang gave her no room for discussion. Holding a tablet in his hands, he gave her an ultimatum. She had 3 minutes to put on the outfit, or the punishment would begin. The system instantly registered another 5% increase in regret. When Manhwa opened the package, she was stunned by what she found inside. Complaining bitterly about the humiliation, she rushed off to change. The moment she returned, the sound of a camera shutter filled the room. On the tablet screen, Manhwa appeared wearing an incredibly bizarre, skin-tight superhero costume, complete with a helmet featuring gigantic red eyes. She was absolutely mortified, but Hang Xingwang didn't let up. Excited by the sight, he raised the camera and ordered her to strike a classic, dramatic superhero transformation pose. The photo session turned into a complete circus under Hang Xingwang's ruthless direction. He forced Manhwa to put on a series of embarrassing and bizarre cosplay outfits, demanding that she strike exaggerated poses for the tablet's camera despite her obvious discomfort. Unsatisfied with her lack of enthusiasm, the young man finally lost his patience. Gripping his metal rod tightly, he cornered Manhwa, lifted her chin in a threatening manner, and ordered her to strike an epic action pose. His warning was cold and direct. If she kept acting so unwilling, the whip would come out for real. However, the threat produced a completely bizarre reaction. Manhwa immediately blushed and repeated the word with some very suspicious interest. The virtual system beeped at the exact same moment, registering an immediate 10% increase in her regret. Minutes later, she emerged from the changing room wearing an extremely tight futuristic suit in red, white, and blue, grumbling about whether she really had to try on the entire collection. The girl glared at him with nothing but contempt and frustration as the camera flashes continued non-stop. The system screen flickered frantically, adding huge amounts to her regret bar. Satisfied with his collection of photos, Hang Xingwang flashed a victorious grin and lowered the device. The tables had turned. Now he had blackmail material of his own, guaranteeing that the score was finally even. Relaxing his stance, the blonde man announced that the revenge ended there and that she could keep the costumes. He then told Manhwa to get her payment QR code ready. Without leaving any room for complaints or bargaining, he sent her a direct transfer of 100,000. The shock instantly wiped away Manhwa's anger. That astronomical amount was far more than she could ever make in the real world, leaving her silently impressed by Hang Xingwang's sheer financial audacity. With the 100,000 payment confirmed, the atmosphere in the room cooled down. Hang Xingwang became more calculating, reminding Murong Fanghua that she was nothing more than a pawn in the bigger picture. The real score would be settled with her boss, Mr. Zhang. Declaring that she wasn't even on his level, the young man ordered her out of the apartment. Fanghua didn't leave quietly. She warned him that Mr. Zhang was an obsessive strategist who had undoubtedly already prepared several cards to play against him. Instead of being intimidated, Hang Xingwang used the opportunity to bait her. He provocatively asked whether she'd be willing to hand over her boss's plans if she went through an interrogation. The word triggered an instant reaction. Turning completely red and stammering, Fanghua once again revealed her suspicious weakness for submission. Realizing he had her right where he wanted her, Hang Xingwang played his final card, ordering her to deliver a direct message to Mr. Zhang. He was standing there with open arms, ready for whatever attack came his way. The sheer audacity of the confrontation activated the young man's virtual system, which rewarded him with an absurd $600,000 deposit straight into his account. Standing in the doorway, Fanghua still tried to keep up her tough act. She questioned whether the young man was insane for letting her go, implying that he was releasing a dangerous threat into the world. His response was dripping with mockery. Hang Xingwang claimed she was nothing more than a harmless little kitten who couldn't cause any real trouble. With her pride wounded, she angrily protested the nickname, only to be left outside as he slammed the door shut. Walking through the building's luxurious hallway, while still wearing her futuristic cosplay armor, the humiliated Fanghua crossed paths with a mysterious woman. The two exchanged a brief, silent glance before continuing in opposite directions. The mysterious woman stopped right outside Hang Xingwang's door and knocked. The moment he unlocked it, the young man abruptly pulled her inside, cutting off any chance for conversation. He immediately warned her that people were watching them and that the hallway wasn't safe. Inside the apartment, Gao Wen quickly put the pieces together. She concluded that the mastermind behind the ambush was Zhang Li, an infamous smuggler of national artifacts known for his underhanded tactics. Already dressed in an immaculate suit, Hang Xingwang revealed his counterattack plan. Their goal at the banquet that night would be to fake a friendship and infiltrate the criminal's inner circle. Gao Wen anxiously asked whether he had been injured during the confrontation. Xingwang confidently reassured her. He made it clear that someone at that level of threat couldn't even touch him, and declared that the defeated assassin would soon be turned into the perfect weapon for destroying Zhang Li from the inside. Breaking the tension, Xingwang deliberately started messing up Gao Wen's hair. Her reaction was immediate. She demanded that he stop, scolding him and reminding him that she was older and deserved some respect. Instead, the young man doubled down on the teasing. He joked about how she almost never mentioned her age, complimented her appearance, and then delivered the final jab by asking whether the perfectly shaped nose she had was the result of a recent nose job. That bold move activated the virtual system instantly. The interface issued a warning about the imminent danger of messing with her vanity, but rewarded the risk with a deposit of more than $23,000 into the young man's account. Completely irritated by the comment about her nose, Gao Wen lunged at him in a clumsy, almost comedic attack. Xingwang quickly regained his composure, ended the teasing, and informed her that the car was already waiting. During the drive, Xingwang silently watched his companion. He admitted to himself that, despite always seeing her as nothing more than an older, sister-like figure, he had been underestimating her charm. Recognizing her efforts, he silently decided that he would give Gao Wen a generous raise once the mission was over. The luxury vehicle stopped in front of a magnificent banquet hall with classic architecture, glowing beneath the night sky. The moment they stepped onto the carpet, they received an impeccable welcome. An employee bowed with professional reverence and formally announced the arrival of Mr. Hang and Miss Gao, wishing them a pleasant and successful gala evening. Inside the ballroom, Hang Xingwang and Gao Wen mingled among the elite. It didn't take long for Gao Wen to spot the night's main target, Zhang Li. Hang didn't even blink. He told his partner to ignore the criminal and enjoy the wine, assuring her that an enemy with his days numbered wasn't worth their attention. Gao Wen agreed with a smile. In one swift move, Hang crossed the ballroom, stopped in front of Zhang Li, raised his glass in a cold toast, and immediately turned his back. The smuggler watched him walk away with a deeply suspicious look. The reason for that suspicion went back to a recent encounter. In a dark room, Zhang Li had demanded an explanation from Murong Fanghua, completely confused by the futuristic armor she was wearing. Sweating nervously, his subordinate confessed that she had failed completely. She admitted that Hang had overpowered her and taken compromising photos of her to blackmail her, only deleting the material after an extremely humiliating negotiation. Zhang Li could barely believe that his agent had been defeated. Bowing submissively, Fanghua passed along the threat. Hang Xingwang was coming after him. Instead of being intimidated, her boss burst into laughter. Amused by the young man's audacity, he declared from the shadows that he would be waiting for the confrontation with open arms. Back in the real-time banquet, Zhang Li ended a side conversation and approached the pair. Putting on the mask of an influential elder, he introduced himself with fake friendliness, offering favors and connections. Hang immediately cut through the act. Without backing down an inch, he asked whether old age was already melting Zhang Li's memory, openly calling out the hypocrisy of someone pretending to be polite just hours after ordering an assassination. The direct confrontation earned Hang Xingwang an instant notification from the system, 500 reward points. He complained internally that the amount was pathetic. The interface immediately called him greedy, then doubled the reward on the spot. In front of him, Zhang Li swallowed hard, forcing a cynical laugh as he denied having anything to do with the earlier ambush. Hang gave him no room for excuses. He declared that the real showdown would take place at the auction the following day. Mocking the incompetence of the thugs Zhang Li had sent after him, the blonde man ended the conversation by declaring that he didn't shake hands with people who sold out their own country. Without looking back, he called Gao Wen over and walked away, leaving the criminal with veins bulging in anger. The moment he was alone, Zhang Li's fury transformed into a sinister smile. A call from his informant confirmed what he had already suspected. The information showed that Hang was merely the owner of a live streaming agency. He lived comfortably, but his wealth was laughable compared to what was required to participate in an elite auction. The discovery made Zhang laugh at the young man's arrogance, making him even more eager to crush him. Farther down the ballroom, Gao Wen was still processing the shock. She asked whether it was insane to provoke someone that powerful and invite even more retaliation. Hang simply laughed, casually admitting that he had only said those things because the line sounded like something straight out of an action movie. Seeing the panic on his partner's face, he changed his tone and assured her that he had everything under control. What the pair didn't notice was that Murong Fanghua was hiding in the hallway, listening to everything. After overhearing their conversation, she couldn't understand where Hang got all that confidence from, especially since her boss's investigation had proven that Hang had no allies. Clenching her fists in anger, she swore to herself that she would make him pay for all the humiliation she had suffered. The decisive day arrived at a modern glass-covered skyscraper. In the auction lobby, Zhang Li was the center of attention, surrounded by people flattering him and betting on his victory in acquiring the Great Xia Jade. Walking beside him, Fanghua suggested sabotaging Hang's drink to humiliate him in front of everyone. Zhang shut the idea down immediately. He demanded an absolute victory at the bidding table, making it clear that he didn't need cheap tricks to crush an insignificant opponent in front of the entire crowd. Hang Xingwang suddenly appeared out of nowhere, cutting through the atmosphere and completely ruining Zhang Li's villainous monologue. With pure mockery in his voice, he joked about the criminal's need to give himself motivational speeches before the battle even started. Zhang Li and Murong Fanghua were startled by his sudden approach, unable to understand how he had gotten so close without being noticed. Hang simply gave them the obvious answer. He wasn't some martial arts master. He had literally just walked over to them. Without missing a beat, Hang locked his eyes on Murong Fanghua and asked whether she had delivered his message of war to her boss. Furious, the assassin fired back, promising that he would be crushed at the event. Zhang Li immediately cut her off. Wearing his mask of untouchable diplomacy, he pretended to be polite and welcomed the newcomer. Hang returned the fake courtesy with a predatory smile, assuring him that the show was going to be spectacular. The lights on the main stage came on, marking the beginning of the multi-million yuan auction. The event's host took the microphone and revealed the noble purpose behind the evening. The money raised would be donated to global children's charities. The atmosphere in the hall was filled with pure tension and power. The host welcomed the influential figures in attendance, making the insane level of competition crystal clear. The room was packed with international heavyweights, all ready for a bidding war. Edward from country A, the imposing Katerina from country R, the calm Basha from country the First, and the influential Yumi Fujita from Japan. Following protocol, the auctioneer praised Zhang Li as the star of the evening, but moments later, she turned the spotlight toward Hang Xingwang, introducing him as the event's newest wildcard. Standing beside Gao Wen, the young man remained completely unfazed as the entire room erupted into whispers. Confused guests began speculating, wondering whether he was the secret heir to Shanghai's colossal Hang family. When someone pointed out that only a top-tier magnate would have unrestricted access to an event like this, the rumor suddenly gained real momentum, taking in the gossip and the weight weight of everyone's desperate stares, Hang Xingwang simply smiled. The auction finally began when the host officially opened the bidding on the main stage. Away from the spotlight, Fanghua and her partner were already celebrating their expected victory. The man assured her that the biggest competitors, such as Edward and Fujita, had already been neutralized. With the remaining bidders holding no more than 700 million in combined funds, the path to the prize was clear. He simply told Fanghua to wipe that smile off her face and hide her excitement, warning her that the night still had much bigger surprises in store. The competition opened with an ancient painting from the Song dynasty, starting at 800,000 yuan. Katerina wasted no time and immediately raised the bid. While the entire room focused on the artwork, Hang Xingwang completely ignored the current lot. Instead, he pointed toward a jade pendant that was also on display and casually asked Gao Wen if she liked it, saying that the piece would suit her perfectly. Caught off guard, she barely had time to confirm that she thought the jewelry was beautiful before the young man made his move. Without any warning or following the usual gradual bidding process, Hang raised his paddle and called out a straight 3 million yuan, leaving the entire room in shock. Gao Wen immediately panicked. Desperate, she grabbed Hang's arm and tried to force him to lower the paddle, hurriedly reminding him that their only goal was to save their money for the national treasure they had come to acquire. Hang didn't budge an inch. Maintaining an unwavering posture, he explained his reasoning in the simplest way possible. If the item was also a national relic and she liked it, then they were taking it home. To the blonde man, spending money boldly and recklessly wasn't a mistake. It was exactly what someone who knew how to multiply their fortune was supposed to do. Gao Wen was instantly stunned, her face burning with embarrassment over such an extravagant purchase. She tried to argue that the price was ridiculous, but Hang Xingwang shut her down with an unshakable smile. As far as he was concerned, his partner was worth every penny. On stage, the auctioneer teased the crowd, waiting to see if anyone would dare to top the astronomical bid. The silence at the bidding tables quickly turned into mocking whispers. Across the room, influential guests sneered at the item, treating the jewelry like nothing more than a random pebble. Watching with disdain, Murong Fanghua told Zhang Li that the piece wasn't worth even half of that amount, and that the young man was practically setting his money on fire. Her boss agreed with a cynical smile, satisfied to see his opponent make what he considered a reckless rookie mistake. At another table, one of Zhang Li's men asked whether they should enter the bidding war. Cold and focused, his leader shut the idea down immediately. Their team's only target was the final item of the night, the legendary Wanlai Huaguang relic. His order was simple: let Hang Xingwang put on his little show with that minor item and don't interfere. With no competition, the hammer came down. Sold. As soon as the purchase was finalized, Hang Xingwang broke protocol. Unwilling to wait until the end of the event, he demanded that the item be delivered to him immediately. Maintaining complete professionalism, the auctioneer nodded. She personally stepped off the stage and walked over to the young man's table, presenting the coveted emerald necklace on a dark tray. Hang Xingwang picked up the necklace and handed it directly to Gao Wen. Without making a big deal out of it, he insisted that the ridiculous price meant nothing. Money was just a tool. What really mattered was how perfectly the necklace suited her. While maintaining the image of a carefree billionaire, the young man breathed a silent sigh of relief. He had been terrified by how long the virtual system panel was taking, worried that his bid hadn't been reckless enough. The reward, however, came with interest. For blowing 3 million on a piece worth barely over 1 million, the golden interface credited an astonishing 6 million directly into his account. Completely unaware of the move happening behind the scenes, Gao Wen put on the necklace. The extravagant gesture completely disarmed her, leaving her face burning as she was visibly moved by his thoughtfulness. The event continued. The auctioneer returned to center stage, but she didn't even have time to finish introducing the second lot. Hang Xingwang interrupted the presentation and fired off a massive opening bid of 5 million. Across the room, Zhang Li let out an ironic chuckle, mocking the young man's impulsiveness. The bidding war quickly heated up as another paddle went up. Without blinking or showing the slightest emotion, Hang doubled the bid and pushed the price to 10 million. Zhang Li's smug smile vanished instantly. With his pride wounded and desperation setting in, the criminal raised his paddle and shouted 15 million, already wiping the sweat pouring down his forehead. The contrast in the room was absolute. While Zhang Li was starting to panic, Hang Xingwang simply folded his arms behind his head and leaned back in his chair, completely relaxed. Watching the scene unfold, Murong Fanghua noticed the miserable state her own boss was in. Silently, she wondered whether all that desperation still matched the easy money speech he had been bragging about just minutes earlier. Across the room, Zhang Li glared daggers at Hang Xingwang. Sweating nervously, the smuggler tried to calm himself by clinging to his only source of confidence, his detective's report. Since the investigation had shown no sign of any major fortune under the young man's name, Zhang Li convinced himself that Hang was a fraud. In his mind, the young man had already blown his entire budget in the first round just to pretend he was rich. The event finally reached its climax. The auctioneer pulled away the white cloth on stage, revealing the crown jewel of the night, the Wanlai Huaguang. The relic was a flawless golden statue of Buddha meditating on a lotus flower, crafted during the Tang dynasty and recently taken from the vault of a British collector. The opening bid made the level of competition crystal clear, 100 million yuan. The astronomical price didn't make Hang Xingwang back down. If anything, it only made him more focused. Studying Zhang Li's reactions, he quickly figured out what was going on. His enemy had tracked down his officially registered assets. What the criminal had no idea about was that Hang's real fortune came from the virtual system's rewards, a completely untraceable source of phantom money. Fully aware of his overwhelming advantage, the blonde man decided to drag out the game, letting his opponent bask in his own false sense of security. The 100 million mark only served to bring out the true elite. The auction exploded instantly. India's representative, Basha, raised her paddle and immediately pushed the price to 110 million. The retaliation came seconds later from across the room when Japan's Yumi Fujita confidently matched the bid, raising the relic's price to 120 million. The real battlefield had officially been formed. On stage, the host kept adding fuel to the fire, egging on the crowd to see who had the financial firepower to challenge the bids for the night's main attraction. At their table, Gao Wen found Hang Xingwang's indifferent attitude toward the bidding strange and asked if they were really going to sit this one out. Cool and unfazed, the young man simply told his partner to relax and enjoy the show. Across the room, Zhang Li took the bait. Seeing the blonde man's complete lack of movement, the criminal concluded that his opponent had run out of money. He immediately regretted wasting so much of his own fortune trying to compete with the young man in the earlier rounds. While the bidding war raged on, a silent attack was taking place behind the scenes. Hang sent a direct message to Lin Mengxi. The moment she opened the notification, the woman was completely stunned. The screen displayed one of the most humiliating photos from her embarrassing cosplay session. The realization hit her like a punch. She was certain he had deleted that material. The girl's panic was music to the system's ears. The interface instantly registered a 2% increase in regret, pouring more cash rewards into the blonde man's account. Satisfied with the invisible profits, Hang concluded that manipulating her psychologically was the perfect formula for getting rich without lifting a finger. The celebration didn't last long. Out of nowhere, the panel flashed a negative warning. The regret level had dropped by 5%. Confused by the sudden reversal, Hang looked at Lin Mengxi. Far from being devastated, she was glaring at him with an irritated and defiant expression. The reason for the drop was bizarre. The woman's twisted mind wasn't actually suffering because of the blackmail. Instead, her frustration came from pure vanity. She was upset that he hadn't chosen the most extreme photo in his collection to threaten her with. That chaotic reaction wiped out any genuine remorse. Startled by the failure, Hang read the system's final warning. Until the bar reached 99%, any mistake in manipulating her would cause the numbers to fall. The young man swallowed hard, realizing that controlling this woman's psychology would require far more calculated tactics. Frustration hit hard when Hang Xingwang understood the new penalty. The virtual system panel went completely haywire. Lin Mengxi's regret bar became a total mess, shooting up and down within fractions of a second. The young man broke into a cold sweat as he realized the obvious. The woman's mind was a minefield. All it took was one glance at the compromising photo for her psyche to short-circuit in a completely unpredictable way. While Hang tried to solve that mental puzzle, the auction war was heating up. With the bidding already reaching 120 million, Zhang Li noticed his rival's silence and went on the offensive. He taunted Hang, implying that the kid was nothing more than a fraud who trembled in fear when faced with real money. Zhang Li even considered backing off and letting Yumi Fujita take the relic to save his resources, but his own ego wouldn't allow it. Determined to crush his opponent and command everyone's respect, the smuggler raised his paddle and called out 130 million. The response was devastating. Without hesitating for even a second, Hang Xingwang topped the bid and shot it up to 140 million. The sheer arrogance hit Zhang Li like a punch to the gut. He glared at the young man, practically foaming at the mouth with rage over the direct challenge. Hang answered the hostility with pure mockery. He called the criminal a washed-up old man in front of everyone and challenged him to open his wallet for real if he wanted to keep pretending he was powerful. The shameless move activated the system instantly. Celebrating the young man's arrogance and overwhelming confidence, the interface immediately deposited a 1 million reward into his account. On stage, the auctioneer kept the momentum going. She called out the 140 million bid for the first and second time. The impact of the offer left the entire room in absolute silence. The global elite, including a completely stunned and speechless Zhang Li, stood frozen as they watched the outcome of the multi-million-dollar bidding war unfold. The tension grew even heavier when a pathetic scene caught everyone's attention at one of the side tables. One of the guests, completely beaten down and humiliated by a rival's team, desperately begged his gray-haired partner to give up. His warning was ignored. Pushed to his absolute limit, the gray-haired man lost control, raised his paddle through tears, and shouted out a blind bid of 150 million. The absurd amount didn't shake Hang Xingwang's confidence in the slightest. He simply closed his eyes and smiled, amused that someone had done him the favor of raising the stakes for him. Across the room, Zhang Li watched everything with a sinister smile. In the criminal's mind, Hang was nothing more than an arrogant kid. Since nearly every major figure at the auction was either on his payroll or under his control, the head of the smuggling operation simply waited for the moment when the blonde man would be crushed by the rigged auction system. Tired of waiting, Zhang Li decided to take matters into his own hands. With absolute coldness, he changed the plan and ordered Murong Fanghua to make a dirty move, instructing her to drug the young man. The command, however, was completely ignored. Fanghua was totally spaced out. Instead of focusing on the mission, her mind had been thrown into chaos by the recent blackmail. In a bizarre mix of vanity and confusion, she completely ignored the danger around her and became fixated on the angle from which she had been photographed, even blushing as she secretly acknowledged Hang's ruthless ability to corner her. Seeing his top subordinate completely lost in her own world shattered Zhang Li's untouchable composure. He lost his temper and shouted furiously in the middle of the room, demanding to know what was wrong with her. Caught off guard, Fanghua snapped out of her trance, sweating nervously. Forcing a nervous smile, she tried to calm her boss down, stammering out an excuse that she had simply been working on a new strategy. Zhang Li's patience finally ran out. With hatred burning in his eyes, he gave his subordinate one final order. He wanted Hang Xingwang dead. No room for failure. The brutal command caught the woman off guard. She hesitated, asking if her boss really wanted a direct execution. Irritated by her hesitation, the smuggler coldly confirmed the order. Meanwhile, the assassin's mind was short-circuiting. Even knowing how furious her superior was, she pressed her hands against her chest, blushing and conflicted as she seriously wondered whether she could actually take the life of the young man who had humiliated her so thoroughly. Far removed from the backstage drama, the auction was reaching its limit. The host echoed the 150 million bid throughout the room, pointing toward the lotus-shaped relic and challenging the audience for one final offer. That was when Hang Xingwang raised the red paddle. The movement caught Zhang Li's attention from the corner of his eye, sending sweat down his face. Panic hit instantly. Did the kid really have enough money to top that astronomical bid yet again? But the fear quickly turned into humiliation. When Zhang Li turned to look at his rival, he realized Hang wasn't bidding at all. With a cynical smile and his eyes closed, the blonde man was simply using 2 auction paddles as fans, waving them toward Zhang Li's face purely to mock him. Without losing his composure, Hang sarcastically asked whether the old man was feeling hot. The provocation sent Zhang Li's blood boiling. Glaring daggers at the young man, he swallowed his pride and tried to focus on the rational side of things. If the kid was fooling around instead of bidding, that was definitive proof that his bank account had finally run dry. On the main stage, the auctioneer decided to bring the spectacle to an end. Under a razor-sharp silence filled with anticipation, she called the 150 million bid for the final time, and the wooden hammer came crashing down toward the table. Zhang Li was already savoring the taste of victory. Certain that he had crushed the competition and pushed the prize to its absolute limit, a predatory smile returned to his face as he waited for the hammer to come down. The illusion collapsed in a split second. Just as the relic was about to change hands, Hang Xingwang broke the silence. With a lethal, unwavering smile, the young man raised the red paddle and dropped a bombshell that threw the entire event into chaos, doubling the bid to 300 million in one shot. The shock exposed Zhang Li's desperation. Losing every trace of his usual composure, he jumped out of his chair and pointed frantically at Hang, shouting at the top of his lungs. The smuggler declared that the bid was fake and demanded that the auction organizers block the purchase and verify the kids' funds immediately. Hang Xingwang didn't even blink. Crossing his legs and radiating superiority, he crushed the outburst with a short, razor-sharp response, telling Zhang Li that the size of his bank account was nobody else's business. On stage, the auctioneer had to step in to contain the chaos. Protecting the integrity of the auction, she shut down Zhang Li's accusations, firmly denying that the auction house used actors to artificially inflate the prices of its items. Sweating nervously and running out of arguments, Zhang doubled down on his conspiracy theory, shouting that their refusal to investigate the young man's balance was definitive proof of a setup. Tired of the victim act, Hang ended the argument. With complete coldness, he suggested that Zhang Li open his wallet and match the 300 million first if he wanted the right to question the event's integrity. The provocation sent the veteran's blood boiling. Zhang Li knew perfectly well that if he backed down in front of a newcomer with seemingly no major connections, his reputation as an untouchable figure in the underworld would be destroyed forever. Taking advantage of his enemy's hesitation and paralysis, Hang Xingwang delivered the final psychological blow. He mocked his rival for taking so long and challenged him to finally make a move, sarcastically reminding him that the auctioneer's hammer was just waiting to come down. Greed won out in Zhang Li's mind, calculating that the Buddha statue could easily be worth $500 million. Matching the bid would still leave him with an enormous profit. Certain of his calculation, he raised his paddle and called out 301 million. The auctioneer had barely begun the count when the smuggler interrupted her. He demanded that the event freeze the bidding and verify Hang Xingwang's funds immediately, determined to expose the young man as a scammer with nothing in his bank account. Hang Xingwang didn't back down an inch. Oozing confidence, he turned the pressure around and proposed a direct wager to prove that he really had 300 million in his account. Zhang Li tried to maintain his tough guy act, claiming that he wasn't falling for psychological games. Ignoring the excuse, Hang issued an ultimatum. With Gao Wen calmly watching beside him, the young man warned that if his enemy didn't have the guts to take the bet, the game would continue. Without mercy, he threatened to push the price straight to 400 million. With his ego wounded and the entire elite crowd watching, Zhang Li was forced to accept the challenge and asked what was at stake. Hang laid out the terms with chilling calm. If his account balance turned out to be fake, the criminal would have free rein to do whatever he wanted with his life. The deadly guarantee sent Zhang Li's mind into overdrive. Cold sweat ran down his face. He couldn't process the kid's surreal calmness and began to panic, wondering whether he'd somehow stumbled upon a hidden billionaire purely by bad luck. Seeing his opponent frozen by fear, Hang Xingwang delivered the coup de grace. In front of the entire room, he destroyed Zhang Li's morale, mocking the veteran for taking so long to think and sarcastically pointing out that a man with such a reputation was holding up the entire auction simply because he was too cowardly to act. Hang Xingwang's verbal attack shattered his rival's ego. Burning with rage, Zhang Li froze, barely able to stammer out his anger. Without giving him a moment to recover, Hang took control of the room and declared that his silence would be considered a definitive yes to the wager. Cornered, the smuggler finally lost control and shouted that the money was a bluff. Hang didn't argue. He simply pulled out his phone, opened the payment screen, and had the receptionist scan his QR code. The unusual move left the employee stunned. She warned him that she would need authorization from the finance department to process such an absurdly large payment through an app. Taking advantage of the hesitation, Zhang Li burst into laughter. He pointed at Hang Xingwang and mocked him, sarcastically claiming that his pathetic excuse for not paying was nothing more than a daily transfer limit. The laughter didn't last long. With an icy stare, Hang crushed the joke, stating that judging someone else's reality while trapped inside your own little bubble was the ultimate form of ignorance. The sheer pressure of the young man's gaze instantly shattered the veteran's confidence. The verdict came moments later. The employee hung up the phone and confirmed that the finance department had given full approval. Hang simply ordered her to scan the code. The machine beeped. The screen flashed an instant notification. 300 million received. The impact silenced the entire elite crowd. The guests were left in absolute shock. Terrified by the undeniable proof, Zhang Li stumbled backward, completely shaken. But the panic quickly turned into denial. Burning with outrage, the criminal stared at the payment machine and shouted that transferring 300 million that way was impossible, openly accusing the auction house of being in on the scam and conspiring with Hang Xingwang. With his arms crossed and a mocking expression on his face, Hang Xingwang declared that Zhang Li was simply making pathetic excuses because he couldn't accept his own defeat. In complete desperation, the criminal grabbed the payment terminal and refused to hand it back. The auction employee angrily stepped forward, demanding that he return the device and threatening serious consequences if he refused. Trying to throw his weight around, Zhang Li shouted about his influence in the industry and insisted that his investigations had proven Hang didn't have that kind of money. The woman immediately shut down his tantrum, making it clear that the 300 million was already in the auction house's custody and that everyone in the room had witnessed the payment. Sweating nervously and feeling the walls closing in, Zhang resorted to the absurd, accusing the auction house of being in league with the young man. Cold and merciless, the employee declared that the veteran had violated the event's rules. She then pulled out a pair of handcuffs, sending the smuggler into absolute panic. Without showing the slightest emotion, she delivered the ultimatum. He had lost the bet, and he would fulfill Hang Xingwang's demands one way or another. In one final display of arrogance, Zhang Li threatened to destroy her career, claiming that he had direct connections with the event's directors. The response was devastating. The woman mocked the gangster's supposed influence, warning him that if he really belonged among the upper echelons, he would know exactly who he was dealing with. Silence took over the room. Then Basha, recognizing the distinctive details of the employee's gloves and dress, pointed at her in complete disbelief. The Indian representative revealed the woman's hidden identity to everyone. She was Lu Zhezhe, the legendary goddess of the auction world. The name dropped like a bombshell. Shaken and unable to believe that the retired legend was standing right in front of him, Zhang Li completely spiraled into paranoia. He screamed that everyone in the room had joined forces in some massive conspiracy to deceive him. Lu Zhezhe's patience finally ran out. Dropping her elegant facade, the auction legend showed everyone why she was so feared throughout the industry. In one explosive movement, she launched herself at Zhang Li and drove her titanium-coated fist straight into his chest. The devastating impact sent the smuggler flying across the room. He skidded across the floor before crashing down violently. Coughing up blood with a completely deranged look in his eyes, he was neutralized before he even had a chance to fight back. Without giving the fallen man a second glance, Lu Zhezhe returned to the podium, straightened her posture, and ordered the security guards to throw the trash out into the street. Within seconds, Zhang Li and all of his men were dragged out of the venue, restoring order to the room. Completely cold and professional, she raised the auction hammer and called for new bids. Absolute silence. Hang Xingwang and Gao Wen watched impassively from the front row as the sharp crack of the wooden hammer brought the auction to an end, officially sealing the young man's victory. But the final twist came from the buyer himself. From the audience, Hang told Lu Zhezhe that he wasn't taking the Wanlai Huaguang home. With the most casual attitude imaginable, he instructed the auction house to send the relic directly to the National Museum as a donation under his name. The auctioneer completely lost her composure, widening her eyes and asking for confirmation in disbelief. Hang simply nodded. Meanwhile, the virtual system was going wild inside the young man's mind. His decision to burn hundreds of millions and immediately give up the prize triggered an astronomical bonus, crediting more than 233 million into his account for the sheer extravagance of the move. Hang quickly did the math and realized he was still taking a loss, but decided that humiliating his enemy was worth the money. That absurd logic activated the system once again. Shocked by the young man's complete disregard for such a massive fortune, the interface instantly dumped another identical 233 million into his account. Satisfied with the double payout, Hang mentally complained to the system panel, which made Gao Wen suspicious. Confused, she asked who he was talking to. To throw her off, Hang Xingwang pretended that he was simply thinking out loud and quickly changed the subject. Without wasting any time, he asked her to leave with him. She agreed with a sweet smile, and the two walked out of the auction hand in hand. When they arrived at his mansion, the young man headed straight for his bedroom. Exhausted from the event, he threw himself onto the bed and sighed in relief at finally having a moment of peace. While relaxing, Hang picked up his phone to check for updates. The system showed that Lu Shui had already accumulated 60% regret. In their messages, she confirmed that she would start working on Monday, and the young man simply replied that she was welcome to come whenever she wanted. His break ended in the blink of an eye when the bedroom door suddenly flew open. To Hang's absolute shock, Murong Fanghua stormed into the room. The assassin was wearing a full maid uniform and carrying a tray with a glass of milk. The young man nearly jumped out of bed, demanding to know what kind of insanity this was. That question was the final straw for Fanghua. With a violent slap, she sent the tray flying. The glass shattered across the floor, splashing milk throughout the room. Burning with rage, she charged at him and unleashed her fury. She declared that everything was his fault. By destroying Zhongli, Hang had completely ruined her career in the underworld. Since the young man had disappeared after the event, she tracked down his mansion on her own and was now demanding, under threat of death, that he hire her immediately to compensate her for the damage. With his life on the line, Hang Xingwang didn't lose his composure. Oozing sarcasm, he ignored the intruder's fury and complimented her outfit, saying the uniform looked perfect on her. Without hesitation, he offered her the position of official housekeeper, putting her in charge of all his daily household duties. The audacity of being demoted to nothing more than a maid made a vein bulge on Fanghua's forehead in pure outrage. Immediately, the system interface flashed in Hang's vision, celebrating the woman's anger with an instant 5% increase in her regret bar. Hang Xingwang played dirty. He crushed Murong Fanghua's pride, telling her she should thank God for getting the job in the first place, because her tarnished reputation in the underworld made her practically useless even for mopping floors. Burning with rage, the assassin clenched her teeth and swore she would send him to the grave right then and there. The death threat didn't faze the young man. Quite the opposite. The virtual panel immediately flashed, adding another 5% to the woman's regret bar. Knowing he had complete control of the situation, Hang threw an outrageous offer onto the table. 3 months of unpaid probation, with nothing but room and board, and not a single cent in salary. Outraged by the blatant exploitation, Fanghua cursed him without holding back, wishing her new capitalist boss the most horrific death imaginable. But the blonde man didn't let up. Pushing the former criminal's psychological limits to the breaking point, he fired back that he would be her master in both life and death. The mental torture finally broke the woman's resistance. The system beeped instantly, registering an impressive 10% jump in her regret bar. With tears welling in her eyes, her face bright red and her pride completely shattered, Fanghua lowered her head. Swallowing her pride, she simply asked to start working immediately, complaining about how cruel and heartless the young man was. Inside, Hang Xingwang was wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He silently celebrated the turnaround, completely relieved that he had managed to tame the assassin's fury by a hair and walk away with his life. With their new hierarchy officially established, the mansion's dynamic changed instantly. Moments later, Fanghua returned with a forced smile and a strictly professional attitude, handing her new boss a glass of milk. Taking advantage of his former enemy's submission, Hang decided to test the limits of his authority. He made up an excuse about being obsessed with cleanliness and casually ordered the new maid downstairs to scrub every table and chair on the first floor. That demand was the final straw. Red with rage, Murong Fanghua exploded in outrage, demanding to know what kind of person he thought she was to order her around like a maid. Unfazed, Hang Xingwang continued drinking his milk as calmly as ever and fired back. He reminded the former assassin that she was there as a maid, and if she refused to do the job, he certainly wasn't going to clean the house himself. Using the promise of a permanent position as leverage, the blonde man gave her an ultimatum. Cornered by her own circumstances, Fanghua clenched her teeth, huffed angrily, and stomped down the hallway to carry out the order. The virtual panel didn't let the moment go to waste, awarding another 10% increase in her regret bar. Watching the woman walk away, Hang smiled victoriously, confirming that calculated oppression was the perfect strategy. The victorious mood, however, faded a few hours later. Alone and sitting on the edge of his bed, Hang stared at his phone screen in the darkness, consumed by impatience. The app showed his repeated attempts to contact Lu Shui, but her messages remained unanswered. The girl's complete silence finally pushed him to his limit. Frustrated that his strategy had failed, he slammed the phone onto the table, gave up on the pointless waiting, and went to sleep. Sunlight marked the beginning of the following day across the building's facade, but the story suddenly cut to a dark and ominous setting. Inside an isolated hideout, a pink-haired girl began to wake up. Groggy and confused, she tried to move, only to be struck by panic instantly. Her limbs were firmly restrained, and her mouth was gagged. The realization hit her like a punch. She had been kidnapped. The hostage's desperation reached its peak when the sound of the door opening tore through the silence. From the darkness of the hallway, a man in a suit entered the room, fixing his eyes on the girl with a direct and threatening smile. His voice cut through the darkness, ordering Lu Shui to wake up. As her vision focused on the silhouette, terror took over. It was Liang Chao, taking full advantage of the gagged and helpless hostage. Her former boss began psychologically torturing her. He demanded payment for every cent spent on her training and insisted that she return the money she had supposedly taken from the company. Desperate, Shui frantically nodded her head, trying to agree to the debt. Sadistically, Liang Chao twisted her movements, pretending that the girl was refusing to pay simply to prolong her suffering. Choking behind the tape and crying uncontrollably, she silently begged for a miracle. The rescue arrived with overwhelming force. Before the kidnapper could finish his threats, Hang Xingwang burst into the room. Without wasting a word, the blonde man drove a brutal kick straight into the side of Liang Chao's head. The attacker collapsed instantly from the impact. Hang gave him no chance to recover. He immediately launched into a relentless barrage of stomps and kicks to the fallen man's face. To finish the job, the young man delivered a devastating sidekick. The force sent Liang Chao flying through the air like a rag doll, slamming violently into the wooden frame of the bed. The entire fight lasted only a few seconds. Completely battered and unable to react, the kidnapper lay sprawled across the floor, staring helplessly at his own defeat. Still tied to the mattress, Shui watched the scene while restrained, letting out muffled sounds as the tears of terror finally gave way to relief. Hang Xingwang looked down at his fallen rival with pure disdain. In his mind, he found it almost comical that Liang Chao also possessed a wealth system, yet had the ultimate bad luck of crossing paths with him. However, the real twist had begun an hour earlier. While resting at his mansion, Hang felt his eyelid twitch, a clear sign that something was wrong. His suspicion became certainty when the virtual panel suddenly flashed a red warning. Lu Shui's regret bar was rising non-stop. Putting the notifications together with the girl's disappearance from his phone, he figured it out immediately. Without wasting a second, the young man raced into the night toward the hideout. Back in the present, the situation was already under control. Lu Shui was holding a bottle for protection, while Liang Chao pretended to be unconscious on the floor, his face completely battered. Hang Xingwang wasn't buying the act. He planted the sole of his dress shoe directly on the kidnapper's chest and coldly warned him that pretending to be unconscious wasn't going to work. Completely stunned that his bluff had been exposed, Liang Chao opened his eyes. Hang gave him no chance to catch his breath and immediately demanded to know why he had come looking for trouble all the way in Hangzhou. Crouching beside the attacker, the blonde man mocked his supposedly hidden hideout, saying that tracking him down had taken nothing more than asking a few basic questions around town. The humiliation quickly turned physical. Hang grabbed the kidnapper by the collar and hauled him off the ground. Terrified, Liang Chao stammered that it was all just a misunderstanding. With an icy stare, the young man crushed his excuses, declaring that Lu Shui was already an official employee of his company, and that nobody had the right to lay a hand on what belonged to him. Watching her savior's domineering attitude, Lu Shui blushed with excitement, completely captivated by the absolute protection he offered. The system beeped immediately, adding another 5% to the girl's regret level. To bury his enemy once and for all, Hang Xingwang played his final card. The police were already on their way. Liang Chao's eyes widened in pure shock as he stammered at the inevitable fate waiting for him. With a lethal smile, Hang warned him that he would have plenty of time to test his pathetic excuses directly at the police station. Hang Xingwang broke the tension in the hideout with a brief apology for being late. Still tied to the bed and breathing heavily, Lu Shui looked at him as if he were the only lifeline left in the entire world. Without ceremony, the young man removed the gag from her mouth. Across the room, reality finally crushed Liang Chao. Knowing the police could arrive at any second, the criminal panicked. In a suicidal burst of desperation, he declared that he wasn't going to hell alone and charged forward. Raising a heavy object with all his strength, Liang Chao tried to smash Hang's skull. The blonde man's response was pure boredom. With unshakable calm, he simply raised his hand and clamped his fingers around the attacker's wrist, stopping the blow in midair without breaking a sweat. The counterattack was instantaneous, a powerful flying kick straight into Liang Chao's chest. The brutal impact sent the kidnapper flying backward across the room before he crashed violently into the wall, adjusting his suit as if nothing had happened. Hang mocked his rival's stupidity, asking if the idiot still hadn't figured out his place on the food chain. With the threat neutralized, he turned toward Lu Shui and caught her in his arms. He thanked her for trying to protect him earlier and assured her that, under his protection, she was completely untouchable. Clinging to her savior's jacket, the girl broke down crying, confessing how terrified she had been. Her extreme vulnerability activated the interface instantly. A golden notification exploded across Hang's vision. Lu Shui's regret level had just reached 99%. Still crying, she stammered Xingwang's name, struggling to process the trauma of nearly being assaulted. The young man gently cut her off. He told her to forget everything, reassuring her that the nightmare was over and that the police would take control from there. As the scene focused on the dark exterior of the building, while they waited for the sirens to arrive, the atmosphere of relief was suddenly shattered. Hang's virtual panel went berserk, flashing a critical red danger warning. The radar had just detected multiple versions of the super-rich system operating nearby. Hang Xingwang's mind immediately went into overdrive. He had already crossed paths with Liang Chao before, so why had the parallel system radar only activated now? The answer was obvious. The world was filled with different types of super-rich systems, each belonging to different hosts. Without showing the slightest concern, Hang simply flashed a confident smile, already prepared to crush any other system users who crossed his path in the future. Far away, at the Qidong Detention Center, Liang Chao's fate proved to be utterly pathetic. Behind bars, the criminal completely lost his mind, screaming incoherently about his failed obsessions. In front of his eyes, his own green system flashed critical warnings, punishing him with point deductions for running out of time. Watching the spectacle from a distance, the prison guards could only wonder whether they should transfer the inmate straight to a psychiatric hospital. That same night, Hang Xingwang arrived at his mansion carrying the unconscious Lu Shui in his arms. When he rang the doorbell, Murong Fanghua answered. The housekeeper's eyes widened in complete shock when she saw her new boss arriving late at night with an unconscious woman in his arms. Hang immediately cleared up the situation, explaining that the girl was the newest employee of his agency. Sharp as ever, Fanghua mocked him, sarcastically commenting on her boss's bizarre habit of bringing new female employees home before they had even started their first day. With no patience for the insinuation, Hang shut her down immediately. He explained that Shui had nearly been attacked by her former boss and had passed out from exhaustion in the car after they finished giving their statements at the police station. He carefully laid the girl down on the couch, leaving the former assassin embarrassed and silent after her own accusation. That's when the system interface lit up once again. Shui's loyalty had reached its maximum level, rewarding Hang with 5 valuable attribute points. Settling into his armchair, the young man began planning his next move. With other cheaters armed with rogue systems scattered throughout the world, he knew a brutal psychological war for supremacy was only beginning. Hang Xingwang didn't hesitate. With a calculating smile, he ordered the system to inject all 5 points directly into intelligence, strengthening his mind for the battles ahead. The interface responded instantly. World knowledge, survival, and interpersonal insight all received an automatic 5% boost. Relaxing in his luxurious armchair, the young man radiated the untouchable aura of someone who had mastered the entire game board. But that feeling of invincibility lasted only a few seconds. As soon as all 4 of his main attributes crossed the 50-point threshold, the virtual panel flashed a red warning. A special high-risk mission had been activated. The objective was practically social suicide. Win over the ruthless queen of cinema, Su Bingqing, within exactly 10 days. Success would grant him a ridiculous reward of 1 billion yuan and 15 coveted attribute points. Failure, however, would trigger a devastating punishment, randomly stripping 10 points from his stats. The moment Hang Xingwang saw the target's name, cold sweat formed on his forehead. His desperation was completely justified. Su Bingqing was an absolutely ruthless legend. The 25-year-old redhead possessed a beauty rating of 9.5, but her initial affinity toward any man was a staggering -100%. The entire internet knew about her infamous hatred of men. People joked that if she were forced to choose between a man and a cockroach, she'd pick the insect. She only tolerated working with male actors for the money and strictly prohibited any contact outside the set. She had even isolated herself within her own company. Despite her hostility, her talent was undeniable. She had amassed an enormous fortune, received countless offers, and owned a home overflowing with the industry's highest awards. The sheer difficulty of the mission made Hang sink deeper into his chair. In a rare moment of panic, he tried arguing with the system, practically begging it to cancel the mission since he didn't have the slightest connection to the celebrity. But the desperation didn't last long. Ambition quickly crushed his fear. After calculating the reward, he rationalized the risk. If he could break through the actress's defenses and secure those 15 attribute points, his power would become practically absolute, and he could stay on top for the rest of his life. Hang Xingwang decided to go all in, knowing he'd need an absurd level of charisma to break through the cinema queen's absolute defenses. He drained the remaining 10 bond points he had with the other girls in his circle and poured them directly into his charm attribute. Straightening his tie with a predatory confidence, he prepared for the hunt, fully aware that his first impression would determine the rules of this dangerous game. The scene then shifted to the mirrored headquarters of Monday Duojin Media. Hang and Lu Shui entered the main lobby, immediately drawing everyone's attention. The reception was warm and enthusiastic. The official announcement welcomed Shui into the rich family, emphasizing that her background needed no further introduction. The female employees applauded enthusiastically. With a radiant smile, Shui gave a polite bow, asking her new co-workers for their support and cooperation. Without wasting any time, Hang handed control over to Gao Wen, tasking the executive with organizing the newcomer's work routine. After evaluating Shui's ability to operate independently, Gao Wen suggested building an exclusive team from the ground up, creating a dedicated division focused entirely on the girl's specific talents. Hang approved the plan immediately, leaving the final execution dependent only on Shui's approval. With the professional situation settled, the young man told his newest employee that he had other urgent business to take care of. He instructed her to use the time to get familiar with the environment and make herself at home. Blushing and visibly obedient, Shui readily agreed. Those so-called other commitments were nothing more than a flimsy excuse. As soon as the door closed, the young man headed straight for the glass wall in the hallway and peeked through the blinds. His target was obvious: Chu Zinuo. The redhead was absolutely furious. With a calculating smile, Hang noticed that despite being a veteran in the industry, she still had no idea how to hide her emotions. Like a good strategist, he decided not to intervene immediately, preferring to let her anger simmer before making his move. Looking for some air, Chu Zinuo went to the break room to make herself a cup of coffee, but her peace didn't last long. Gao Wen approached and went straight for the sore spot, asking if all that stress was because of Lu Shui's hiring. To make matters worse, the platinum-haired woman rubbed the public humiliations the newcomer had already put Chu through right in her face. With her pride wounded, Chu Zinuo simply looked away, visibly uncomfortable. Without ceremony, Gao Wen admitted that she wasn't happy about the situation either, but insisted that the boss must have some brilliant plan behind the recruitment. That explanation was the final straw. Chu exploded, openly expressing her disgust at the way Lu Shui had been fawning over Hang Xingwang during the reception, making her ulterior motives painfully obvious. Cold and professional, Gao Wen took another sip of her coffee and ended the spectacle. She reminded her co-worker that their personal disagreements would have to be put aside for the sake of the team. Exhausted and out of arguments, Chu Zinuo huffed and announced that she needed to disappear for a while before she completely lost control. The sun went down, painting the buildings orange, but the redhead's blood was still boiling. Alone, she muttered angrily about the company's audacity in dropping her biggest rival right into her own backyard immediately after such a fierce competition. Staring at her reflection in the mirror with a piercing glare, Chu Zinuo began carefully touching up her lipstick. Every stroke was precise. The message was clear. She was sharpening her claws and getting ready to strike, while Chu Zinuo glared at the mirror and plotted her attack. Hang Xingwang's voice suddenly froze her in place. The boss appeared like a ghost directly behind her, wearing an unreadable smile, and bluntly asked if she was angry. The shock was absolute. Caught red-handed, the redhead jumped and hurried to compose herself, eyes wide as she asked how long he had been standing there. With pure mockery, Hang confirmed that he had just arrived and asked whether she had been secretly cursing him behind his back. Breaking into a cold sweat, Chu Zinuo denied it with the straightest face imaginable. Inside, however, she was one step away from exploding, screaming internally that her boss knew perfectly well why she hated him. Trying to escape the trap, the redhead made up an excuse about needing to rush off to start her live stream. Her escape route was crushed immediately. With his hands in his pockets and a disturbingly calm expression, Hang told her he wasn't in a hurry and would gladly wait until her shift was over. Panic hit hard when she stammered that her live stream wouldn't end until 10 that night. Hang Xingwang gave her no room to back down. He brought up Lu Shui's name, making it clear that he knew exactly why the employee was frustrated. In one quick move, he stepped forward and cornered Chu Zinuo against the counter. With a sharp smile, he asked a question that left her completely frozen. Did she want to blow up online and become the next trending sensation? Before she could answer, the young man simply turned around and walked away, waving as he told her he'd be watching the entire live stream. Left alone and completely stunned, the redhead struggled to process the absurd promise. Meanwhile, Hang was already comfortably settled in his office, his eyes fixed on his phone screen. Planning his next move, he coldly calculated the level of ambition required. If making Chu Zinuo the #1 topic on the internet wasn't enough to make her happy, he'd simply make sure she got twice as much attention. In front of the cameras, Chu Zinuo switched into full victim mode. With nothing but smooth talk, she confirmed Lu Shui's hiring and put on a carefully calculated act, manipulating the audience into proving their loyalty so the newcomer wouldn't steal her spotlight. The bait worked perfectly. The chat went absolutely wild, flooding the stream with gifts and unconditional declarations of support. The highlight of the show came when a surreal barrage of 500 virtual fireworks exploded across the screen. Chu Sinuo wasn't stupid. She immediately figured it out. Someone was artificially pumping money into the stream to cement her position at the absolute top of the internet's trending charts. Behind the scenes, Hang Jingwang watched everything with a predatory smile. The employee's dazzled reaction made the truth painfully obvious. Her sweet girl facade had fallen apart, revealing a woman driven purely by fame and money. Now that he knew exactly where her weakness lay, controlling the board would be ridiculously easy. As soon as the livestream ended, Chu Jinuo went straight to Hang Xingwang's office to let him know her shift was over. The executive offered her a ride home, immediately setting off her suspicion. Knowing she couldn't make herself look too easy, or she might lose her value, she decided to play hard to get. But when Hang changed course and invited her out for a late-night snack, she dropped the act and accepted without hesitation. The destination, however, was anything but ordinary. Hang took her to an ultra-luxurious traditional restaurant, guarded by security at the entrance. Seated alone in a spacious VIP room, they were served red wine by a waiter dressed in an immaculate suit. Chu Zinuo's mind nearly short-circuited. She was stunned, trying to process what kind of late-night snack required a minimum spend of 50,000 yuan. Once the waiter finished serving them, he informed them he would be waiting outside and closed the door. The flirtatious atmosphere instantly vanished, replaced by a heavy, suffocating tension between the two. Hang Xingwang dropped the act and went straight for the jugular. Staring directly at Chu Zinuo, he told her he knew exactly how much she hated Lu Shui for taking her place. Slowly swirling the wine in his glass, the executive revealed his own philosophy on life. He was fascinated by people driven by an insatiable hunger for money, power, and status. In his eyes, humans were machines built around desire, and suppressing those instincts was the fastest path to absolute failure. Putting even more psychological pressure on her, Hang demanded to know what she wanted most. Cornered by the crushing tension, Chu Zinuo tried to keep her defenses up, quietly insisting that she was satisfied with the life she already had. Hang didn't buy the bluff. Noticing her hesitation, he made her an offer that was impossible to refuse: the chance to leave the live-streaming world behind and become a movie and television star. The redhead trembled and tried to back away, arguing that she had absolutely no acting experience. Unwilling to tolerate excuses, Hang Xingwang firmly lifted her chin, forcing her to meet his eyes, and declared that the only thing that mattered was what she truly wanted. Broken down by the pressure, with pure ambition shining in her eyes, the truth finally burst out. Becoming an actress had always been her greatest dream. Satisfied with her submission, Hang assured her that she would have all the financial support she needed and wouldn't lose anything in the process. However, the move was far colder and more calculated than it appeared. The entire movie and television project was nothing more than a carefully constructed bait designed to pave his way toward the real target, the queen of cinema, Su Bingqing. The realization that she was nothing more than a stepping stone on his path hit Chu Sinuo hard. The system's virtual panel immediately flashed, crediting Hang with an increase in Chu Sinuo's regret level and drawing a predatory smile from the young man. To seal the deal, Hang Xingwang raised his glass. He declared that the agency would officially announce its entry into the film and television industry the very next day and adopt a new name to mark the beginning of a new era of power. The sharp clink of crystal glasses brought the night to an end, sealing the partnership that would launch their million-yuan master plan. The scene then cuts to the interior of Hang Xingwang's luxurious mansion, illuminated only by the soft glow of the nightlights. Relaxing on his couch, the young man was interrupted by Mirong Fanghua. Dressed in her immaculate maid uniform, she handed her boss a tablet, confirming that the complete dossier on actress Su Bingqing was ready. Hang spared no praise for his subordinate's speed and efficiency. Maintaining her professional composure, Fanghua dropped the first bombshell. The target was outside China, filming somewhere in Southeast Asia. The real problem, however, was the complete blackout of information. For the past 48 hours, Su Bingqing had simply vanished off the radar. Focused on the screen, Hang demanded more context. The housekeeper explained that the disappearance was bizarre. A star of Su Bingqing's caliber couldn't take a single step without fans posting about it online. Yet the production team had imposed an impenetrable information blackout, leaving fan clubs stunned and furious. The official story was that the actress would spend 3 months filming a crime movie in the dangerous Golden Triangle. As she read through the report, Fanghua noticed a question mark Hang had left beside Jin Sankei Pictures, the movie's investor. Without hesitation, the young man revealed the truth. The production company was a complete ghost. There was no public record of it anywhere, making it obvious that it was nothing more than a shell company. Hang Xingwang's expression darkened. He recalled Southeast Asia's deadly reputation for brutal scams and brought up a recent case in which a famous actor had been lured to Thailand for a fake filming opportunity and ended up being held hostage. Manhwa cut through the tension, arguing that an experienced and sharp woman like Su Bingqing wouldn't be naive enough to fall for such an obvious trap. But Hang's instincts told him otherwise. With a cold, calculating look, he assured her that he had checked the data over and over and that something terrible was happening. His level of determination immediately set off Manhwa's radar. Suspicious of her boss's obsession with a missing celebrity, the housekeeper stared directly at him and bluntly asked whether the two of them knew each other personally. Hang Xingwang shut down her curiosity immediately. In an authoritative tone, he ordered Murong Manhwa to stop questioning him and simply follow the orders of her master. The word hit a nerve. Red with indignation, the former assassin fired back, making it clear that he was, at most, her employer and that she had never accepted that ridiculous title. Hang's response was to crank up the pressure in the room. With an intimidating stare, he backed her into a corner and challenged her, asking what she would do if he forced her to call him that. With no way out, Manhwa could only swallow her anger in silence. Taking advantage of her resistance finally breaking, the executive turned his back, stretched, complained about being tired, and announced her punishment. Her unpaid internship had just been doubled to 6 months. If she didn't like it, the door was right there. Internally, Hang assessed the situation. The woman's regret meter hadn't moved even a fraction. Her resilience was still far too high. To break through that stubborn pride, he decided to take things to an absurd level. In one sudden motion, he snapped a whip through the air and raised his voice, threatening to use force if she didn't prepare his bath immediately. The audacity left Manhwa in complete shock, burning with embarrassment and anger. Somehow, the extreme tactic actually worked. The system interface flashed immediately, registering a measly 2% increase in the housekeeper's regret. Hang Xingwang broke into a cold sweat, stunned by just how insane and provocative the system demanded he become to make any progress. The story then cuts to a sweltering tropical setting. From the top of a 5-star hotel, Hang looked out over the landscape, noting that even the wind was hot, while the activity around the pool helped break the heavy atmosphere. Inside the panoramic suite, Manhwa returned to her professional demeanor. With the tablet in hand, she confirmed that the location was strategically ideal, since Su Bingqing would be filming a scene nearby, allowing them to monitor the entire area. Satisfied with the flawless logistics, the young man praised his subordinate's efficiency and promised to reduce the length of her punishment once they returned home. Their planning was abruptly interrupted. Staring through the glass at the view outside, Manhwa pointed toward a suspicious building and warned her boss. That was the physical headquarters of the mysterious Jin Sankai production company. Manhwa wasted no time exposing Jin Sankai's true business, a highly organized criminal syndicate operating everything from an underground jade gambling market to sophisticated honey trap schemes. Rather than back down, Hang Xingwang flashed a smug smile. This was exactly the opening he had been waiting for to test his luck. With complete confidence, he ordered Manhwa to use her skills to infiltrate the production company and wait in the shadows. Hang's plan was audacious. He would serve as the bait, forcing the scammers to lure him into their headquarters the following day. The scene cut to the chaotic and dangerous jade gambling market in Myanmar. Hang stepped out of a red taxi, but not before receiving some genuine advice from the driver, who was Chinese as well. The driver warned his fellow countrymen to be careful, explaining that the place was crawling with scammers eager to squeeze every last cent out of tourists from China. Grateful for the honest warning, the young man said goodbye and wished that karma would reward him. And that reward came instantly straight from the protagonist himself. Through the ride-hailing app, Hang transferred an outrageous 50,000 yuan tip to the driver. The noble gesture immediately activated the system interface. Recognizing the act as both righteous and generous, the virtual panel rewarded the young man with 100,000 yuan. In a matter of seconds, he had returned the driver's kindness and doubled his own money in the process. With his wallet even fatter and a sharp smile on his face, he put away his phone and walked through the complex's imposing wooden gates and traditional tiled rooftops. Inside, the place was a commercial jungle. The courtyard was buzzing with vendors shouting over one another, aggressively competing for tourists while showing off stones supposedly fresh from Myanmar's ancient mines and promising unbelievable discounts. Some even offered quick tutorials, teaching customers how to spot the authentic translucent green color when holding jade up to the light. Completely unfazed by the chaos and focused entirely on his own plan, Hang walked steadily toward the heart of the market. It didn't take long for the first problem to cross his path. Up ahead, a Chinese tourist wearing glasses was arguing with a local jade dealer. The customer was furious, demanding the stone after already transferring the agreed-upon 50,000 yuan. Without the slightest hint of shame, the seller was running an obvious scam right in broad daylight. Pretending there had been a misunderstanding, he insisted that the original price was 100,000 yuan and that the customer must have heard him wrong. He refused to hand over the stone until the remaining amount was paid in full. Desperate for justice, the Chinese tourist appealed to the surrounding crowd, begging witnesses to confirm the original price of the deal. His desperation quickly turned into panic when he realized the trap. The entire market was in on it. Instead of helping him, the locals began intimidating him, calling Chinese tourists troublemakers and ordering him to leave if he wasn't willing to pay the rest. Furious over losing both his money and the stone, the victim demanded a refund. The seller didn't even bother hiding his criminal behavior. Flanked by two brutal-looking henchmen, the scammer flashed a cynical smile and informed him that the 50,000 yuan only covered his consultation fee for the time he had wasted. Completely confident in his own impunity, he challenged the tourist to seek justice from the Myanmar authorities without any evidence, then advised him to shut up and leave before things turned deadly. Blinded by rage and backed into a corner, the bespectacled man threatened to fight, ready to risk his life. But before he could make the insane mistake of taking on the local mafia, a firm hand landed on his shoulder. It was Hang Xingwang. With a relaxed and unshakable demeanor, the blonde told his fellow countrymen to stay calm. Stepping to the front and astonishing everyone with his composure in the middle of the chaos, he locked eyes with the dealer and asked one simple question. How much was the disputed stone worth? Sensing an even richer target, greed immediately flashed in the scammer's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he raised 2 fingers and doubled the extortion right on the spot, declaring the price to be an absurd 200,000 yuan. The sheer audacity of inflating the scam in broad daylight left the bespectacled man stunned. Desperate, the tourist tried to pull the young man away, suggesting they call the police and report the theft. Hang crushed that hope immediately. With a cold expression, he warned that in a den of corruption like this, the authorities themselves might be splitting the profits with the gang. With nowhere else to turn, the victim gave in and asked what the hell they could possibly do. Without showing the slightest hint of fear, Hang Xingwang turned back to the seller and confirmed whether 200,000 yuan would settle the deal for that specific stone. Certain that he had just hooked the biggest sucker of the century, the scammer smiled and agreed immediately. That was when the blonde gave him an enigmatic look and announced that he would pick out a few more stones from the display and settle the entire bill at once. The scammer gave him free rein, mocking him under his breath and already imagining himself cleaning out the rich Chinese tourists' pockets. What the scammer had no idea about was that he was dealing with a power far beyond human comprehension. After Hang's core attributes reached the highest levels, and he mastered world knowledge, the system granted him the ultimate ability to appraise precious stones. With his virtual vision activated and scanning the entire stall, the young man casually began pointing at the piles of rocks scattered across the counter, handpicking the exact stones that concealed priceless fortunes within their cores. The stage was set for the scammer's ultimate humiliation. To make sure every detail of the deal was recorded and leave no room for cheating, Hang Xingwang pulled out his phone and announced that he was going to film the transaction. He then challenged the dealer to sell him all the stones he had picked in one single package. Convinced he had just hooked the perfect sucker, the scammer agreed to the recording without hesitation and named an outrageous price of 900,000 yuan, savoring the illusion that he was about to teach some clueless rookie an unforgettable lesson. As soon as the purchase went through, the system's AI detected that Hang had recklessly spent a fortune in the middle of an obvious trap. It decided to partially cover the loss by secretly depositing a 450,000 yuan subsidy into his account. Beside him, the bespectacled tourist tugged on Hang's sleeve and whispered in panic that those same stones wouldn't be worth even 300,000 yuan at any other stall in the market. Ignoring the warning and pretending to be completely desperate, the blonde simply completed the bank transfer and handed over the money. Blinded by greed, the scammer burst into a mocking laugh right in their faces, sneering that courage was useless when you lacked intelligence. Cold and unfazed, Hang didn't even blink at the insult. He simply told the scammer to shut up and get the stone cutters working. The shrill sound of the mechanical saw tore through the air, slicing into the first rough stone as the dealer wore a huge grin, already anticipating his rival's humiliation. But his triumph lasted only seconds. As soon as the blade cut through the outer crust, the dust cleared to reveal a flawless emerald glow, a supreme-grade imperial green jade, crystal clear in purity and completely free of imperfections. The saw operators froze in place. The scammer's grin melted into sheer, icy terror. His nightmare only got worse when the next stones were cut open one after another, revealing translucent, ice-type jade with vivid colors and astronomical market values. As curious onlookers pulled out their phones to record the legendary discovery, Hang Xingwang folded his arms with an amused smile, calculating the absurd profit he had just made from the investment. For the dealer, who had tried to pull off a simple scam, reality came crashing down in the most brutal way possible. He had just handed over the most valuable inventory of his entire life to the worst possible person. With an unmistakable smirk, Hang Xingwang told the scammer to throw all those billion-yuan gemstones into a simple black plastic bag, treating a legendary fortune as if it were nothing more than trash. The dealer nearly had a breakdown, grinding his teeth and silently swallowing his hatred. Taking full advantage of the humiliation, the blonde stepped closer and delivered a chilling warning. He suggested that the scammer not even think about trying to get revenge, because whenever he got annoyed, his hands started itching to clear out every stall in the market, hand the treasures over to the other customers, and completely destroy the local mafia's business. The threat immediately sent panic through the surrounding vendors. They whispered nervously among themselves, realizing that this young man had the power to completely wreck the entire market. Holding the black plastic bag stuffed with supreme-grade jade, Hang thanked the dealer sarcastically for the wonderful experience and walked away. Unable to even react, the scammer finally broke down crying in despair, realizing far too late that he had tried to rob the wrong person. Before leaving, the protagonist decided to reward the bespectacled tourist by giving him a valuable piece of imperial green jade. He firmly delivered one final piece of advice: never set foot in that gambling den again. In a place like this, 9 out of 10 gamblers walk away with nothing, while the scammer is the only one who profits. Moved by the fact that he had been saved from financial ruin, the man gratefully accepted the shining gemstone and repeatedly thanked his savior. Ignoring the commotion he had left behind, Hang Xingwang casually walked across the courtyard with his cheap plastic bag in hand. What he didn't know was that his stunt had attracted some dangerous attention. Leaning against a stone pillar, a mysterious man in a tank top watched him with a calculating, hostile gaze, signaling that new dangers were already waiting for him. Walking confidently, the blonde arrived at the complex's imposing official jade store. Without wasting any time, he dumped all the rare gemstones onto the counter and sold them on the spot. The transaction went through without a hitch. With a triumphant aura and a huge smile on his face, Hang celebrated the additional millions he had made in the blink of an eye, putting the perfect finishing touch on his victory over the attempted scam. Still holding back a laugh over the ridiculous scene with the masked man, a striking young woman approached with light, graceful steps. Dressed in traditional Burmese clothing, complete with an elegantly patterned long skirt, she immediately stood out with how effortlessly she carried herself. Hang Xingwang was genuinely surprised when he heard her speak flawless Chinese without even the slightest accent. With a warm smile, she explained that she was mixed race, the daughter of a Chinese father and a Burmese mother. Although she spent most of her time living in China, she had returned to the region a few days earlier. Amused, she admitted that watching him stare down the masked man had been the funniest thing she had seen all day. She then asked if he was exploring the market alone. As he admired the exotic beauty of the girl with light-colored eyes and golden hair, privately thinking about how adorable she was, the protagonist confirmed that he was. Careful not to reveal his true plans or compromise his identity, he introduced himself under the alias Zhanghua. In return, she gently introduced herself as Tassin. Taking advantage of their instant chemistry, Zhanghua directly invited her to finish exploring the market together. Delighted by the idea, Tassin immediately accepted with a radiant smile, happily offering to be his personal tour guide. Jokingly, she asked if he minded sharing the rest of the outing with her. He happily agreed. And so, the pair began a lively afternoon exploring the bustling streets of the complex. Tassin proved to be the perfect guide, leading him through picturesque alleyways, fresh fruit stalls, and traditional shops. The atmosphere remained light and carefree, with the young man getting swept up in her infectious energy as she amused herself by ringing decorative bells and laughing naturally. As afternoon turned to evening, the scenery transformed beneath the twilight sky. From atop a bridge decorated with red lanterns, Tassin excitedly pointed out the cityscape, explaining the architecture and the brightly lit shops lining the canal. Wanting to capture the moment forever, the blonde pulled out his phone for a picture. The close-up perfectly captured the chemistry between the unlikely pair. Tassin smiled brightly, holding an ice cream cone and making a friendly gesture toward the camera, while Zhanghua wore a radiant expression beside his new travel companion. Night covered the city in a blanket of lights, and towering skyscrapers. From a rooftop terrace, the pair admired the urban skyline, with the young man spreading his arms to feel the cool breeze. As they walked back along the sidewalks, Zhang Hua commented nostalgically on how quickly the day had passed, earning a sweet, warm look from Tasin in return. Grateful for his company, the girl confessed that spending time with him had turned the entire trip into something truly special. The romantic atmosphere, however, was interrupted by the glow of his phone screen. When he checked the notification, Hang Xingwang read an urgent message from Murong Fanghua. The housekeeper reported that she had searched every inch of the Jin Sankai building, but Su Bingqing was nowhere to be found. While going through confidential files during the search, she discovered the actress's true destination. She had been urgently transferred to a fortified industrial complex in northern Myanmar, and to make matters even more impressive or dangerous, Fanghua was already on her way into the danger zone to attempt the rescue on her own. Impressed by the former assassin's boldness and efficiency, the blonde thought to himself that she definitely deserved a hefty bonus once they got back home. Checking the time and realizing it was already past 10 at night, the young man put his phone away and announced that it was time to end their walk. The mention of saying goodbye immediately wiped the smile off Tassin's face. Clearly frightened by the dangers of the Burmese night, the young woman hesitated before timidly asking for a ride to the nearest bus stop. Hang immediately refused, but his response was protective rather than dismissive. Leaving her alone on those streets at that hour was out of the question. He insisted on taking her all the way to her front door to make sure she got home safely. The fear in the girl's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a bright smile and a shy apology for bothering him. Taking the lead as her escort, the blonde set the pace through the darkness. When Tassin broke the silence to thank him, he glanced over his shoulder with a confident smile, assuring her that keeping her company was no sacrifice at all. Joking about the situation, he admitted that his biggest fear was that she would try to play the lone hero and end up putting herself in danger just because she didn't want to ask for help. While the futuristic metropolis glowed beneath a cold neon skyline, with streaks of blue energy cutting through the night, an autonomous taxi silently glided along the asphalt. Their walk continued along deserted sidewalks until they reached the entrance of a narrow alley illuminated by flickering signs. Pointing toward the passage, Tassin broke the silence and told him that her home was just ahead. Without hesitation, the two continued down the narrow corridor, the muffled sound of their footsteps echoing as they drew closer. They entered the courtyard of an old residential building made of dark bricks. With a friendly smile and an inviting sparkle in her eyes, Tassin turned toward Hang Xingwang and suggested that they go upstairs for a cup of tea. Remaining calm and showing not the slightest hint of suspicion, the young man immediately accepted the invitation and followed her inside. It only took a split second of distraction for her angelic facade to crumble. The girl's expression twisted into something cold and sinister, accompanied by a subtle, victorious smile as she celebrated internally, pleased that her plan had worked. A silver moon bathed the exterior of the residence, creating a bizarre contrast with the hostile atmosphere beginning to take shape inside. Once indoors, Tassin instantly returned to her polite demeanor. She pointed toward the living room on the second floor and invited her guest to make himself comfortable. Confident and completely unsuspecting, Hang climbed the stairs without raising any alarms. From the ground floor, Tassin watched him ascend with a calculating, predatory gaze, making it clear that the trap had already been set. Once settled on the couch, Hang was approached by Tassin, who carried a tray holding a traditional Burmese tea leaf salad. He accepted the dish with a polite thank you. Sitting dangerously close to him, the hostess shifted the conversation and asked what he did for a living. Without missing a beat, the blonde replied that he dealt in jade and antiques on a small scale. She immediately followed up with a direct question about his relationship status and received an equally direct confirmation that he was single. Internally, her innocent facade had completely collapsed into pure mockery. She remembered all the money he had casually thrown around at the gambling market and congratulated herself on how easily she had hooked her target. For her final move, Tassin leaned even closer, adopted a vulnerable tone, and confessed, her cheeks slightly flushed, that she felt safe around someone like him. The sudden advance caught Hang completely off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless, his face turning red as he struggled to process what was happening. As the night grew later, the girl insisted that he stay, pointing out that it was already past 11. Hang refused, disguising his rejection behind a formal excuse that spending the night together while they were both single would be inappropriate. Ignoring the moral barrier, she pushed back with flushed cheeks and a firm gaze, claiming that they clearly felt a mutual connection and suggesting they take things further. Pretending to give in under the pressure, complete with a forced blush and an awkward smile, the young man gently held her chin and declared, with deliberately fake courtesy, that refusing her invitation would be rude. The fake romantic atmosphere was brutally shattered when the engine of a van tore through the silence of the deserted street. A violent kick sent the front door flying, allowing two men to storm inside, followed by several armed accomplices carrying knives and wearing sadistic smiles. The room instantly transformed into an ambush. All the romantic tension vanished as the truth of the setup was finally revealed. The hostess's vulnerable, love-struck expression was replaced by a cold, calculating smile, exposing the fact that her affection had been nothing more than an act designed to make money. With the rest of the gang surrounding their prize, Tassin celebrated the capture of such a wealthy target. Even surrounded on all sides, the blonde young man maintained a defiant calm, raising his hands and offering twice whatever amount the mastermind behind the scheme had promised the woman. His offer was rejected with cynicism and mockery, accompanied by the explanation that loyalty to the organization came first, and that, regardless, all the money would belong to the boss the moment they crossed the compound gates. Annoyed by the bargaining, one of the bandana-wearing criminals cut the conversation short, ordering the prisoner to be tied up and delivered to the boss immediately so the group could secure its annual quota. As they compared him to some kind of golden pig that could lay eggs, a biological absurdity that earned nothing more than a sarcastic thought from the protagonist, a cold blade was pressed firmly against his skin in exchange for complete honesty. He simply raised his hands in surrender and joked about just how honest he was. Under strict surveillance, the group escorted the prisoner out of the building, roughly shoving him toward a dark van parked in the shadows as they ordered him inside. As the vehicle sped down the nighttime road with his head covered by an opaque hood, the protagonist showed no signs of panic. If anything, he found the situation genuinely amusing, seeing it as his first real experience with a kidnapping and finding the whole process surprisingly fascinating. At that exact moment, the system's translucent interface appeared in his field of vision, officially registering May Tassin's addition to the Well of Regret. The girl's detailed stats scrolled across the screen: 17 years old, 160 centimeters tall, 45 kilograms, a beauty rating of 8, and a regret level holding steady at exactly 0%. Outside, on the empty sidewalk, Tassin dropped her act and broke into a wide, victorious smile. Delighted that her trap had worked, she could barely wait to hunt down her next victim, encouraging herself to keep up the good work. As the van carried the audacious young man away, a secondary panel flashed an unforgiving warning. Exactly 8 days remained to complete the romance with Su Bingqing. While the young woman reveled in her concealed satisfaction, the van entered the shadowy grounds of the JKK Park Industrial Complex, pulling up close to the raw concrete walls beneath a star-filled sky. Atop the crumbling roof of one of the factory buildings, an imposing figure stood silhouetted against the night. Manhwa, her dark hair tied back and her red eyes glowing intensely in the darkness, maintained perfect balance on high heels at the edge of the concrete. Dressed in a striking red high-neck outfit, with dangerously high slits revealing black straps along her legs, she felt the cool night breeze against her skin as she silently wondered just how far the boss's plans had progressed in this dangerous game. Beneath the star-studded sky, the complex's metal structures seemed to hold the tension of the moment, marked by a faint flash of crimson energy cutting through the darkness and signaling that the danger was very real. Down below, the courtyard enclosed by concrete walls was thick with tension. Heavily armed guards patrolled the area. One man carried a long-barreled assault rifle, his eyes constantly scanning his surroundings, while his partner, dressed in dark tactical gear and a cap, patrolled beside him with a combat baton in hand. Moving through the air with feline agility, Manhwa landed silently on the pavement, her reddish eyes locked onto her targets with surgical precision. Her tactical assessment was instantaneous. Although the guards were armed, the true lethality of their weapons still needed to be tested. Her immediate priority was clear: she needed to get her hands on a firearm. Meanwhile, the complex's internal fleet showed no signs of slowing down. A white van roared across the asphalt, kicking up dust as it accelerated toward the secondary warehouses in the industrial zone. Inside one of the warehouses lit by harsh fluorescent lights, muscular thugs in tank tops made the rules. After being harshly ordered to behave, the blonde young man with golden eyes was shoved forward violently. His hands were tied behind his back, and his head was covered by a brown paper bag improvised as a hood. The humiliation lasted only seconds. With one firm, determined pull, the young man tore the paper covering apart, revealing a face filled with cold, calculated irritation, making it clear that he had no intention of giving in to the gang's pressure. All around him, the fortress revealed its true nature. High-tech cameras monitored every inch of the buildings, reinforced by barbed wire fences and electrified nets that turned JKK Park into a veritable maximum security prison. Taking in the heavy security patrol up close, the blonde young man clenched his teeth as he realized the obvious. The sheer number of weapons surrounding him made any amateur escape attempt an absolute nightmare. Hidden in the shadows just a few steps away, the dark blue-haired woman wearing a cap and sporting reddish eyes coldly analyzed the scene. A passing thought that all of this might have been part of her master's schemes crossed her mind, but she dismissed it immediately. She knew very well that this entire mess had never been planned. Aware that the industrial complex monitored every electromagnetic fluctuation, she pulled out her phone and completely powered it down, disappearing from the area's signal radar altogether. As the technology fell silent in the darkness, the prisoner maintained his composure. Escorted by thugs through the corridors of a corporate building under the promise that the boss would lay down the rules, the blonde man roughly shrugged off the hand trying to grab his shoulder, demanding some space and making it clear that he could walk on his own. When they reached the main office, surrounded by massive glass panels overlooking the nighttime horizon, one of the thugs sarcastically announced the arrival of the fat sheep. Behind the desk, the mastermind of the operation, a red-haired man wearing glasses, casually smoked a cigarette, wearing a calculating smile. Without wasting time, he got straight to the point, asking whether the rumors were true that the young man had amassed a fortune in jade after striking it rich on a gambling website. With calculated composure, the blonde man confirmed that he had made a profit. Seizing the opportunity, the boss flashed a persuasive smile and began talking about living in a utopia where money worked for them, inviting the young man to join their organization. When the man reached out to touch him, the young man stepped aside with an ironic smile, cutting through the fake friendliness and asking whether this was actually an invitation or if refusing simply wasn't an option. Ignoring the sarcasm, the boss stepped closer, placed a hand on the prisoner's shoulder, and offered a cynical lecture about the importance of adapting to one's circumstances. Cutting him off, the blonde man demanded to know exactly what his role would be, telling him to calm down. The leader pointed to 20 bank cards spread across the desk, ordering him to transfer all of his liquid assets onto them in smaller installments over the course of a week. To disguise what was nothing more than outright extortion, the criminal labeled it an investment, promising to split the profits fairly once the returns came in. With his hands still tied, the blonde man silently weighed the risks. Refusing meant being beaten within an inch of his life, so the logical choice was obvious if he wanted to avoid immediate physical harm. Laughing at the pragmatic conclusion, the boss agreed with a victorious air. The young man, however, fired back with a sharp look, asking how much it would cost to buy his freedom. The answer came coldly. He simply needed to generate a return equal to 5 times his entire net worth. Ending the exchange with a sarcastic smile, the blonde man mocked the gang's corporate facade, quipping that a den of criminals like this really did deserve to be called a conscious park. As he wore a calm smile, Hang Xingwang silently considered that the system's earnings were untouchable and impossible to trace, feeling only a twinge of pity for the millions he had left behind at the Jade stall. Reality snapped him back when the boss repeated his stern order to empty every one of his accounts onto those credit cards. The threat was explicit and violent. If he tried to hide even a single cent, he would lose his hand in the blink of an eye. Without losing his composure, the blonde man calmly nodded, assuring him that he would cooperate fully. The boss ordered the thugs to escort the prisoner to the living quarters, granting him a private room because of his VIP status. Beneath the moonlight over the compound, the keys were handed over amid jokes about the luxury treatment reserved for wealthy targets, with the thugs advising him to work hard if he wanted to earn the boss's favor. Testing the waters, the blonde man asked with a grin when he would get access to the models from the online casino and the women around the compound. His audacity left the thugs staring at him in disbelief, reminding him that he was a hostage. Ignoring the warning, Hang Xingwang joked that falling for the charms of a beautiful woman would be a romantic way to go, calling it the fuel that kept him going. Amused by the newcomer's nerve, the thugs revealed that the compound kept high-profile actors and models under the boss's control, promising that if he performed well financially, he would earn special privileges. Impressed by the sheer depravity and efficiency of the corporate mafia, the blonde man politely said goodbye, hearing the thugs joke about his obsession with women as they walked away to spend their commissions on drinks. Locked inside the room beneath the moonlight, the situation changed in an instant. Emerging from the shadows, Murong Fanghua was waiting for him in her striking scarlet outfit. Without wasting time on formalities, Hang got straight to the point. He promoted her from housekeeper to personal bodyguard, arguing that keeping someone with her level of talent stuck doing household chores was an unforgivable waste. He also apologized for how harshly he had treated her in the past and promised that he would never scold her again. Stunned by the sudden change in treatment, Fanghua stared at him suspiciously, asking whether he was actually serious about stopping the constant reprimands. The blonde man answered as naturally as ever, declaring that from that moment on, he would treat her like royalty. Murong Fanghua's reaction was immediate and explosive. Consumed by blind fury, she grabbed Hang Xingwang by the collar of his hoodie and glared at him, demanding to know whether he saw her as nothing more than a disposable toy. Internally, the blonde man blinked in shock, thinking he had merely been trying to give her a well-deserved promotion. Perplexed by her reaction, he decided it was better not to provoke her any further. Regaining his composure, he removed her hand and reminded her that he was talking about his plans for the future. For now, however, he was still her master, and he ordered her to kneel and apologize. His firm gesture completely shifted the balance of power between them. Fanghua's face flushed bright red, burning with embarrassment as she struggled to believe that this man had the audacity to give her orders. A defiant, incredulous cry escaped her lips as she demanded to know how he dared treat her that way. His response came in the form of a calm, cutting smile, a cold reminder of who was really calling the shots. At that exact moment, the system's translucent interface flashed gold, recording the success of the psychological pressure. The former assassin's regret level jumped another 2 points, reaching an astonishing 98%. As insane and absurd as the whole situation seemed, victory was within reach. With a mischievous smile, the blonde man set his ultimate goal in his mind: push the meter to 99% in one move and deliver checkmate. Changing the subject the very next second, he adjusted his belt and announced that he was going to take a shower, suggesting that she use the time to reflect on her own actions. As warm water poured from the shower, Hang took advantage of the privacy to check the translucent interface. Distributing his resources with a mental command, he focused on his attributes and updated his stats to stamina 45, intelligence 45, and charm 40. With a clear mind, he established his priorities. Only 8 days remained to find and win over Su Bingqing, and time was running out. Assessing how the compound operated, he concluded that, for Boss Kun Ang, the more valuable the little piggy was, the better the privileges and access he would receive. When he stepped out of the bathroom with only a towel around his waist, the blonde man came face to face with Fanghua, holding a newly acquired assault rifle. Alarmed by the stolen weapon, she questioned whether its disappearance would trigger an immediate revolt. Maintaining absolute composure, Hang reassured her. Explaining the ruthless corporate structure of the criminal organization, he detailed how its rigid hierarchy and fear of severe punishment forced the underlings to hide their mistakes at all costs. Rather than alerting headquarters at the first sign of a missing weapon, each corrupt thug's priority would be to conceal the loss and try to recover it in secret. Staring at the shirtless blonde man with the rifle in her hands, Murong Fanghua broke the silence and got straight to the point, demanding a weapon of her own and declaring that she was ready for action. Recognizing his partner's tactical value, Hang Xingwang gave an approving smile and praised her as an indispensable assistant, casually reaching out to ruffle her hair. Annoyed by the invasion of her personal space, Fanghua quickly slapped his hand away, indignantly wondering where people's sense of boundaries had gone before hardening her expression and regaining her serious demeanor. Quickly shifting back to a strategic tone, the blonde man issued a new directive. He ordered her to draw a detailed map of the park's layout and send it to the border police that same night, along with the entire dossier he had gathered. Closing her eyes for a moment as she took in the scale of the impending operation, Murong Fanghua nodded firmly and promptly replied that the mission would be completed. The scene abruptly shifted to the exterior of the lavish, luxury dormitory. The sound of firm knocking echoed from the door of one of the VIP apartments, accompanied by the voice of the red-haired, bespectacled boss announcing that he had brought some late-night snacks. The lock clicked and the door opened. Inside, Su Bingqing, wearing a sleeveless white blouse and an elegant long blue skirt, glared at the visitor with a frigid expression. Immediately rejecting the tray of food, she harshly reprimanded him, asking whether he was trying to fatten her up like a pig with that tray of slop, reminding him that her diet had always been meticulously calculated by a nutritionist down to the last decimal point.